Chapter 151, 290 AC. POV MC. As I immersed myself in the mending of wounded soldiers through healing rituals, I later returned to the throne room, a sensation tugging at my senses that urged me to explore further. The chamber contained a modest assemblage, predominantly guards, as Lord Balin had been confined to his solar in the sea tower. Scanning the room, my gaze locked onto the throne itself. An unsettling chill began to creep over me, growing in intensity as I approached the throne, which exuded an uncanny aura. A bead of cold sweat traversed my spine as my fingers neared the ebony, oil-like surface of the seat. Despite the temptation to touch it, an internal voice cautioned me otherwise, an inexplicable dread coiling within. A moment away from contact, I abruptly recoiled, as if compelled by an instinctual force. I grappled with comprehending the enigmatic nature of the throne. It was glaringly apparent that this was no ordinary stone structure. My very essence cautioned against touching it, sensing the disruption it wielded upon the natural energy around it. Analyzing it physically, however, proved a daunting task. Its sheer presence thwarted my attempts. The sensation of being ill-prepared and inadequately strong enveloped me, akin to my intuition regarding the fire realm membrane. Just as that would have incinerated me, this throne seemed to beckon an intensity I was unready to confront. Within the confines of a strategy room, the king and other lords engaged in a discourse concerning the fate of the Iron Islands and Balin. Standing guard outside were Marin Trant and Preston Greenfield, who eventually granted me entry after a brief pause. Assisted by Nin's abilities, I was already privy to the ongoing conversation. Their decision had been to allocate the spoils of war. Half of the gold was destined for the king, amounting to 2 million gold dragons. The remainder would be shared among the other lords. As the discussion unfolded, Lord Stark made a request for all the thralls residing on the islands, totaling around 500,000 people. As I counseled, acknowledging the North's substantial contribution to the war, the second largest share was granted to Lord Stark. In addition to the thralls, he received 800,000 gold dragons. Lord Tywin, while displeased at being surpassed by others, was impotent to alter the arrangement. Most lords exhibited a greater interest in the gold than in the thralls. While the concept of free labor held appeal, their more populous lands diminished the significance of such offerings. Entering the damp and dimly lit room, I observed the assembly gathered around a sprawling table, adorned with a map of the Iron Islands. Maesters present were laden with papers, their expressions studious and concentrated. Aside from the central table, the room's ambiance was muted, save for the presence of cupbearers tending to the king's hydration needs. Upon spotting me, the king raised his cup with a hint of mockery, jesting, "Here arrives the priest of the old gods. Your grace, what is it that you seek, Druid? I desire to learn of your intentions concerning Balon's punishment." At that juncture, Lord Royce interjected with a stern tone. "Since you shroud your true identity, I cannot ascertain with certainty. Yet, your actions indicate a lack of noble upbringing, necessitating refraining from addressing a lord by their given name. Even in captivity, Lord Balin remains a noble. In the eyes of the old gods, I stand as a more honorable and noble figure than traitorous turncoats like the Royces. How far the once mighty bronze kings have fallen, reduced to the pawns of the seven. That ancient bronze armor, blessed by the old gods, is not a vestment you merit." A faint hand twitched toward a sword's hilt emanated from Lord Royce, prompting the Kingsguard's vigilance over Robert's safety. "Lord Royce," I cautioned, "let's not mar the king's mood with your guts on the floor. Please, keep your blade sheathed. While I would be honored to paint the ground with the bloodline of your turncoat heritage, let's refrain from such folly." Dispensing a surge of mana that induced nausea among the assembled lords, I continued, "Let's be unequivocal about who I am. I am not a noble, yet neither am I a subject of your lords. Courtesy begets courtesy, and I shall mirror the respect I am shown. However, I will not tolerate insolence, such as that exhibited by Lord Royce. I seek neither enmity nor subservience. I stand not as a craven to be trifled with." My attention turned to Lord Royce, questioning, "Shall we engage in a fight, or might we focus on more pressing matters? If you want, I won't even use my magic. You are not even worthy of it." Robert observed silently, allowing Lord Royce's actions to dictate his next move. Likely, he cared little if conflict ensued, even potentially favoring it. Lord Royce glanced at the king, discerning Robert's inclination to remain neutral. Consequently, he withdrew his hand from his. Weapon, reseating himself. Placing his emptied cup on the table, Robert remarked. Your presence certainly enlivens proceedings, Druid. We've resolved to take his sole surviving son into Lord Stark's custody, and we've emptied his treasury of valuables. My king, such measures would not suffice to deter him or eliminate the ironborn menace plaguing the north. Holster Tully interjected. Are you implying he would jeopardize his son's life? With his son under Lord Stark's guardianship, any rebellion would cost the son his life, kinslaying of Balon's own making. Kinslaying was deeply taboo in Westeros, leading to the ostracism of those who committed it. Would a man of Balon's ilk truly anguish over his son's fate? He has already forsaken oaths. Do you truly expect him to honor them? Genuine peace cannot be achieved so long as archaic traditions endure. I comprehend your reservations, your grace. You fear the consequences of Balon's execution, yet granting him clemency as a breaker of oaths and rebel would gravely imperil your legacy. Robert's interest was piqued, and he questioned. Do you possess an alternative solution, or is this merely empty rhetoric? Chapter 152. 290 AC. POV MC. Do you possess an alternative solution, or is this merely empty rhetoric? The lingering discomfort that Robert held due to my past escapades seemed to fuel his penchant for playful jabs. His ability to seize any opportunity to jab at my expense was a testament to this. Yes, my king, I have an idea. I ventured forth with my proposal. We divide the Iron Islands by electing a new Lord Reaper of the Iron Island or creating a new title equal to it. A subtle shake of heads from Lord Royce and Tully followed, with Royce voicing his reservations. My king, we cannot take someone's birthright, and it would be the same as killing Balon. Since the conquest, Greyjoys were the Lord Reaper of Iron Island. This will destabilize the Iron Islands. Royce, it seemed, adhered steadfastly to principles of honor, reflecting his honorable nature. Nonetheless, I pressed on, driven by practical considerations. Lord Royce, that is the point. You can just listen if you cannot keep up with the discussion. Nobody would oppose that. The tinge of anger and embarrassment on Royce's face was undeniable, yet I forged ahead, unwavering. As I said, you can depose Greyjoys, or the better idea would be to create another title equal to Lord of Iron Island. Then, we will split the Iron Islands in half, creating infighting among them. While they are fighting each other, they can't fight or raid us. Observing my meticulous preparation, Robert inquired with a measure of curiosity. If you plan this much, you must have a house in mind, which one of the Iron Island houses would even dream about standing up to. Greyjoy. In response, I presented my criteria for the ideal candidate. The new leader house needs to fulfill two conditions. First, is there any house ambitious enough to stand up against Greyjoys and fight against them for power? There are 4 houses that satisfy this condition, but among them, realistically, only 2 of them are strong enough to stand up to Greyjoys. The second condition is they need to be against the old ways. That leaves us only with House Harlaw. I would say half of Iron Island doesn't care about the old ways if they can hold onto their powers or grow them. I slowly approached the map of the Iron Islands, using it as a visual aid for my strategic division plan. Lord Tully voiced his concerns about the potential aftermath. This would turn the islands into a hot mess. I reiterated the intent behind my proposal, clarifying its purpose. Again, that is the point of this plan, creating instability in the region. For the years to come, it will cause Iron Island to fight each other even if Harlaw or Greyjoy can consolidate their power and hold all of the islands. It would take them more years to prepare for rebelling. With the implementation of this plan, wet rats would kill each other rather than our innocent people. Robert's gaze shifted to Ned, silently seeking his input, while Tywin listened attentively, withholding his comments. Ned weighed in on the matter. I can't say I like using this plan, but I wouldn't mind giving Bear Island and coastal towns a few years of peace. My projections concerning the future consequences of this plan were explicit. If Harlaws come out on top after these power struggles, the raiding culture of the Iron Island would slowly diminish, but if the winner is Greyjoy, I predict they would rebel at first sight of weakness from the Iron Throne. It might take 10 or 20 years, but they will definitely rebel. Ellipsis. Following the deliberations, Robert's proclamation designated Roderick Harlaw as the paramount of the seas and rivers, effectively granting him control over half of the Iron Islands due to House Greyjoy's treachery. The reaction was mixed among the Iron Island houses, while many voiced Their disagreement, the loyalists of House Harlaw perceived this as a chance to ascend and rally around their new leader. The success of the plan exceeded my expectations. Notably, even during the celebratory festivities held to mark Roderick Harlaw's new title, an incident occurred. Harlan Stonetree, son of Lord Stonetree, engaged in a deadly confrontation, slaying Lord Botley's son Balin boldly. The trigger was Balon's branding of Lord Harlaw as a usurper. With the conclusion of these events, the armies commenced their withdrawal to the mainland, carrying their spoils with them. However, Robert's intentions were far from allowing us to return to our homes immediately. He declared a grand victory tourney to be held at Lannisport, planning to expend a substantial portion of the acquired wealth, a staggering 200,000 gold dragons. This upcoming tourney comprised 3 main competitions: joust, melee, and archery. The rewards for the winners were substantial. The victor of the joust would garner 35,000 gold dragons for the first place, 10,000 gold dragons for the second, and 2,000 gold dragons for the third. Similarly, the melee offered rewards of 30,000 gold dragons for the first place, 7,000 gold dragons for the second, and 2,000 gold dragons for the third. The archery event included a prize of 15,000 gold dragons for the first place, 5,000 gold dragons for the second, and 2,000 gold dragons for the third. The total expenditure on rewards surpassed 100,000 gold dragons, leaving the remaining funds for the festivities. My enthusiasm for the tourney knew no bounds. Robert's lavish generosity promised a substantial fortune for the skilled participants. With unwavering confidence, I was convinced that victory in archery was within my grasp, and I held optimistic aspirations for the joust as well. However, the melee posed a challenge, especially if esteemed competitors like Jaime or Esser Selmy were to enter. Regardless, the prospect of clashing with such revered knights exhilarated me to no end. As preparations progressed, the assembled knights, each a notable figure in their own right, set the stage for the impending tourney. The final touches took a mere 4 days, culminating in the readiness of the event's venue just outside Lannisport. My own journey in the joust was slated to begin in the first round, where I would face none other than Lord Royce. Although I had hoped to ride Sith, my formidable companion, I anticipated the organizers' decision not to allow it. This, however, didn't dissuade me from attempting to try. Siths had exceptional attributes, far surpassing those of an ordinary horse. Sith's average speed reached an impressive 35, surpassing the typical 30 of a horse. With her mana-infused bursts, her speed reached to an astounding 85, though it was crucial to note that this pertained to galloping speed rather than her attack pace. Beyond this, her immense strength set her apart, with a formidable 40 in comparison to a horse's 20 to 25. The magnitude of her power enabled feats such as easily crushing an armored opponent or severing a man's head with a single swipe of her colossal claws. On the morrow, the tourney would be starting, and the anticipation of the commencement was palpable. Amidst the fervor, Lord Frey, a figure renowned for his cunning, emerged on the scene. He bowed before the king, seeking forgiveness for his delayed actions. Responding to his calculated tardiness, Robert bestowed upon him the moniker of the late Lord Frey. This epithet, delivered with a mix of jest and reproach, underscored Lord Frey's crafty maneuvers that aimed to minimize his losses while other Riverland lords bore the brunt of Tully's lackluster leadership. Chapter 153. 290 AC. Pav MC. Upon mounting my horse, I fixed my gaze on Lord Royce positioned at the distant end of the jousting arena. Lord Royce presented a striking figure astride his horse, stationed at the far expanse of the jousting arena. His ancient bronze armor, etched with intricate and faded runes, gleamed softly in the sunlight, a testament to generations past. His demeanor exuded a blend of regal pride and confidence, a man well versed in command and accustomed to the attention of his peers. As he adjusted his helmet, his movements carried an air of ceremonial importance, a display of his preparedness for the impending joust. The slight inclination of his head and the composed yet scrutinizing gaze he cast across the field signaled a competitor aware of the challenge. Ahead, poised to uphold the honor of his house with a measure of pomp and prestige. I turned my attention to the scene of the arena. It was a great contrast. Nobles luxuriated in the opulent stands on my left, enjoying the comfort of cushioned chairs and the relief of shade. Their needs were catered to with offerings of wine and fruits by diligent servants. In stark opposition, the commoners occupied the rudimentary wooden stands to the right, exposed to the unrelenting sun. Yet, their unbridled enthusiasm radiated through their eager expressions, undeterred by the harsh conditions. Then, I turned my attention to Lord Royce's armor. At first glance, the armor appeared bereft of any magical aura. But after a prolonged and careful look, faint vestiges of magic emerged, suggesting either dormancy or the gradual erosion of its power over time. The prospect of unraveling this mystery tugged at my curiosity, compelling me to delve deeper. Thus, I proposed, "Lord Royce, shall we inject a touch of excitement into this match?" My words seemed to startle Lord Royce momentarily, yet his demeanor belied his reluctance to appear timorous. "Pray tell, what do you have in mind?" "I would wager my sword, Red Rain." A hushed stillness swept over the arena in response to my proclamation, a silence so profound that the mere drop of a pin could be discerned. Conversation ceased as the entire assembly pivoted their attention to our exchange. "I fear I lack an item of comparable worth, such as a Valyrian sword. Might we entertain the idea of a monetary wager?" Lord Royce ventured. "As I am a practitioner of the old god's faith, you possess an item of nearly equivalent significance. Though others might perceive it as trivial, its relevance resonates deeply with our beliefs. I invite you to contemplate wagering your bronze armor." Lord Royce's features contorted with a flicker of irritation. "How dare you suggest I wager my family's cherished heirloom? But, Lord Royce, do you not profess unwavering allegiance to the Seven?" Once more caught off guard, his reply carried an air of assertion. "Indeed, that I do." "Then why, might I ask, don the very armor that invokes the old god's protection?" A fleeting expression of bewilderment passed over him. "What do you imply?" "I seek no favor from the realms of falsehood, nor shall I ever." "Lord Royce, I implore you to weigh your words carefully when discussing matters of the old gods. Just as I hold your convictions in esteem, I anticipate a comparable courtesy. Are you well acquainted with the inscriptions etched onto your armor? And you, as a commoner, possess such knowledge. The origins of my birth do not preclude my capacity for learning. Though I might not decode all the runes, I recognize those encircling your neck. They convey, 'May the old gods safeguard the Bronze Kings.' Do you not perceive what that means? As a devotee of the Seven, you forfeit the privilege of adorning armor consecrated by the old gods." I redirected my attention toward the Septon of Lannisport. "Septon, does it comport with the tenets of the Seven to garb oneself in such an armor?" The Septon's reluctance to respond was palpable. In response, I persisted. "The Seven are vigilant observers of our deeds, Septon. Do you intend to withhold your verdict?" He conceded begrudgingly. "Indeed, donning such armor borders on sacrilege." A cacophony of voices surged forth, presenting me with the opportune juncture to continue. "Lord Royce, while your armor might carry familial legacy, the adherents of the old gods posit that you and your forebears renounced the right to wear it upon embracing the Andals, faith in adopting the Seven." Lord Royce's retort rang with an undercurrent of anger. "How dare a commoner assail the honor of a noble? A mere knight such as you, consumed by arrogance that transcends your station. I harbor no presumption to assail the dignity of a noble. If I am but a humble knight, then why should a superior Vale Knight feel compelled to oppose a wager? It presents you with an opportunity to showcase the mettle of Vale Knights against an ostensibly inferior commoner. It seems you stand in need of a lesson, young man, and I shall oblige with acceptance of the wager." With his helmet lowered, Lord Royce took his stance. I love it when they lose their cool upon a little bit of nudging. The ensuing contest was unlikely to be marked by friendship. Rather, I aimed to cultivate an atmosphere of trepidation. Accepting the proffered lance from Keegan, I poised myself for the imminent clash. Jousting was a familiar terrain for me since I dabbled in a bit, and I was amazed at how easy it was. Of course, the augmented attributes, such as high reflexes bestowed upon me by my bond, helped a lot. Augmented reflexes and enhanced flexibility endowed me with a substantial upper hand against most competitors. Predicaments arose only when confronted by adversaries boasting significantly superior physical prowess. In such instances, however, a reservoir of strategic maneuvers remained at my disposal. This was nothing but play fighting that didn't show any real indication of how powerful someone was. As Lord Royce and I hurtled toward each other, our steeds galloping with fervor, my heightened reflexes transcended conventional limits. This augmentation enabled me to preemptively predict the trajectory of his lance and align my position for its deflection. Concurrently, I executed a retaliatory maneuver aimed at his arm, a calibrated blow intended to administer pain rather than unhorsing. The objective was not beating him, but a calculated imposition of fear. This dynamic unfolded across a sequence of clashes. By the seventh such exchange, Lord Royce lifted his visor, bespeaking a need for water. Our gazes collided, and I detected traces of trepidation in his eyes. The realization that I was toying with him was beginning to dawn upon him. If I needed, I could apply a mantle of protective magic, woven under my armor, and an overlay of healing magic to repair the damage from the blunt force impact. But I didn't even need that. I was able to read him like an open book and always moved out of the way at the last second, making his hit nothing more than a graze. 4 additional encounters transpired along comparable lines, culminating in Lord Royce's eyes beseeching surrender. He grappled with a pivotal decision, whether to uphold his pride or concede with grace. By the 12th clash, his endurance reached its threshold. He capitulated. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for air, guiding my horse closer, I remarked with a loud voice, "You've magnificently exemplified the valor and prowess of Vale Knights. I am, quite literally, left trembling in fear and admiration of your superiority. You really showed me who was the superior one." With an imperious smirk, I declared, "I await the delivery of my armor to my tent within the hour." Such audacious comportment would be reserved for no northern lord. I had resolved to avoid cultivating hostility within the north, unless circumstances necessitated otherwise. However, my approach to the Vale differed, stemming from distinct strategic motives. I didn't need allies in the Vale. Raising my fractured lance aloft, I proclaimed, "For the glory of the north and the old gods." Expressions of satisfaction played upon the countenances of the northern lords, while our troops erupted into frenzied chants bearing my name. Amidst the euphoria, a solitary somber visage was upheld by Lord Stark, a harbinger of the imminent lecture that awaited me. Chapter 154. 290 AC. POV MC. As I settled into the tent, a short span of time passed before Lord Stark's presence was announced by the rustle of the entrance. His expression carried a mix of irritation and anger, his demeanor reflecting his sentiments. "It seems that just when I believe you might be learning some level of decorum and reason, you go out of your way to demonstrate the opposite. Why did you choose to insult him so blatantly? Have you not grasped the concept that such behavior toward a noble is unacceptable?" My response came in a measured tone, respectful yet firm. "I understand the implications, my lord, and may I remind you, I am already considered a noble. King Robert, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms, recognized my role as the hero of the North, and during the post-war festivities, he made it clear that he intends to grant me nobility following the conclusion of this tournament." Lord Stark's annoyance led him to sink into a chair with an audible sigh. While that might be true, why jeopardize our relationship with the Vale and the Royces over a piece of armor that holds little value? Gently, I elaborated, "The armor's significance extends beyond its material worth. Though I am intrigued by its magical attributes, my main reason for the provocation was Yon Royce's blatant disregard for our faith. While I may not be a devout believer myself, I cannot tolerate such insults to our beliefs and traditions. My lord, bear in mind that the rest of Westeros may wear friendly faces, but their true thoughts about us are far from kind. I know they don't understand us, but they wouldn't be mannerless. The usual derogatory terms, tree-hugging barbarians, brutes, mannerless dogs. These are the opinions they secretly hold of us. While they appreciate our strength in times of conflict, the moment peace is restored, they revert to their customary opinions. I may wield the power to vanquish thousands, but my objective is to channel that strength into the betterment of the North. To achieve that, they must acknowledge me as more than just their equal. In this tournament, I intend to overcome anyone who dares challenge me. I aspire to forge a legend." Lord Stark's composed countenance did not mask his recognition of the greater political dynamics at play. Despite his connections to the king and the Hand, he was not ignorant of the pervasive sentiments toward the North. Continuing, I asserted, my actions were not merely an outlet for frustration. They are part of a larger scheme. I span a web so big that it will become clearer years later. Know that everything I undertake is with the ultimate goal of advancing and empowering the North. Naturally, I refrained from divulging my intention to rally the mountain clans against the Vale. Such a strategy contradicted his rigid code of honor. While the Vale's terrain posed a challenge, uniting the clans under a single banner and fomenting a crusade against the Veil was a covert objective. The groundwork had been established, but its fruition would demand years of careful planning and execution. Turning to my decision about the heirloom armor, I clarified, yes, I plan to accept the heirloom armor. After conducting my examinations, I might choose to return it. My interest lies in studying it and deepening my understanding of arcane knowledge. Perplexity etched Lord Stark's features. Arcane knowledge, can you elaborate? It's the pursuit of magic in its purest form, devoid of elemental or dark attributes. Our manipulation of mana or arcana often transforms it into elemental or dark magic. Lord Stark rubbed his temples, struggling to absorb the complexities. I confess, this is rather baffling. Another sigh escaped him, and he addressed me with weariness. Being a teenager is a challenge in itself, but your circumstances complicate matters further. Your power to eliminate thousands demands restraint. You cannot rely solely on brute force. I responded earnestly, my lord, my actions toward Lord Royce weren't driven solely by the desire to humiliate him. There are broader implications at play, although it's not yet time to unveil them. Rest assured, my every endeavor is aimed at the betterment and empowerment of the North. Unspoken truths hung between us, and Lord Stark's understanding of the political landscape facilitated a measure of comprehension, even if complete revelation remained elusive. The joust progressed to the second round, pitting me against Jason Mallister, a man revered for his courage and honor. Unlike my approach with Lord Royce, I had no intention of humiliating Mallister, given his respectful conduct and demeanor. As we took our positions, Mallister removed his helmet, placing a fist over his heart in a salute. I mirrored the gesture, appreciating his dignified bearing. Lord Mallister's brown hair was streaked with white, yet his blue eyes retained their formidable intensity. His indigo armor featured silver accents, and his helmet bore the emblem of an eagle, the embodiment of his chivalry and sigil. The clash of our charge reverberated through the arena, and my lance met Mallister's shield, resulting in the shattering of mine. His counterstrike landed on my right shoulder, but a quick twist allowed me to avoid the full impact, leaving his lance intact. Mallister managed to maintain his seat, preventing an unhorsing. The crowd's roar filled the air, resonating with exhilaration. I retrieved a fresh lance, preparing for another charge. This time, my aim was his head, yet he deftly shifted aside, eluding my strike. Simultaneously, I deflected his attack with my shield. His skill was evident, offering a challenge that demanded my full attention. However, on our third pass, I succeeded in striking his chest squarely, unseating him from his horse. I swiftly dismounted and extended my hand to assist him. Accepting my gesture, he rose, and together we raised our hands in a celebratory gesture, drawing cheers from the spectators. I saluted him, my fist over my heart, and commended. A splendid bout, Lord Mallister. An honor indeed. Mallister opened his helmet and, with a smile gracing his face, said, "The honor is mine, Sword of Winter." Until the melee, then. Returning the salute, he turned to the king, saluted him, and departed the arena. My admiration for him deepened. As the joust progressed, Jorah Mormont emerged victorious over Lyle, Strongbor, Crakehall. Jaime Lannister defeated Lord Went, and Hostine Frey prevailed against Boros Blunt, the sixth son of the late, Lord Walder Frey. The defeat of Boros Blunt determined my next adversary. The transition from the jousting arena to the feasting hall was marked by a palpable shift in atmosphere. The excitement of competition yielded to the allure of camaraderie, as the participants exchanged their armor for festive attire, a visual symbol of their dual roles as warriors and celebrants. Inside the great hall, the grandeur of the occasion was reflected in the tapestries adorning the walls, depicting the storied history of House Lannister. Seated at the head of the hall, King Robert's jovial laughter resonated once more, his capacity for mirth and enjoyment remained unabated. The long tables, laden with a cornucopia of culinary delights, awaited the arrival of the guests. The rich aroma of roasted meats, hearty stews, and fresh baked breads enveloped the space, whetting appetites and kindling a sense of eager anticipation. Conversations flowed freely, bridging gaps of familiarity and heralding the formation of new connections. The resonance of clinking goblets, accompanied by the exchange of toasts and laughter, underscored the conviviality that defined the feast. As the alcohol flowed over some of the tables, fists started to talk with the help of liquid courage. While the fervor of the jousting competition may have subsided for the day, the evening's festivities held their own allure. Noble lords and ladies, renowned knights, and distinguished guests shared in the camaraderie that only such gatherings could foster. The next chapter of the joust awaited on the morrow, yet for now, Castle Rock's great hall stood as the heart of revelry, a place where tradition and celebration converged. Chapter 155, 290 AC. POV MC. The feast was in full swing, the hall alive with the symphony of laughter and clinking goblets. Amidst the revelry, Lord Royce's icy glares bore into me, a testament to his disgruntlement at our contest. Yet, he wasn't entirely a sour loser, he had, after all, delivered the bronze armor. If my hunch was correct, and its magical properties were indeed spent, I pondered returning it after a few months of thorough examination. But even if I didn't, they had more than one bronze armor. Amid my contemplation, the king's booming voice shattered my reverie. Esser Drazel, fetch a goblet and show these delicate flowers how a true man handles his drink. Thanks to my poison resistance, alcohol held little threat to me. I could imbibe like a sponge, though it did result in frequent nocturnal trips to the chamber pot. As I drained my seventh goblet, King Robert burst into hearty laughter. You men are a sorry sight. Can't even outdrink this lad, or beat him with a sword. Robert's words seemed to prick at the Kingslayer's pride, for he couldn't stomach the implication. He stepped forward, an arrogant smirk etched upon his face. My king, we can't truly assess his swordsmanship until the melee. Robert, ever the instigator, pressed further. Are you implying you'd best him in the melee? Jaime's smirk deepened as he retorted, I don't fear a clash with him. Even if he bears the title of a knight, he's merely an upstart who's yet to face anyone of significance. Jory Castle interjected, his voice a challenge. He bested Harris Harlaw, Victorian Greyjoy, and let's not forget he was the one who breached the main gate. Jaime was quick to dismiss, a disdainful twist to his lips. Harris Harlaw was hardly more than a middling knight. As for Victorian, I heard his men dragged him from the fray before the battle was even over. The northern knights and nobles bristled at Jaime's words, their irritation palpable. However, none dared voice their displeasure until Jory stood, hurling his goblet to the floor at Jaime's feet. Are you attempting to belittle the achievements of northern knights? At that moment, I clapped my hands with such force that it resonated like thunder, jolting the hall into silence. All eyes were on me as I spoke, my voice cutting through the tension. Esser Castle, we are the knights of the north. We don't deride one another's accomplishments at a drinking table. That's a pastime better suited for idle men. And as for you, Esser Kingslayer, know this, alcohol and swords are a dangerous mix. We're without our blades now, or I'd have challenged you to a duel on the spot. Jaime couldn't resist interjecting, a smirk of his own in place. At this moment, I wouldn't entertain it. People might gossip that I defeated you while you were inebriated. King Robert shifted his attention to Ned Stark, his curiosity piqued. What are your men calling this boy? They've bestowed him with a few titles. Devout believers of the old gods refer to him as Sword of the Old Gods. Knights and soldiers of Winterfell have dubbed him Sword of Winter, and some commoners know him as the Bane. Robert mused for a moment before emitting a resounding belch. Sword of Winter sounds fitting. I'm inclined to allow it. Before the melee commences, Kingslayer and Sword of Winter shall engage in a friendly duel. A knight ought to speak with his sword, not his tongue. He turned to both of us, seeking our affirmation. Do you accept? I accept, I replied without hesitation. I accept, Jaime begrudgingly conceded. Amidst this exchange, Lord Tywin remained a silent observer, his demeanor unchanged. He hadn't uttered a word or made a move throughout the interactions, simply sipping his wine in quiet contemplation. POV third person. In the privacy of Lord Tywin Lannister's chambers, a tense atmosphere hung heavy. The grandeur of the room contrasted starkly with the palpable unease between father and son. The golden glint of Jaime's hair was dimmed by the weight of his father's gaze as it bore into him. Across the expanse of Tywin's imposing desk lay an array of meticulously organized papers. With a tone as unyielding as steel, Tywin's voice sliced through the air. That was an utterly thoughtless move. You needn't have ignited the ire of the northern lords and knights by belittling their celebrated hero. Jaime, typically overflowing with bravado, found himself reduced to a state of unease in front of his father's ruthless eyes. He hesitated for a brief moment before responding, his arrogance veiling his words. If the North has deemed a mere 16-name-day-old worthy of hero worship, it is a testament to their skewed judgment. Strip away his beast, and he's nothing but a mediocre boy. Tywin's gaze remained unswerving, his words dripping with frosty disdain. Do you possess any factual knowledge of his accomplishments, or are your judgments founded solely upon the ramblings of inebriated tongues? Jaime's reply carried an undertone of skepticism. All I've encountered is grandiloquent boasting. He supposedly vanquished a handful of inconsequential foes with his coterie of pets, and suddenly, he's hailed as an unparalleled champion. Jealousy and envy are emotions that serve no purpose, especially for a Lannister. Should you approach him with such a dismissive mindset, you're inviting a downfall of your own making. Jaime found himself caught in a moment of incredulity. His father's praise for the boy was an unfamiliar and puzzling note. He never praises someone, Jaime thought. He clenched his fists, feeling the pressure until his knuckles turned white, struggling to find words as Tywin's oration continued to unfold. Though he may bear base lineage, his prowess is undeniable. With a controlled gesture, Tywin slid a stack of papers across the desk. Hesitant fingers grasped the reports, and Jaime's eyes scanned the meticulous contents. An intricate tapestry of intelligence on Ermir Drazel revealed itself. He's quelled a multitude of bandits and safeguarded coastal towns against Ironborn aggression with nothing but his beasts. The minimal loss told the North Boar is, in large part, due to his strategic acumen and precision in archery. Consider this: could you, alone, combat a horde of Ironborn using only a bow? Witnesses attest that he's felled scores with bow and arrow and perhaps a little help from his monster. What remains undeniable is that he's no ordinary youth. He's a harbinger of death, an enigmatic force. More papers sailed through the air, a cascade of evidence in Tywin's argument. The next time you engage, ensure you comprehend precisely the caliber of your opponent. I shall brook no errors born from your arrogance. While I may not gauge his prowess with a blade, it is conceivable that his undeveloped body might be ill-suited for physical contest. However, underestimation may well be the catalyst for your undoing. No further words were needed. The intensity of Tywin's chilling gaze conveyed volumes, leaving the room to resound with silence. The charged atmosphere hung in the air, eventually punctuated by the dismissive sweep of Tywin's hand. I shall entertain no outcome that tarnishes the name of our family. Chapter 156. 290 AC. Pav MC. In the midst of the lively tournament atmosphere, I found myself watching with keen interest as Lord Jorah Mormont triumphed over Jaime Lannister in a series of clashes. The jousting spectacle was entertaining, but deep down, I knew that jousting was merely a display of different skills rather than the true measure of a fighter's prowess. As the bards often sang, it was a sport, not a real battle. Although talent played a role in it, the skills required for jousting were not always directly indicative of a fighter's abilities in actual combat. This became especially clear as Jorah Mormont emerged victorious, defying the usual expectations. Jaime rose from the ground, dusting himself off and retrieving his helmet. Seizing the opportunity, I stood up from my seat behind Lord Stark and let out a cheer before speaking, my words laced with playful sarcasm, a magnificent example of falling off a horse indeed. The invincible knight, as the bards say. Huzzah! Jaime's frustration was evident as he angrily flung his helmet into the mud and stormed off the arena. Encouraged by the spectacle, I decided to approach Lord Tywin Lannister. After a respectful bow, I addressed him, my tone respectful but firm. I hold no grievances with your son, my lord. However, I do not back down from a challenge. He picked a fight, and he will face the consequences. I hope this doesn't offend you. Lord Tywin responded, his tone calculated. My son may be 25 named days old, but he still displays the recklessness of a young knight. This is a matter between two knights and will be resolved as such. Amidst the approval of the surrounding lords, I sensed that Lord Tywin's words held a hidden layer of deception. It was clear that he was not as unfazed as he pretended to be. My victory over his son would surely sow seeds of resentment despite his outward appearance of acceptance. While Lord Tywin held immense wealth, his power held little sway in the north. I was determined to leave a mark in the north and earn my place among its nobility, regardless of his influence. Taking my position back in the arena, my gaze fixed on Hosteen Frey, my next opponent. The burly man with a square face and formidable stature prepared himself for the contest. While most Freys were known for their less than admirable reputation, Hostein's robust build and features set him apart. As he donned his helmet with twin towers on its top, we charged at each other, the clash of our lances resonating through the air. I quickly devised a strategy, feigning a higher aim and then adjusting my lance's trajectory at the last moment to strike his shield. It worked, and he was unseated with surprising ease. In the final round, I faced none other than Esser Jorah Mormont, who had been knighted by the king just after the battle. His decision to accept the knighthood from the Seven puzzled me, given the northern preference for the old gods. Regardless, his stature as a northern lord added another layer of significance to our impending duel. As we readied ourselves, Jorah returned to the arena with a handkerchief bearing the crest of House Hightower tied to his lance. Linus Hightower's favor had been bestowed upon him, making it clear who he intended to honor as the Queen of Love and Beauty. It struck me as a peculiar choice, considering the stark contrast of beliefs between the North and the faith of the Seven. Nevertheless, the favor represented a connection between them that I couldn't ignore. Our joust commenced, and I sensed Jorah's frustration beneath his composed exterior. Engaging in 6 clashes, I wanted to avoid an immediate victory to maintain the illusion of a fair fight. So, not to hurt his pride, at the 7th clash, I skillfully unseated him, extending a hand to help him up. A good fight, Esser Jorah, I acknowledged. His disappointment was palpable, but he gracefully raised my hand and proclaimed, indeed, it was our champion, Esser Ermir Drazel. I chose not to crown anyone as the Queen of Love and Beauty, kneeling before the king to accept my award. With no retinue of my own, I entrusted the gold to Lord Stark for safekeeping. The days continued with feasting and celebration, leading up to the final duel against Jaime. This time, the melee was designed uniquely, commencing with our duel as part of the larger event. As a result, the loser of our duel would be eliminated from the melee. I focused my efforts on enhancing my physical abilities before facing Jaime, aware that his superior strength and speed gave him an advantage. Jaime's approach was aggressive, attempting to strike at my legs with a slash. I countered his attacks with agile movements, stepping back to evade his blows. His determination grew, and he resorted to more forceful tactics, including a shield bash. Using my heightened reflexes and flexibility, I managed to dodge and block his continuous assaults effectively. Although I was on the defensive for most of the duel, I chose not to employ my spells to their full extent, saving my true abilities for a later time. Because I had only one opportunity since I was not going to kill him, he would realize something was wrong if I used many spells. At the same time, I wanted to glean more insights from this fight. Jaime's overconfidence led him to underestimate my capabilities, assuming I would be unable to counter his attacks effectively. The clash between us continued since my reflexes and flexibility were almost beyond human, my defensive maneuvers bewildering Jaime. He began to rely on sheer physicality, attempting shield bashes and charges in his frustration. I allowed him to push me backward while strategically maintaining my balance. Observing his growing frustration, I knew that timing was crucial for my next move. In the midst of the battle, I seized a brief opportunity. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse, I executed a swift maneuver that dived right under his sword while blocking him with my sword and caught him off guard. This annoyed him. The strike landed, but it was not enough to defeat him. He wasn't more talented than me, but physically, he had superiority. As the duel progressed, Jaime's arrogance and frustration became more pronounced, and he taunted me. Did you swallow your tongue? Aren't you going to regale us with tales of the invincible Northern Knights? Chapter 157. 290 AC. Pav third person. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the sprawling tournament grounds of Lannisport. The air was charged with anticipation, a palpable energy that crackled among the assembled spectators and participants. Banners of various noble houses fluttered in the breeze, lending a colorful backdrop to the festivities. It was a grand occasion, a convergence of skill and pageantry that only a tourney of this scale could offer. Amid the eager crowd, the duel between Ermir and Jaime Lannister was well underway, a clash of a young knight and hero of the North, Sword of Winter, and the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, that had captivated the attention of all who bore witness. Their swords clashed with a resounding ring, each strike a testament to their mastery of the blade. The dance of combat played out before the enthralled audience, each Movement, a calculated maneuver aimed at gaining an advantage. Ermir's perspective on the battle shifted as if he had unlocked a heightened state of awareness. The ebb and flow of the duel seemed to unfold before him in slow motion, his anticipation allowing him to predict Jaime's every move before it materialized. His 10-year dedication to sword training, combined with his 5x skill multiplier, had transformed him into a force to be reckoned with, a paragon of mastery that bordered on the level of Esser Barristan Selmy, a renowned knight of Westeros. The clash continued, a whirlwind of steel and determination that resonated throughout the arena. The spectators watched with bated breath, utterly captivated by the display of skill and strategy. It was a battle of wits as much as a physical contest, a duel that transcended the confines of the tournament ground. As the duel progressed, the combatants' contrasting styles became apparent. Jaime Lannister fought with an aggressive ferocity, his strikes powerful and relentless, yet Ermir's finesse and calculated approach allowed him to deflect each blow with precision. It was a dance of strength and technique, a symphony of clashes that echoed through the air. The sun's rays gleamed upon their blades as they locked in another exchange, the intensity of their focus apparent in the furrowed brows and clenched jaws. Ermir's strategy was clear: to exploit his opponent's openings and turn them into opportunities. With a quick parry, he maneuvered Jaime into a momentary imbalance and swiftly capitalized on the advantage. Using his mastery of both swordsmanship and magic, Ermir executed a spell with deft precision. Formotegen, the earth obeyed his command, a slight bump forming beneath Jaime's pivot foot. The Kingslayer stumbled, and in the split second of vulnerability, Ermir seized the initiative. His blade whirled through the air, poised to strike. Yet Jaime's experience came to his aid. He twisted his body, rolling back and creating distance to regain his footing. However, Ermir was relentless. Closing the distance once more, he bashed Jaime with his shield, using the force of his advantage to unbalance him. The Kingslayer's resilience was evident as he countered, relying on his formidable strength. Their clash of arms and strategy was a dance that had the crowd on the edge of their seats. Jaime's breathing grew heavy as the duel wore on, fatigue beginning to take its toll. Meanwhile, Ermir remained poised and calculated, his stamina unwavering, thanks to his stamina buff. The crowd could sense the shift in momentum, the once dominant Kingslayer now finding himself at a disadvantage. Unfazed by his opponent's tactics, Ermir adapted. Ermir unleashed a series of strikes aimed at disorienting his opponent. He changed his grip to a reverse grip, and the pommel of his blade hammered Jaime's helmet, causing him to stagger. The audience roared with each clash, their excitement building with the ebb and flow of the battle. It was a spectacle that transcended mere combat, a display of skill and strategy that showcased the essence of their characters. As the duel reached its zenith, Ermir's calculated maneuvers led him to a defining moment. An opening emerged, and he seized it with precision, parrying past Jaime's sword and placing his own blade at the Kingslayer's throat. The battle was won through strategy, precision, and a deep understanding of the art of combat. The arena erupted into cheers and applause, a chorus of appreciation for the skill and determination on display. Ermir's victory was met with admiration from all corners, a testament to his mastery of the blade and his ability to outmaneuver even the most formidable opponents. And so, under the sun's warm embrace and amidst the backdrop of banners and cheering crowds, Ermir stood victorious. He gazed out at the faces before him, the realm's narrative forever altered by the clash of swords that had unfolded. In the annals of Westerosi history, the duel between Ermir and Jaime Lannister would forever be remembered as a moment that embodied the essence of the tourney, a collision of legends that left an indelible mark on the realm's tapestry. Jaime's sword clattered to the ground, a clear admission of defeat. Without awaiting any formal announcement, he strode away from the arena. His frustration palpable. Amidst the aftermath of the duel, the reverberations of Robert Baratheon's hearty laughter resounded in the air. The king's voice carried above the din, addressing Ermir with a nod of approval. Let him go. It was a magnificent duel, Esser Drazel. Let's not detain the lord and knight of the realm any longer. Take your place now for the melee. Ermir's squire, Keegan, arrived with his horse and crescent halberd. Mounting gracefully, Ermir joined the ranks of his fellow warriors in anticipation of the upcoming 15 versus 15 melees. His teammates were an imposing assembly of formidable individuals, including Jason Mallister, Beric Dondarrion, Brynden, Blackfish, Tully, Sandor, the Hound, Clegane, Rickard Karstark, and Roderick, the Ruin, Forester. The remaining combatants on his side bore the distinctive crests of the Reach and the Vale, their allegiances clear even as their identities remained unknown. Facing them were 14 adversaries, their number diminished by Jaime's withdrawal. The opposing team featured warriors of renown such as Gregor, the Mountain, Clegane, Jon Royce, Jorah Mormont, Hosteen and Ryman Frey, Lyle Crakehall, Boros Blunt, and Thoros of Myr. As the melee commenced, the tourney ground transformed into a battleground, each side charging towards the other with an audible blast of horns. The initial moments saw Thoros of Myr invoking green flames on his sword, a sight that spooked some horses and led to a series of falls. The chaos of the charge claimed several riders from Ermir's side, prompting swift intervention from him. Reacting swiftly, Ermir cast Udrad Nies, command animal, pacifying his own horse in the face of the eerie flames. Unfazed, he directed his steed towards Thoros. A clash between halberd and shield ensued, with Thoros struggling to maintain his equilibrium before tumbling from his mount. When he regained his footing, Ermir's halberd struck the helm, a calculated blow that incapacitated Thoros without lethal intent. Ermir's commitment to avoiding fatalities in the melee was evident, a testament to his determination to prevent unnecessary harm during this mock battle. Surveying the field, Ermir recognized the tide turning against his side. The knights, though engaged in a simulated conflict, still sought out one-on-one duels where honor could be upheld. Ermir's strategic use of Udrad Nies, command animal, on the opposing team's horses had slowed their advance, unsettling their ranks. The melee unfolded with frenzied energy, alliances and rivalries converging in a symphony of clashing steel. Lord Malister faced Jon Royce, the Hound, and Rickard Karstark, trying to hold off the Mountain contended with Blackfish. Beric Dondarrion and Blackfish engaged in combat, with Jorah Mormont and Lyle Crakehall. Roderick Forrester squared off against Boros Blunt, while Ermir found himself in a battle of his own. As he fended off the advances of the two Frey brothers, Ryman and Hosteen, Ermir's halberd granted him a strategic advantage. Despite Ryman's lance finding its mark on Ermir's leg, the seasoned warrior used the moment to launch a counterattack. A forceful strike against Ryman's shoulder sent him sprawling, and Ermir pivoted his attention to Hosteen. The clash intensified as Hosteen wielded his battle axe against Ermir's defenses. The impact reverberated through Ermir's shield arm, and the strain on his right side was palpable. In a fluid motion, he transitioned to his sword, seizing an opportune moment to thrust it into Hosteen's blind spot, a gap created by his raised shield. The blade found its mark, embedding in Hosteen's leg with a swift, calculated movement. The melee continued in full force as the Frey brother fell off his horse. Chapter 158, 290 AC. Pav MC. The clash of steel resounded on the field, the sun's rays glinting off the armored combatants as they battled for glory. I struck one more Frey. They were like weeds, no end to them. The chainmail on his leg offered little protection against the might of Red Rain, and he winced as the sword pierced his leg. The pain forced him to momentarily lower his guard, a mistake I seized by landing a swift blow on his helmet. The helmet held firm against the strike, although it became bent and marred, it withstood the sword's penetration in a single blow. Yet, the impact had taken its toll, causing his head to snap back, and he tumbled off his horse, a grimace of pain contorting his face. I didn't allow him a moment's respite. Immediately, I invoked Abra Rucklow, Life Bloom, on my arm and leg, relieving the throbbing agony. Both Hosteen and this Frey had matching scars now. Had the battle unfolded under the shroud of night, the faint luminescence hue emanating from beneath my armor might have betrayed the presence of my healing spell. However, under the blazing sun, the light remained obscured, thanks to the armor's gleam and the brilliance of daylight. A surge of renewal coursed through me, the final skirmishes coming to an end. Rickard Karstark lay incapacitated, courtesy of the Mountain, while the Hound grappled fiercely with his brother. Both warriors were dismounted, sprawled upon the ground. Amidst the grappling, the Mountain overpowered the Hound, rendering him unconscious. He clutched a hefty stone, poised to crush his sibling's head beneath its weight. Responding swiftly to the impending brutality, I surged forward, Red Rain slicing through the air to strike the Mountain's helmet square on. The sword caved the helmet slightly, and he collapsed onto his back, rivulets of blood trickling from beneath his helm. No qualms plagued me, this beast was a blight upon the honor of knights. My moment of triumph was fleeting, replaced by a scene of agony as he writhed in torment, his hands grappling at his damaged helmet. The brute had yet to succumb to death's embrace. Soldiers hastened to collect the fallen combatants from the field. Amidst the debris, Lord Malister, Blackfish, Boros Blunt, and I remained standing. The melee had concluded, and our side emerged victorious. Now, it was an unstructured contest to determine the top 3. Closing in on me, Blackfish's gait bore the weight of his exertions. His labored breathing showed the toll paid by the combat. His advanced age seemed to have caught up with him. Despite his evident fatigue, his experience lent him a tenacity unmatched. After minutes of fervent struggle, I managed to land a blow upon his shoulder, forcing his surrender. The stamina enhancement proved its worth, yet beads of sweat adorned my brow, and the telltale twinge of fatigue crept into my arms. Meanwhile, Lord Malister orchestrated a successful unseating of Esser Blunt from his horse. As the latter clambered to his feet, Lord Malister capitalized on the opportunity, dealing a punishing kick to his head while galloping past on his steed. Lord Malister then unveiled his helmet, revealing a gash above his left eye, crimson streams coursing down his face. Frustration etched his features as he futilely attempted to wipe the blood away with his sleeve. I dismounted, making my way to him and suggesting, "Lord Malister, permit the maester to tend to your eye. I would prefer to face you at your best." Disembarking from his horse, Lord Malister approached the waiting maester. Though the wound was cleaned, the bleeding persisted, defying the maester's attempts to staunch it. "My lord, I require more time to address this wound. Just stem the bleeding for the moment." From my belt, I procured a small case, tossing it to the maester. Within lay an orange salve, unfamiliar to his eyes. "What is this?" "It's a healing salve for bruises and bleeding. It'll halt the bleeding temporarily and expedite the healing process." The maester hesitated before employing the unknown ointment. Impatience tinged Lord Malister's voice as he intervened. "Just use the damn thing. Do you truly believe Esser Drazel would provide something hazardous?" The salve was applied, its effect gradually diminishing the bleeding until it ceased entirely. While its potency waned with larger wounds, it efficaciously stemmed the flow from minor flesh injuries. Lord Malister approached toward me, salve in hand, but I raised my hand and spoke. With a grin, "Keep it, you might find it useful." He responded with robust laughter, declaring, "You cheeky Esser Drazel, let's see who ends up needing it." As the clash of steel against steel reverberated, I met his first strike with the resonant ring of red rain, my Valyrian sword. Lord Malister had superior physical strength, and I had my skill 5x skill, the experience it provided and the enchanted properties of my Valyrian weapon. Our swords danced in the air, a whirlwind of steel and determination. Each movement was a calculated step, a dance of offense and defense that echoed the ebb and flow of battle itself. Malister's strikes were powerful and precise, his determination evident with every swing. His blade whistled through the air, aiming to exploit any opening in my defense. Yet, my years of honing my swordsmanship skills had cultivated a finesse that allowed me to anticipate his moves. My responses were fluid and precise, a symphony of calculated parries and counterattacks. The crowd watched in awe as our battle unfolded, the clash of our weapons punctuating the tension that hung in the air. Malister's sweat-slicked brow glistened in the sunlight, his breath ragged as he pressed the attack. His strategy was clear: to test my mettle, to exploit any potential weakness. But I remained steadfast, my focus unbroken, my resolve unwavering. But the melee we had before was showing its effects. He was tired. A series of lightning-fast strikes followed, each aimed at finding a chink in my defenses. The force behind Malister's blows was undeniable, a testament to his strength, but with every strike, his breathing turned more laborious. In a seamless maneuver, I deflected Malister's strike and countered with a swift feint, causing him to momentarily lower his guard. Capitalizing on the opportunity, I lunged forward, the tip of my sword aimed at his chest. Malister's reflexes kicked in, and he managed to twist his body just in time to avoid the heavy strike. The tip of red rain bites through his armor, leaving a deep mark, a testament to the danger and sharpness of the magical sword. A murmur spread through the crowd, the tension palpable as the battle reached its climax. Malister's eyes held a mix of frustration and respect, a silent acknowledgement of the formidable adversary before him. With a renewed burst of energy, he launched a final assault. His strikes were as fast as ever, but devoid of his previous ferocity. It was in this moment of heightened intensity that my skill, experience, and the Valyrian steel converged in a decisive strike. I sidestepped Malister's oncoming blow, allowing his momentum to carry him past me. In a swift motion, I pivoted and swung Red Rain in a powerful arc, the blade connecting with his armor. The impact was met with a resounding crash, the force of the blow denting his armor and causing him to stumble. The crowd gasped, their collective breath held as they witnessed the culmination of our battle. Malister's sword fell from his grasp, the clang of steel against stone echoing through the arena. As he staggered, I approached him, Red Rain poised at his throat. "Do you yield, Lord Malister?" "I do." I helped him get up, and he raised my arm and said, "Our champion." Arm raised, we were met with a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Victorious in both joust and melee, the competitor I bested earlier secured the third-place position. Before the king, we stood as he addressed me. "Esser Drazel, you have wrought many triumphs upon this war's battlefield, demonstrating your prowess as the preeminent champion. As the realm's sovereign, I extend to you this reward." The gold I received elevated me to a wealthier status than most northern lords. My thoughts were already set on claiming victory in the archery competition, too. King Robert continued, "As pledged earlier, I, King Robert Baratheon, fist of his name, King of the Andals, the Royners, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the realm of Westeros, decided to title Esser Ermir Drazel a noble of this realm." A sense of relief washed over me, accompanied by a tingling sensation in my stomach. One of the major barriers had been vanquished. Yet, bestowing you with noble standing alone would be inadequate recompense for all your contributions in this war. He turned to Lord Stark and queried, "Ned, do you not concur that we should also grant him some land?" He virtually shielded the northern coastline single-handedly. Before Lord Stark could respond, Jon Royce interjected, "My king, conferring upon him landed noble status in a single stride might prove improper. Many landless nobles have made substantial contributions to this war." Jon Royce's smirk was a display of self-satisfaction, as though he believed he had achieved some cunning victory. Little did he know that his interruption meant nothing. I was going to refuse the landed title. If I allowed myself to be promoted twice in quick succession, it would undoubtedly ignite jealousy and resentment among the minor nobles who had fought alongside me in this war. The implications were clear. I would be seen as an upstart, overly ambitious, and driven by greed. Major houses would view me with skepticism, questioning my loyalty and intentions. It was a precarious position to be in, one that could undermine the alliances and camaraderie formed during the conflict. However, my inner ambition was no secret to myself. I harbored grand aspirations and a thirst for power, but it was a truth best kept hidden from prying eyes. I had learned the art of subtlety and the power of perception, using the facade of honor and humility to my advantage. By declining the offer of land, I could further solidify my reputation as a man of integrity, a warrior who valued honor above personal gain. As the crowd's cheers and the fervor of victory resonated in the air, I exchanged a knowing glance with Lord Stark. His approval was evident, his gaze reflecting an understanding of the unspoken dynamics at play. It was clear that the decision was mine to make, and I had already resolved on the path I would take. With a composed demeanor, I approached the gathered assembly, where King Robert Baratheon stood. The weight of his words held significance, as he had the power to bestow not only titles but also shape the course of my future. His voice, authoritative and commanding, cut through the air as he addressed the victorious warriors. "Esser Drazel, your valor and prowess in this war have brought honor to your name and glory to the realm. As King of the Seven Kingdoms, it is my privilege to see you fight." "Ha ha, this battle maniac." The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on me as I stood before the king, a mixture of anticipation and curiosity hanging in the air. Gold glimmered in my palm, a tangible symbol of recognition and reward. The weight of the moment was undeniable, a crossroads that could define my legacy. "Today," King Robert continued, his words carrying the weight of his authority, he pulled his sword and put it on my shoulder. "I declare Esser Ermir Drazel noble of the realm." The words resounded, and a wave of emotion surged within me. It was a testament to my dedication, my sacrifices, and my unwavering commitment. Yet, even as I received the title of a noble, I knew I had to make a choice now. To accept a land from the king or to refuse it. Of course, this wasn't even a choice for me. I had my own plans. Chapter 159. 290 AC. Pav third person. My king, please bestow this honor onto other houses. I have already enjoyed your great generosity in establishing my house. I will make more contributions to the north to deserve owning land. Thanks to the blessing of the old gods, I have become one of the protectors of the north. Ermir earnestly implored, his words carrying a sense of humility and duty. Brave and humble, Ned, you are one lucky wolf, King Robert replied with a hearty laughter, acknowledging Ermir's modesty. Ned Stark returned the laughter with a modest smile, his uneasiness fading as he found common ground with the king's sentiments. Robert Baratheon, known for his jovial demeanor and love of wine, took a deep sip from his goblet, the rich red liquid swirling within. He continued speaking, his eyes now fixed on the gathering. I have already said I will reward you. So, what should I give you other than land? The king's brow furrowed as he pondered, his thoughts drifting towards finding a suitable token of appreciation. In the midst of this thoughtful pause, Ermir Drazel, the newly made noble of the kingdom, seized the moment to make his own request. He believed the king's generosity extended beyond mere land, and he had a particular desire in mind, one that he hoped would further bolster his knowledge. My king, could I ask for something? Ermir's voice was measured and respectful as he addressed the king. Tell me if it is reasonable, I will grant it, King Robert responded, his curiosity piqued by Ermir's request. With determination in his eyes, Ermir pressed on, outlining his petition. I would like to retain the services of a master blacksmith of Qohor, and I heard there was one in your service. Is it possible for him to work for me exclusively for 2 years? The king considered the request for a few seconds, and after that brief moment of contemplation, King Robert gave his consent. Is that it? He inquired, seeking confirmation from Ermir. Ermir nodded firmly. Yes, my king. Okay then, I grant that to you. The king's decision was final, and he turned to his king guards to ascertain the name of the blacksmith in question. Tobo Mott will exclusively work for you, and the crown will pay for 2 years. After that, it will be up to you and him. With this exchange, the atmosphere in the hall remained charged with a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect as the king honored the requests of his loyal vassals. The final day of the grand tourney had arrived, and the atmosphere was filled with anticipation as the archery contest took center stage. Unlike the previous days, this event saw a diverse group of participants, including commoners who had a chance to showcase their skills. Among the knights, however, there lingered a sentiment that archery was an inferior art, often dismissing it as a coward's weapon. Most of them looked down on the weapon, calling it a soldier's weapon. Nevertheless, the archers lined up, ready to prove their mettle. The contest commenced with the target set at a reasonable 40 meters. Succeeding at this distance allowed the archers to progress to the next challenging targets, strategically placed at 60, 80, and 100 meters, each demanding greater precision and skill. As the distance increased to 60 meters, the field narrowed considerably. Among the contestants, 5 had managed to maintain their accuracy, showcasing their prowess in archery. 2 of these skilled archers hailed from noble backgrounds, while the remaining 3 were common soldiers. Fletcher and Angai, representing the common folk, and nobles Balan Swan and Jalabar Exho. Jalabar Exho, in particular, stood out as an exiled prince from the Summer Isles. His striking appearance, adorned with a feather cape resplendent in green and scarlet hues, drew the eyes of many. His bow, crafted from the rare goldenheart tree, was considered second only to the legendary dragon bone bows. Advancing to the 80-meter target brought a surge of excitement among the participants and the crowd. However, it also marked the end of the journey for Balan Swan and Fletcher Dick, who had displayed exceptional skill but fell just short of advancing further. This left Ermir Drazel, Angai, and Jalabar as the final contenders, each eager to claim the coveted title. Jalabar Exho was the first to release an arrow at the 100-meter target, his shot missing the bullseye. Following him, Angai stepped forward, releasing his arrow with the precision that struck the bullseye. The crowd erupted into cheers, acknowledging the incredible display of skill. Ermir, too, demonstrated his mastery by hitting the bullseye, and the audience's excitement soared. 2 of the contenders had hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy, setting the stage for an intense showdown. With the competition progressing to the 120-meter target, Ermir decided to inject an element of flair. Turning to Angai, he proposed a friendly wager, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "You are a great archer, Angai," Ermir complimented. "Thank you, my lord, your words honor me greatly," Angai replied humbly. "Shall we make this contest more interesting?" Ermir suggested, a playful grin tugging at his lips. Intrigued, Angai inquired, "What do you have in mind, my lord?" "If I emerge victorious, you shall come and serve me," Ermir proposed, the glint of competition shining in his eyes. With a spirited glint of his own, Angai questioned, "And what if, by chance, I emerge as the victor?" Ermir's confidence remained unwavering as he declared, "That, my friend, is a scenario we need not entertain. But should it occur, I shall bestow upon you all my gold." The crowd, catching wind of their spirited exchange, buzzed with excitement. The prospect of such a wager added an extra layer of suspense to the contest. With the stakes set, Ermir readied himself for the challenge. He picked up 3 arrows, deftly knocking one to the bowstring while holding the others between his fingers. His movements were so swift that it almost appeared as though he had fired a single arrow. In rapid succession, the arrows were released, and the sounds of their impact echoed through the air: thump, thump, crack. 2 of Ermir's arrows found their mark on the bullseye, while the third split an arrow already embedded in the target before striking the bullseye itself. The silence that followed was momentary, giving way to an eruption of cheers and applause from the crowd. Angai, Jalabar, and Fletcher looked on in awe, their jaws figuratively dropping. Undaunted by Ermir's impressive performance, Angai stepped up to take his shots. However, his speed and accuracy couldn't match Ermir's. He managed to strike the target twice, landing in the outer rings, while the other last shot narrowly missed its mark while nicking the edge of the target. With this triumphant display, Ermir was crowned the archery champion, having emerged victorious in all 3 contests, the joust, the melee, and now the archery. His prowess and achievements were solidifying his status in the north as a formidable figure. Although the path to establishing his holdfast lay ahead, Ermir knew that time was on his side. With patience and strategic planning, he would cultivate the necessary prestige within the north to attract talented individuals to his service. Propaganda, bolstered by his Druid persona, would become a potent tool in creating a hidden network of allies and supporters. As the grand tourney concluded, the various lords began their journeys back to their respective lands. The matter of the Iron Islands had been addressed, with Harlaw chosen as the new lord of Iron Island and the Sea. Additionally, Theon Greyjoy, Balon's heir, had been entrusted to Lord Stark's care as a hostage. Despite these measures, Ermir remained vigilant, wary of the potential return of Balon Greyjoy's other troublesome brothers, Victarion, Aeron, and Euron, who had eluded capture and could pose future threats. Chapter 160, 290 AC. Pav Third Person, Unknown Underground Catacombs. In the heart of a dimly lit, circular chamber, a man draped in immaculate white attire occupied one of the 7 throne-like chairs that encircled a grand, round table made out of shiny black stone. Despite the ancient aura of the room, not a trace of dust marred its surfaces. The walls, fashioned from glossy, obsidian-like stone, bore meticulously carved motifs and intricate ritualistic carvings that adorned their surfaces. The solemnity of the moment was abruptly disrupted as the chamber's doors flung open. In strode 2 women and a man, their voices raised in fervent argument. The man, standing tall with a physique reminiscent of a chiseled statue, boasted skin of the deepest hues of black, reflecting a healthy vitality. Though short, stout, and robust, not a hint of excess fat could be found on his muscular frame. His dark brown armor, noticeably absent of sleeves, showcased the power in his thick, sinewy arms. One of the women, elderly yet commanding, possessed a crown of snow-white hair that did little to diminish her regal and formidable presence. The other woman, a striking figure with a cascade of fiery red hair bound in a lengthy braid that descended to her waist, was clad in vibrant red armor, her toned physique exuding a blend of strength and beauty that was nothing short of remarkable. Taking their seats around the stone table, the man in white inquired of the elderly woman, "Why have you summoned this meeting?" Her response was swift and direct. "Where are the others?" The red-haired woman interjected, her tone laced with scorn. "Do you honestly expect those peculiar beings to grace us with their presence? They are likely preoccupied with their arcane diversions." The elderly woman's tone shifted, her voice tinged with frustration as she revealed a startling revelation as she pointed at the red-haired woman. Are you aware of what she did? She mercilessly slaughtered all my men to conceal the existence of the Druid. The dark-skinned man, brows furrowing in concern, questioned her actions. Why would you resort to such measures? The red-haired woman chimed in, her impatience evident. Because a profound boredom consumes me. Because of you too, she continued while pointing at the dark-skinned man and the man in white. She turned to the man in white. You corrupted Azor Ahai before I could engage him. After he sacrificed his wife for power, he became nothing more than an empty vessel. She turned to the dark-skinned man, and you obliterated one of the greatest empires without notifying me. I was eagerly anticipating that war. Her frustration culminated in a forceful blow to the stone table, causing it to shatter momentarily before miraculously mending itself. Why did I agree to join forces with you all? I did not do so for mere sustenance. I only longed for the vibrant feast I could engage in on the battlefield. Allow me to clarify. Should you interfere with him before he attains his full potential, I shall confront you, even to the death. If I am deprived of worthy adversaries, then I shall content myself with dueling you all. She continued smashing her fists on the stone table and threw a temper tantrum like a child. I am so bored. The elderly woman tried to reason with her. Why are you acting so recklessly? He may be the new champion of the true god of this realm. Unfazed, the red-haired woman's retort was uncompromising. Very well, I hope he is. Even if he is the champion, what difference would it make? We require war and chaos. For him to establish his presence necessitates a confrontation with the faithful of the Seven. Is that not what we desire? The dark-skinned man said. Even if we refrain from intervening, she, being the closest to Westeros, has already suffered an affront to her servants. Do you honestly believe she would overlook such an affront? The red-haired woman sneers at him. Unless the Druid presents himself at her doorstep, she would remain indifferent. She doesn't care about any of them. Should he fail to unify Westeros and beat her, I shall not concern myself with one so feeble. The elderly woman, her tone fraught with exasperation, implored, are you advocating for her demise? The red-haired woman's response was unequivocal. No, I am conveying my indifference. Do not feign concern for one another, for none of us harbor such sentiments. Our alliance serves the purpose of quelling the indigenous gods whenever we set foot on a new world. I am simply forthright in my declaration that I would remain unmoved should any of you meet your end. I am well aware that you share my sentiments. So, keep your crocodile tears for yourself. The man in white interjected thoughtfully, what if you die at his hand, too? Are you indifferent to your own demise as well? Indeed, I am, she affirmed. Though I may experience vexation and perhaps unleash devastation upon this planet when I return to my true body, I shall eventually venture elsewhere and commence a new game. Why are you all acting like this is our final destination? This is just a dinner stop with games. The dark-skinned man weighed in, posing a pivotal question, shall we abstain from interfering until he ushers in an era of new order? The man in white, considering the arguments presented, offered a pragmatic perspective. She does raise valid points. By refraining from intervention, we allow him to sow the seeds of war and chaos, a circumstance that would serve our interests until the time when he establishes order. Then it warrants for our involvement. A decision was reached. The red-haired woman, with a touch of nostalgia in her voice, recalled a bygone era, lamenting. I yearn for the age of heroes, a time when powerful beings roamed freely. Each day was marked by arduous struggles and epic battles. I long for another grand confrontation and am resolved to achieve it. Allow me to be unequivocal. If any of you intend to send your servants to Westeros, consider the consequences, for I have indulged in this abundance dinner long enough, and I need not strip every morsel from its bones. All I desire is glorious battles to come, nothing else. The red-haired woman, reflecting on her past conquests, revealed a deep-seated yearning for battle. I miss the Dawn Emperor, she mused. They say you never forget your first. It holds true, I still recall the day I stood before his lifeless body. While caressing a prominent scar that ran through her neck to chest tenderly, she continued. Perhaps I should have savored that moment more, for he was the sole human to offer me such a grand gift. A fond smile graced her lips as she recollected, my blood still boils at the memory of that battle. None of his descendants ever matched his might. With each passing generation, they grew weaker. It took us millennia, but with the assistance of our dear sister, we corrupted that envious weakling and brought an end to their dynasty. Mortals, in their ignorance, believe they emerged victorious. With the grand tourney of words concluded, those beings departed the chamber, their intentions clear. As they ventured into the realm of men, they would continue to shape events from the shadows, orchestrating chaos and conflict until the time was ripe for their intervention. Chapter 161. 290 AC. POV MC. This marked the final night of the festivities, and some of the lords had already departed for their respective lands. After over 2 weeks of continuous revelry, it was a relief to know that it would soon be drawing to a close. Tomorrow, we would begin our journey back home. The king, however, had a penchant for indulging in these celebrations a bit too enthusiastically. A fierce warrior on the battlefield, he transformed into a glutton once his hammer was set aside. I made a conscious effort to keep my distance from him. Flies swarmed around him, and I had no desire to create new enemies by engaging in conversation I might later regret. Across the room, Jalabar Exo sat alone, nursing his drink. He stood out with his traditional brightly colored feathers, his solemn demeanor, dark complexion, and a cleanly shaved head. "Your Highness, may I join you?" I inquired. He took another sip from his wine and replied with a welcoming smile, "Ah, the great champion. Welcome, welcome, please, sit with me." He let out a heavy sigh before continuing, "If only I had a man of your caliber by my side, I might not have tasted defeat in my sacred duel and lost my throne." "Sacred duel?" I asked, intrigued. "In my homeland, we do not wage wars as you do. Only true warriors engage in combat. When nobles must fight, it is in a tourney-like battle. Similar to the melee, but a deadly one. I lost and was exiled while my rival claimed my throne. As the night wore on, I engaged in a meaningful conversation with the prince. Time flowed uninterrupted, much like the wine in our cups. His inebriation grew apparent, and he began lamenting his lack of support from the Iron Throne. King Robert promised me military aid, but the vipers in his court whispered in his ear and changed his mind, he slurred. "Why not challenge your rivals once more with better fighters this time?" I suggested. He gazed somberly into his cup for a while, then downed his wine and replied, "I am in exile, without the honor or right to do so. If I were to return, only the executioner's blade awaits me. My prince, may I speak candidly? Of course, I hold you in high regard, and it's clear you are a good-hearted man. However, your obsession with the throne clouds your judgment. You acknowledge you lack the right to it, yet you still desire it, even though invasion. But even if you were to seize the throne by force, once the Westerosi army retreats, you will face constant rebellions and challenges to your rule." My words seemed to strike a chord with him, and he fell into deep contemplation. "My prince, you are alive and well. Why not live your life fully rather than languishing in the corners of a court? King Robert will never send troops to help you reclaim your throne, and even if he did, it would likely be in vain. You offer wisdom, but you have never ruled. You have never sat on a throne, commanding the room, being the most powerful and important person present. You cannot truly understand," he responded with a nod. But before I could continue, he slumped onto the table and began snoring. I sometimes envied them, missing the pleasant haze of intoxication. However, in this body, getting drunk was now impossible. I could feel a slight tipsiness, but the moment I stopped drinking, my body efficiently purged the alcohol from my system. We were en route to Winterfell, traveling at a leisurely pace. Half of the northern army still accompanied us, and most northern lords remained by our side. This slow progress meant I couldn't simply leave and reach Winterfell within a few days. I needed to get to know these lords and establish connections with as many as possible. The Boltons, Dustons, and Ricewells were among the early departures. As we rode slowly, Lord Stark approached me and instructed everyone else to create distance, ensuring privacy. "What are your plans?" he inquired. "What do you mean, my lord?" I replied. "Why did you decline to become a landed lord?" "Because it was premature, and, as Jon Royce rightly pointed out, it would have created animosity among the other nobles." Lord Stark observed the wagons in the middle of the convoy before speaking again. "You are now one of the wealthiest individuals in the north. What are your intentions with your newfound wealth?" "Some of it I will invest, and some I must spend immediately. Be mindful not to squander your fortune. I will grant you land when you reach the age of 18 to 20. At that time, no one will oppose it. However, I can only offer you a modest holdfast. I would prefer a sizable but ruined one, I replied. You already have one in mind, don't you? Which one is it? If it's one of the castles around the gift, I cannot grant it, no matter how dilapidated. Those lands are already claimed by the Watch. It's not one of those. I was considering becoming the gatekeeper of the North. Initially perplexed, Lord Stark soon realized my intentions. Your funds wouldn't even cover a tenth of the repairs needed for the dilapidated castle. Why would you want Moat Cailin? If I were to choose any other location, it would inevitably encroach on other lords' territories, sparking needless land disputes. By selecting Moat Cailin, I would only be appropriating a small portion from the Dustans and Manderleys. It's unfortunate but necessary, but you will still face land disputes. What difference does it make? It does matter who I'm clashing with. If I had taken root around Sea Dragon Point, it would have been worse since the land is predominantly rocky. Claiming arable land from the Glovers would have exacerbated our already strained relations. However, at Moat Cailin, much of the area lies unused due to the superstition surrounding the castle. I glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot before continuing. Confronting the Dustans and Manderleys is a different matter. In what way? My lord, you understand as well as I do. If the Manderleys weren't wealthy, they would have been expelled from the north due to their religious beliefs long ago. Lord Stark's face contorted in anger as he responded, I will not tolerate any conspiracy against a loyal house like the Manderleys. Please, stay calm, my lord. I am not conspiring against them. I intend to bring about their conversion, thus eliminating any religious division among us. The process may take anywhere from 5 to 20 years, depending on the success of my plan. However, I assure you that nothing will happen to the Manderleys unless they betray the North. They would never betray us, Lord Stark declared firmly. My lord, one should never underestimate the influence of religion. If the Manderleys adhere to the dictates of the Septons and act against the interests of the North, I can do nothing to protect them. Initially, only the Manderleys followed the faith of the Seven, but over time, Oldcastle, Widow's Watch, and Ramsgate also converted. If we do not address this issue, the rot will spread throughout the entire tree. Chapter 162. 291 AC. Pav third person. After 2 moons of marching, they finally reached Winterfell. The journey had been tortuous, moving at the sluggish pace of an army, accompanied by nearly 1,000,000 gold dragons. Yet, despite the grueling ordeal, it was a necessary part of the aftermath of war. The Northern Army had played a pivotal role in the conflict, and as a result, Lord Stark had secured a substantial share of the spoils. Entering the castle, Aermir was met with a mix of emotions. Smiles adorned the faces of many, but occasional wails of anguish punctuated the air, a stark reminder of the harsh realities of warfare. Some warriors returned to their families, while others would never again see the light of day. Still, thanks to Druid Emrys, the losses had been miraculously minimized. Even now, the prayers of gratitude to the old gods and the Druid resounded throughout Winterfell. Amidst the rejoicing and solemnity, there were also curious and fearful murmurs. The people of Winterfell had never encountered a creature like Sith before, and her presence both awed and terrified them. Some would gasp and scream in fear, others would marvel at the majestic creature before them. Aermir couldn't help but yearn for his own bed in Winterfell. It might not be the most comfortable, but after a year on the road, sleeping on leaves and dirt, it would feel like a cloud. Strangely, he realized he rarely felt discomfort in nature except for the occasional hard bedding. Cold didn't bother him, and bugs seemed to avoid him altogether. His men were close behind him, mounted on their horses. Aermir knew he needed more than just his 4 companions, but these men were exceptional talents. Angai and Fletcher were the realm's best archers after Aermir himself. Twins, especially Harlech, after receiving Aermir's magical enhancements, were worth more than 50 men on the battlefield. But he also recognized the importance of establishing a human network. He couldn't rely solely on animals for intelligence. He had left Keelim at Castley Rock to keep an eye on the old lion's machinations, but the wily Lannister lord had remained silent. Perhaps he was still sad since his good son's recent success in securing gold to repay the Iron Bank. Those Lannisters were more like cunning hyenas than noble lions, seeking to consolidate power by manipulating the crown's debts. During the course of the war, Ermir's understanding of his connections with animals deepened. Whether it was the result of casting numerous spells or performing rituals, he had unlocked the ability to delve into their memories. This newfound power held immense potential for gathering intelligence. He no longer needed to establish a direct mental link with dominated animals, instead, he could read their memories, and his familiars, in turn, could access his memories. This revelation had led to unexpected developments among his familiars. As he explored their memories, he found that Nin had taken a particular interest in becoming a ninja, inspired by his penchant for stealth and intelligence gathering. Nin had created a mana heart and developed magical abilities of his own. Kilim, on the other hand, had an affinity for earth magic, akin to a mu, allowing her to move through dirt and rock. Nin's newfound ability was unique. He could become invisible while within a shadow, though he couldn't enter the shadow itself. He remained present yet utterly concealed from both sight and sound. Ermir decided to entrust Po, Erebus, Nin, and Kilim with a critical role, intelligence gathering. They would read the memories of dominated animals spying on important individuals and report back with vital information. However, Ermir's abilities were limited to monitoring only 4 castles. For others, he would have to rely on his dominated animals to gather information, and they couldn't comprehend human talk. Because of that, Po and Erebus had to shuttle between castles and read the minds of other animals. Before arriving in Winterfell, he had summoned Arsho and Barris to the Wolfswood, sending them to the weirwood tree near his small hut. As he reached the inner keep, he spotted Robb on the ramparts, and a playful greeting escaped Robb's lips. "Oh, does my eyes deceive me? Is this the great knight, warg, and hero of the north, Lord Ermir Drazel?" Fuck. Ermir was about to respond with colorful language but quickly held back when he noticed Lady Stark nearby. Instead, he replied with a smirk. "Honor is mine, Lord Robb Stark, the Stark in Winterfell. That is almost over. Where is my father?" "He was in the middle of the procession, he will be here shortly." As the war approached, Lord Stark had been unwavering in his determination to keep Robb safely within the walls of Winterfell. He declared him the Stark in Winterfell, a position that carried great responsibility. Now, as Ermir and his companions finally arrived, Robb rushed down from the ramparts, eager to reunite with his friend. Ermir gracefully dismounted from Sith, her presence causing a stir among the people of Winterfell. The last time he had visited, he had purposely kept Sith outside the castle, not wanting to deal with the commotion her arrival inevitably caused. This time, however, there was no avoiding it, and the sight of the massive Shadowcat left many awestruck. Robb's curiosity and excitement got the best of him as he tried to approach, but Lady Stark intervened, holding him back. Her concern for her son's safety was evident, and she was not willing to take any chances with the formidable creature before them. "You will not get close to this beast, and how dare you bring that beast into the inner castle?" she chastised Ermir. Ermir sighed heavily and approached Lady Stark with a polite bow, kissing her hand gently before speaking in a whispered tone that only she could hear. "My lady, I could defy you when I was a commoner knight. Now, I am a noble and the hero of the north. Please be careful how you talk to me." Lady Stark's mouth nearly dropped open in surprise, and she found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to Ermir's arrogant comment. His words held a weight she hadn't expected, and she quickly realized that the young hero before her was not the same person she had known in her son's company. Indeed, Ermir had changed. As he stood there in his plate armor, he exuded an undeniable air of authority and power that had grown significantly since his days as a commoner knight. The transformation was palpable. He had become the very embodiment of heroism, a figure who commanded respect and attention wherever he went. His presence alone seemed to carry the weight of the entire north, and those around him couldn't help but feel the gravitas of his newfound stature. As Lady Stark stood there speechlessly, Ermir continued with a voice everyone could hear. "I apologize, my lady. This is Sith, and she will not harm anyone as long as she is left undisturbed. As many have heard, I am a warg, and she is bound to me." As the crowd absorbed this revelation, the scent of magic in the air did not go unnoticed by Sith. Communicating with Ermir, she shared her insights. "Master, this boy smells different too. Not the same as the Daisy girl. This castle's scent is peculiar as well. It resembles the scent of Pike." Ermir had anticipated her ability to sense magic. Yes, that's because he's also a warg. However, I still don't know what Daisy's gift might be. His theory was that Daisy was a skin changer like himself, but he needed more information to confirm it. Lady Stark's words brought him back to the present. She remarked, with a smirk, "No wonder you must have wildling blood in you." A boisterous laughter escaped Ermir, catching everyone off guard. "Ha ha ha, so, being a warg makes you a wildling blood. My lady, I will be sure to remind you of those words when the time comes." Chapter 163. 291 AC. Pav MC. Following Lord Stark's return to Winterfell, life slowly resumed its usual rhythms. The direwolf pups, once tiny and fragile, had grown considerably. They now exceeded the size of ordinary wolves, their powerful forms hinting at the potential that lay within them. However, despite their growth, they had not yet reached maturity. On that particular day, as the Stark brothers, Jon and Robb, spent time with their loyal direwolf companions, I found myself drawn towards the Godswood. It was a place of quiet reflection, where the ancient weirwood tree stood as a sentinel of time. My curiosity tugged at me, compelling me to explore the deeper mysteries of this sacred grove. Previous attempts to commune with the ancient weirwood had yielded only tantalizing hints of consciousness, elusive as whispers in the wind. I yearned to unravel these secrets, to forge a connection with the ancient tree and the network of knowledge it harbored within. With a gentle touch, I reached out and placed my hand upon the gnarled, weathered bark of the weirwood tree. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the flow of energy that surged between us, allowing my consciousness to merge with the living essence of the tree itself. With a heightened focus, I delved deeper into the weirwood's consciousness. This time, the sensations were more distinct, like shadows moving in the recesses of my mind. Many consciousnesses slumbered within the intricate root network, each one a repository of ancient memories and wisdom. Yet, they remained elusive, like whispers just beyond my grasp. Frustration tugged at my resolve, but I refused to yield. Instead, I redirected my efforts towards the weirwood trees themselves. Before, my connection had extended only as far as Wolfswood, but now, I found myself capable of reaching nearly all the weirwood trees south of the wall. However, a peculiar hindrance obstructed my progress. It was as though an invisible barrier, both physical and metaphysical, had been erected within the very roots of the weirwood network. Despite my relentless determination, I couldn't surmount this enigmatic obstacle. Days turned into a week, and I persisted in my efforts, even going so far as to spend nights beneath the starlit canopy of the wood. Each attempt to breach the mysterious barrier proved fruitless, leaving me to ponder its purpose and origin. It was an unyielding wall that denied my passage. Amidst my relentless efforts to breach the strange barrier within the weirwood network, curious onlookers would occasionally approach the ancient tree in Godswood. Their gazes held a mixture of awe and reverence as they recognized me, the hero, the warrior of the old gods. These encounters only added to my sense of purpose, knowing that others saw me as a champion of the ancient ways. I was determined to push my abilities to their limits. In my druid form, I conducted a ritual that bolstered my powers, propelling me to a level just shy of 6. The difference between levels 4 and 5 had been subtle, and this ritual showed that 5 to 6 would be low, too, but at the same time, it made it clear that the jump from 6 to 7 would be monumental. The empowering circle I'd created granted me an hour of heightened abilities, but once I stepped beyond its boundaries, the ritual's effects waned. That very night, exhausted from my unrelenting efforts to break the elusive barrier, I succumbed to sleep beneath the towering weirwood. In my dreams, the wall called to me. It was an inexplicable compulsion, drawing me toward the unknown realms beyond. As an eagle, I soared northward, the snowy landscape stretching endlessly beneath me. The icy forests, towering mountains, and expansive ice fields passed beneath my talons, yet I still couldn't sense or touch the weirwood trees that adorned this desolate ice land. In this surreal, dreamlike journey, I ventured through raging snowstorms, yet strangely, the bitter cold of the icy winds did not seem to affect me. It was as if I was a mere spectator in a fantastical movie, disconnected from the biting chill that surrounded me. As I pressed onward, the relentless snowstorms began to give way to an otherworldly spectacle. An ethereal aurora, unlike any I had ever witnessed, danced in the frosty air. Instead of gracing the night sky above, it shimmered in a mesmerizing display between me and a crystalline mountain ahead. The cascading lights of the aurora seemed to fall gently to the ground. creating an awe-inspiring curtain of luminescence. Cautiously, I approached this stunning wall of lights, but I could see what was behind it, which, upon closer examination, revealed itself to be made of pure ice. The entire mountain was a breathtaking ice sculpture, glistening with an otherworldly radiance. Unable to resist the compelling pull, I extended my claw to touch the shimmering curtain of light. To my astonishment, my claw passed through the shimmering barrier. With growing determination, I ventured beyond the wall of light, feeling the inexplicable beckoning intensify with each wing flap. Inside the ice mountain, a blinding brilliance greeted me. I transformed back into my human form, surrounded by swirling snow carried by the wind. Despite the blustery environment, I remained untouched by the frigid temperatures, as if insulated by an invisible shield. A powerful and irresistible urge welled up within me, compelling me to reach out and touch the radiant light that bathed the ice cavern. My hand extended toward the incandescent brilliance, but just as I was about to make contact, an unseen force seized me by the collar and abruptly pulled me back. I struggled against this invisible barrier, desperately attempting to re-enter the wall of light. However, it had solidified into a translucent and impenetrable barrier, as unyielding as steel, preventing my passage. Turning away from the impenetrable barrier of light, I shifted my focus to the eerie army that stood vigil beside the wall of light. As I approached them, my heart sank with a chilling realization. These were no living beings, they were an army of the undead. Mangled and rotting corpses, grotesquely disfigured, stood in eerie formation, their lifeless eyes fixed unblinkingly upon the unyielding wall of ice. Instinctively, I attempted to call upon my magic, a reflex honed through years of practice, but to my profound dismay, my spells failed to manifest. It was as though the arcane threads that once flowed effortlessly from me had been severed. In a state of increasing panic, I transformed into an eagle, hoping that my avian form might offer me some advantage. I took to the skies, circling the grotesque assembly below, but they remained eerily still. Not a single member of this horrifying host so much as flinched in response to my presence. Driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to understand, I descended in a swift dive, aiming my talons at one of the corpse's head. My claws made contact, tearing through the rotting flesh, but the abomination showed no signs of life. It remained motionless, an empty vessel. As I continued my flight over the undead legion, an unseen force seized my leg, like an unyielding grip of death itself. Despite my frantic attempts to break free by flapping my wings, I was inexorably pulled downward, drawn toward the sinister gathering below. In that eerie moment, suspended between life and death, I beheld a figure both haunting and otherworldly. A man, skin as pale as freshly fallen snow, exuded a deadly beauty that sent shivers down my spine. His hand, raised towards me with an air of malevolent authority, commanded attention. Astride a reanimated horse, draped in armor as black as the darkest night, he held a menacing ice spear in his other hand. His presence was ethereal, in stark contrast to the grotesque and mundane visage of those who accompanied him. Though the figures behind him bore a semblance to their leader, they lacked the chilling allure and uncanny charm that he possessed. Instead, they seemed ordinary, almost repulsively so. It was unmistakable, the being before me was the Night King himself. As his icy grip clamped down on my clawed form, I experienced a pain unlike anything I had ever known. The touch of his frigid hand seared my flesh as though it were a flame. An agonizing scream tore from my throat, and in response, he demanded my identity with a screeching, shrill voice that pierced the very marrow of my bones. "Who are you?" In my paralyzed state, I could offer no answer. Instead, the pain in my ankle intensified, driving me to another anguished cry. With his screeching, shrill voice, he asked again, "Who are you?" Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and an elderly voice interjected. "You shouldn't have come here," he cautioned. The Night King scoffed, addressing the unseen presence with a hint of contempt. "Crow, you have grown bold in your old age. Are you so close to dying that you dare to stand before me?" He ignored the Night King, and talked with a tone of wisdom and finality. "Go and don't come back, you are not ready." All I could see was a humanoid mist. With a forceful gesture, the old man tore me from the icy clutches of the Night King. It felt as though I were hurtling across the vast expanse of the north, a landscape flashing before my eyes. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself back in the familiar embrace of Godswood, my screams echoing through the silent sanctuary. The bluish mark, a malevolent handprint, etched upon my left ankle, served as a chilling reminder of the otherworldly encounter. It was all real. The Night King was real. It pulsed with dark magic, an insidious curse that sought to take root within me. Desperation clawed at me as I fought to resist its corrupting influence. Summoning Sith with a sense of urgency, I issued a command, my voice strained and trembling. Sith, quickly bring me a sheep, but do not harm it. Time is of the essence. Yes, Master, right away. With every ounce of my willpower, I wrestled a massive monolith from the earth, its imposing presence casting eerie shadows in the dim light of the gods would. My trembling hands worked feverishly, inscribing intricate runes onto its surface with great difficulty while I etched the sacred empowerment circle onto the monolith and the forest floor. The oppressive weight of the mark's curse bore down on me, a relentless force that sought to infiltrate my very being. As I labored against the malevolent influence, Sith, my loyal companion, appeared with a sheep cradled gently in her bite, its frightened eyes reflecting the terror of its impending fate. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. My first act was to summon the wildfire spirit, an elemental force that danced with flames. With focused intent, I cast the cauterizing flames, aiming to cleanse the corrupting magic. Yet, its effects were disappointingly feeble, the curse resisting even the flames' cleansing embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, I took the life of the trembling sheep, its existence reduced to a puff of dusty remnants. The sacrificial offering served as a conduit for my next spell, Abrarflamen Life Blast, a divine incantation that manifested as a brilliant blast of radiant light. The divine power crackled around me, bathing the sacred grove in a celestial glow. But the curse was obstinate, its malevolence unwavering. Though the combination of divine light and the wildfire spirit's powerful flames made significant headway, the curse's dark tendrils persisted. Frustration welled within me as I grappled with forces beyond my comprehension. In a desperate bid to subdue the curse, I refocused my energies on the monolith. No longer content with an expansive area of effect, I channeled my magic into a single, concentrated target. The 20-meter circle surrounding me began to shrink, and with each reduction in size, the intensity of the divine light grew exponentially. Within the heart of this blinding beam, the curse was isolated, its grip weakened. Yet, as the minutes passed, it became evident that my strength was waning. I could not fully dispel the malevolence that had sought to claim me. Instead, all I could manage was to seal it away, trapping it within the confines of the mark. Exhausted and drained, I collapsed onto the forest floor, consciousness slipping away like mist beneath the morning sun. The mark remained sealed, but it was a tenuous victory, its insidious presence still haunting my thoughts. Chapter 164. 291 AC. Third-person POV. The sun was slowly dipping behind the rugged mountains, casting long shadows over Winterfell. The bustling activities of the day were winding down, and the people of the castle were retreating to the warmth and safety of their homes. Amid this peaceful transition, the diligent stable master was concluding his duties. It was a role passed down from his father, and he knew the importance of thoroughness. With practiced hands, he locked each barn and stable, ensuring the safety of the valuable animals within. As he reached the final barn, he firmly grasped the lock and gave it a shake to confirm its security. Satisfied that all was in order, he began to turn away. But then, an earth-shaking crash shattered the tranquility of the evening. Startled, he swiftly turned back, his heart pounding. The source of the disturbance was evident. The barn door lay in splinters, a gaping maw leading into the darkness beyond. The panicked cries of the sheep and goats trapped inside filled the air, adding to the chaos. In the dim light, the stable master glimpsed a massive shadow within the barn. His trained eye recognized it as a beast, but not just any beast. It was Esser Ermir's formidable companion, the Shadowcat. The Shadowcat had seized one of the sheep by the nape and was making a hasty retreat towards the sacred godswood. The guards stationed around the stables, alerted by the commotion, arrived in haste but were unable to catch a glimpse of the elusive creature. The stable master, still catching his breath, managed to explain, it was Esser Ermir's Shadowcat. It destroyed the stable's gate and made off with one of the sheep. Realizing the significance of the situation, one of the guards nodded and said, "We must inform Esser Roderick immediately." Without wasting a moment, the guard set off towards the main keep to find Esser Roderick and relay the peculiar incident involving Esser Ermir's enigmatic companion. Lady Stark sat serenely in the courtyard, her eyes fixed on the playful antics of Bran and Rickon. Her skilled fingers danced with grace as she knitted, the rhythmic clacking of needles accompanying the soft hum of life within Winterfell's walls. Amidst this tranquil moment, the distant echoes of commotion began to filter through the air, originating from the direction of the stables. Though the sounds were muffled, they did not escape her keen ears. She paused in her knitting, a faint furrow forming on her brow, but chose to pay the disturbances little heed. However, her reprieve from curiosity was short-lived. A guard came into view, his hurried footsteps pounding against the cobbled courtyard. His approach did not go unnoticed by Lady Stark, and with a graceful rise from her seat, she inquired, her voice measured but with a hint of concern. "What is going on?" The guard, his breath still heavy from his dash, wasted no time in delivering the unsettling news. "My lady, I must find Esser Roderick. Esser Ermir's beast has raided the barns and made off with a sheep." The lady's eyes glittered with a resolve that had been quietly brewing. This incident presented a golden opportunity to put the brash Esser Ermir in his place, a man who had dared to challenge her, Lady of Winterfell. How dare he instruct her on the propriety of her speech? If she could hunt down the beast that was his companion, it would be a stern lesson indeed. "Esser Roderick and my husband are in Wintertown," she mused, contemplating the urgency of the situation. Waiting for their return would be too late. "Where has that beast gone?" The guard, ever dutiful, responded promptly. "It was last seen heading towards the Godswood, my lady." She suppressed a disdainful grimace at the mention of the Godswood, a place she regarded with skepticism, for she worshipped the seven true gods, and these ancient woods held no place in her faith. Due to the influence of Esser Ermir, the Septa and Septon had been expelled from Winterfell, a fact that irked her deeply. "Summon all the household guards you can find," she commanded, her gaze unwavering. "We must maintain order until my husband's return. However, there is no need to trouble other knights with this creature. I shall dispatch word to my husband directly." With her orders swiftly disseminated among the guards, they dispersed to their respective posts, carrying out her instructions. Turning to the last guard remaining by her side, her tone turned more intimate as she spoke with authority. "You remain concealed and out of sight for approximately 20 minutes. Then, convey to my husband the situation at hand." The guard, though puzzled by her directives, replied with a respectful nod. "My lady," her patience thinning, she asserted, "just carry out my orders. Do not compel me to repeat myself." With that, she shifted her gaze toward the elderly figure of old Nan, who had been observing the unfolding events. Her tone softened as she addressed the loyal servant. "Old Nan, please take the children inside. There may be a disturbance in the Godswood, and I would have them away from harm's way." Old Nan hesitantly said, "My lady, please appease your anger, that is a sacred beast. If you hurt it, old gods will punish this household." Lady Stark looked at the old nanny with a stern and cold look and said as coldly as possible, "Nanny, don't get involved with things that have nothing to do with you, take the kids and do what you are told." In just 10 minutes, Lady Stark had rallied around 80 men, all determined to confront the mysterious beast in the Godswood. The fire of resolve burned in her eyes as they closed in on the ancient woods. However, as they approached the heart of the wood, an astonishing sight greeted them, a radiant pillar of light piercing the canopy above. The men accompanying her were filled with a strange mixture of awe and fear, their superstitious hearts guiding their reactions. Some among them sank to their knees, their voices trembling as they whispered prayers to the old gods, seeking their forgiveness and protection. Lady Stark, resolute and undaunted, couldn't fathom the meaning behind this ethereal display but knew they couldn't afford to be deterred. She urged the men forward, their determined footsteps crunching leaves beneath. Finally, as they reached the towering weirwood tree, they were met with an unexpected scene. The beast, once perceived as a threat, was now nestled right beside the unconscious form of Esser Ermir. Instead of aggression, it displayed a gentle demeanor, nuzzling the fallen knight and tenderly licking his face. It seemed a stark contrast to the fearsome creature they had anticipated. Confusion gripped the men as they encircled the peculiar duo, their apprehension preventing them from offering any assistance to the fallen Esser Ermir. Meanwhile, Sith, the faithful companion of Esser Ermir, grew increasingly agitated. Her growls and roars filled the air, striking terror into the hearts of the men who dared to approach. "Stay away from Master," she bellowed, her fierce protectiveness unmistakable. Lady Stark, still grappling with the bewildering situation, exchanged a hushed conversation with one of her men, voicing her uncertainty. "My lady, Esser Ermir is unconscious. What should we do? It must have harmed Esser Ermir," she reasoned, recalling the circumstances leading up to their arrival. "You saw it as well. If we had arrived any later, it may have done him harm." The beast, meanwhile, continued to nudge and coax the unconscious knight, a palpable concern in its actions. "Master, please wake up. Those humans are acting strange. Master, please wake up." With curiosity and concern, the creature turned its gaze toward a raven perched on a tree branch, addressing it with questions only intelligible to the familiars. "Poe, what should I do?" Sith inquired, her voice laced with worry. Poe felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of Ermir's plight. Though they had rushed to the godswood upon sensing his distress, they were now powerless to intervene directly. Poe's voice, too, carried a note of weakness and frustration. "We can't do anything right now," Poe replied solemnly, her thoughts clouded by uncertainty. "I don't know why they're behaving this way. Aren't they Father's friends? All we can do is protect Father until he wakes up. Please ensure they don't get too close to Father." Sith seemed on the verge of saying something more, her hesitation palpable. "What is it?" Poe inquired. "If they try to harm Master, can I eat them?" Sith's question hung in the air, heavy and charged. Poe, taken aback by the suggestion, responded firmly. "Are you out of your mind?" "Absolutely not. Regardless of the circumstances, these are Father's people, and this is his home. We cannot harm them. Just focus on protecting Father without causing harm. I doubt they possess any magical weapons, so they shouldn't pose a real threat to you. Why would you even consider such a thing?" Sith's response was a peculiar one, and Poe couldn't help but express her exasperation. "I am so hungry, and I can't leave Master to go hunting. Don't you remember the idiom Father taught us? Something about birds and stones." Poe, as a bird, would have sighed if she could. Sith's behavior, at times, seemed to defy all reason. Sith said innocently, "What? They taste half decent. It's not as good as deer or boar, but I am hungry." Poe said angrily, "No means no. ... Lady Stark issued the command for the guards to attack, her orders filled with urgency. However, hesitation lingered among the soldiers. They couldn't easily dismiss the fact that this mysterious beast belonged to Ermir, a known warg. Could it be possible for a warg to lose control of their own creature and become its target? Doubts gnawed at them. Seizing the moment, Lady Stark feigned concern for Ermir, attempting to sway the hesitant soldiers. "We must act swiftly. This creature might attempt to harm Esser Ermir once more. Are we truly going to allow a beast to harm the hero of the North?" Her words were more than enough to dispel any lingering indecision among the troops. After all, defying the Lady of Winterfell was not an option. The soldiers, driven by duty and their lady's command, surged forward, ready to confront the enigmatic beast. Meanwhile, Poe, the Raven familiar, intervened with a telepathic directive: "Do not kill them." As Sith, the majestic creature, toyed with the soldiers like a cat toying with a mouse, she replied with defiance. "Come and fight them yourself, and stop ordering me around." Poe responded, her voice carrying an air of authority. "You know I would, if Father's life isn't at risk. I cannot dispel my minimization spell. As long as Father is Esser Drazel, you are the one who can wield her powers. In his absence, we must behave like ordinary animals, and you understand perfectly that in his absence, I assume command." With Ermir having successfully sealed the curse, the familiars could sense his safety, even though he had passed out from exhaustion. Relief washed over Poe, knowing that her father was out of harm's way. Although they might show some leniency towards the soldiers, Sith was known for her heavy-handed approach. She was likely to maim most of them, even if she refrained from killing. Those knights and soldiers were not sent to the battle, so they had no idea about Sith since nobody had the time to tell them about their war stories yet. Sith displayed her combat prowess by expertly dodging the spears aimed at her head. She retaliated by biting down on one of the spears and flinging the man aside with a powerful motion. Her roars and growls served to deter the soldiers from pressing their assault. One of the guards, in a desperate attempt, thrust his spear towards Sith's foot, but it barely scratched her. This minor injury only served to further infuriate the formidable creature. Sith unleashed her tail like a whip, striking the man squarely in the stomach. He promptly vomited and fell unconscious. Over time, the soldiers began to realize that the beast was not actively seeking to kill them. It only retaliated when they attacked and staunchly defended her territory. One of the guards voiced his newfound insight, saying, "My lady, I don't believe it intends to harm Esser Drazel. I believe it's attempting to shield him from us." "You're absolutely right, why would I harm my master? You foolish humans." Sith's response was laden with frustration and contempt, but no one understood her. Lady Stark's voice thundered above the chaos. "Did I solicit your opinion? Dispatch the beast. Is this the best our household guard, sworn to House Stark, can muster? Are you truly the finest soldiers we have, incapable of dealing with a mere creature?" These men were entrusted with the defense of Winterfell, and their ignorance about Sith and her capabilities, as well as Lady Stark's vehement dislike for any mention of Aermir, only fueled her harsh judgment. Sith, growing increasingly impatient and irritated by Lady Stark's repeated orders to eliminate her, voiced a different desire to Poe. "Poe, may I at least silence that insufferable woman? She keeps inciting others to kill me. Let me at least bite an arm off." Poe shared her sentiment but adhered to the same principle. "I don't care for her either, but she happens to be the mother of father's friend. So, no, you cannot. You cannot harm anyone in the north, so cease making such inquiries." Chapter 165. 291 AC. Pav third person. Lady Stark found herself in utter disbelief as she witnessed the spectacle unfolding before her eyes. The monstrous beast was toying with the soldiers, who numbered more than 80 strong. They were attacking from every conceivable angle, yet the creature tossed them about as if they were mere sacks of grain. She had heard rumors of the beast's strength, but she thought it was all exaggeration, and witnessing it firsthand defied all reason. Ned must be en route to this location, and if they didn't act swiftly, he would likely side with this low-born man. As she observed the scene, nothing seemed to add up. Indeed, the creature was colossal, but it remained an animal. How could an animal possess hide that was impervious to weapons? Arrows, spears, and swords, all proved utterly ineffective against it. On the other side, the relentless barrage of blunt force blows was beginning to wear Sith down. She grew progressively slower, and her entire body throbbed with pain. It was nothing serious, but it was still tiring to get hit. The audacity of these weaklings to attack a superior predator like her only fueled her anger. Each hit wounded her pride, but she knew better than to harm them beyond measure, as her master would disapprove. Sensing Sith's suffering, Poe offered her counsel. "Kill one of them in the most brutal manner possible, or they won't relent. As father said, we should try not to harm humans because they will fear us since they never saw anything like us, but this is starting to get really annoying." Sith hesitated briefly before responding. "Are you sure? I can still keep going. Just tear one of them apart, but don't consume them," Poe advised. Sith scanned for her chosen target, and her fierce gaze locked onto Lady Stark. In that moment, Catelyn's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground. She was overwhelmed with terror. As their eyes met, her only thought was that she was about to meet her end. Sith voiced her desire with a chilling roar. "Can I kill this woman? She's really getting on my nerves." "No, not her. Choose one of the soldiers. She may be the instigator, but we can't harm her," Poe instructed. Sith unleashed a deafening roar in Catelyn's direction and declared, "Next time, bitch." Sith pounced upon one of the soldiers, mercilessly tearing him limb from limb. Initially, the man's screams filled the air, a chilling symphony of terror and agony. However, as both of his arms were ripped off, he lost consciousness. Yet, Sith showed no mercy and proceeded to rend his legs apart. Finally, she tossed the limbless torso in Lady Stark's direction. Though they couldn't comprehend Sith's words, her message was unmistakable. If they dared to attack, this gruesome fate awaited them. The soldiers stood frozen, unable to move or respond. Even Catelyn found herself incapable of giving orders to attack. Their bodies refused to obey their minds. Sith let out a roaring bellow infused with her mana, causing everyone to remain rooted to their spots. With the resonance of that roar, they felt their bones quiver, and every hair on their bodies stood on end. It was a primal fear that emanated from their very core. As the wave of mana hit Aermir, it caused a disturbance in his mana, and this caused him to use more mana to suppress the curse. Seeing this, Poe berated Sith. "You idiot, why did you exude mana? Didn't you feel we shouldn't disturb father? He is fighting something, and now he is losing his mana faster. Sith came to a regretful realization about what had transpired, overwhelmed with sorrow for her actions. However, the damage was already done. Thankfully, she had directed her roar towards the other side, which meant that it didn't disrupt Ermir too severely. After a few minutes, Ermir managed to regain control of his mana. This action made everyone realize what they were facing. They fully grasped the distinction between predator and prey. Sith's roar wouldn't have had such a profound effect without witnessing her savage display. They had watched her tear a man asunder, and some among them had even lost control of their bladders. Just then, the thundering sound of galloping horses reached their ears, and Lord Stark, Esser Roderick, and additional knights emerged from a narrow path, riding in single file. The path leading to the weirwood tree was narrow and perilous, making galloping a risky endeavor. Nevertheless, when Lord Stark learned of Caitlyn's intentions, he was filled with dread. The situation was grave, and there was a graver possibility, such as Caitlyn harming one of his familiars. What if Ermir kills her out of anger? Lord Stark arrived at the weirwood tree, his heart pounding. His eyes first fell upon a mangled body, causing his heart to skip a beat. He feared he had arrived too late. However, when he spotted Caitlyn, a wave of relief washed over him. Surveying the scene, he saw the men attempting to muster the courage to charge once more, but it was evident that some were deeply shaken. Lord Stark swiftly ordered a retreat. Ermir was leaning against the weirwood tree. He looked unconscious, while Sith, with her menacing dagger-like fangs bared, remained on the defensive, growling in warning. Caitlyn was flustered and stammered, "Ned, this creature raided the barn and stole a sheep. Then it attacked Esser Drazel. We have to kill it before it causes more damage." It's clear that Esser Drazel lost control of the creature. Ned's eyes burned with anger, and without warning, he slapped Caitlyn. She stood there in shock, unable to comprehend why her usually gentle husband had struck her. She felt humiliated and bewildered, wondering what she had done to deserve such treatment. In the midst of her confusion, Lord Stark turned to the knights who had accompanied him, numbering around 30 in total. His voice was filled with urgency as he addressed them. "Men, if we were all to attack simultaneously and Sith were to retaliate, how many of us do you believe would survive?" Jory Castle, one of the knights, spoke up. "My lord, it pains me to admit, but none of us would leave here alive. We would need a force of at least 200, mayhaps 300. Knights armed to the teeth just to have a fighting chance." Sith interjected with a disdainful remark. "You wouldn't stand a chance then either. You stupid, arrogant prey." HMPH. Ned's anger flared, and he turned back to Caitlyn. "You nearly brought ruin upon our house, and you did it without even realizing it. The creature you seek to kill has slain at least 1,000 men in this war. Yet, considering that all of you are still alive, save for the one she made an example of, it's glaringly obvious that she's trying to shield her master from armed attackers. You're not this foolish, Cat, you did this knowingly." Lord Stark took a deep breath and then turned his attention to Sith, his gaze steady. "May I come closer?" Sith hesitated momentarily but then allowed Lord Stark to approach Ermir. He cautiously extended his fingers in front of Ermir's nose, checking for signs of breathing. Lord Stark knew that Ermir's life wasn't in immediate danger, as Sith wouldn't have permitted him to approach otherwise. As they waited, the sound of approaching horse hooves reached their ears. Lord Stark had already sent word to Maester Luwin before arriving. At the scene, in a hushed tone, he spoke words that only Sith could hear. "I understand you possess the intelligence of a human. I'm not sure what transpired or why you raided the barn. If it was your master's command, raise your left paw twice." In response, Sith raised her left paw twice. As they were talking, Ermir's head slumped down. Poe said in a worried tone, Father, are you okay?" She used the tether that bound them and reached out to Ermir. His soul had weakened, and he was unconscious, but she could sense it was over. If she could, Poe would release a big sigh right about now. This was a really tiring day. They were not this tired even when they were in the war. Lord Stark uneasily asked, "Raise your left paw if he's okay, and your right paw if he's sick." Sith raised her left paw again, indicating that Ermir was okay. Lord Stark felt a wave of relief washes over him. While Ermir had previously explained that his familiars could sense when something was amiss with him, Lord Stark couldn't help but maintain a degree of skepticism. toward the words of a creature, no matter how intelligent they might be. The maester is on his way. Please allow him to examine your master, Lord Stark requested. Suddenly, the creature turned her gaze toward the weirwood tree as if engaged in a silent conversation. Lord Stark followed her gaze and was taken aback by what he saw. The branches of the surrounding trees were adorned with a multitude of ravens and crows, a sight that shocked him to the core. They perched upon the branches, like eerie, motionless statues. What made it even more unsettling was their complete silence, creating an ominous atmosphere. As he surveyed each tree, it became evident that the birds had encircled them. There were well over 100 of them, casting a foreboding presence over the scene. Not even one of them was cawing. They were waiting in complete silence. Chapter 166. 291 AC. Pav third person. Maester Lewin dismounted from his horse as Ned beckoned him forward, his tone reassuring yet urgent. Maester, do not be afraid and come. Quickly. Though still somewhat hesitant, Maester Lewin chose to approach Ermir, though he couldn't help but keep a wary eye on Sith. The fear in his gaze as he glanced at the beast was palpable. However, upon reaching Ermir, he forcibly pushed aside his unease and focused on the task at hand. After a thorough examination, he delivered his assessment. It appears that Esser Ermir has succumbed to exhaustion. With some rest and a hearty meal, after he awakens, he should return to his normal self. I also recommend we feed him soup with ground grain. If we use a small spoon, he should have no problem consuming it. Ned couldn't help but notice the discontent etched upon his wife's face upon hearing that Ermir was all right. In that moment, he resolved to take a decisive step, even if it meant straining their relationship. He believed it was necessary for the future of their house, as they might not be as fortunate next time. Even now, he feels chills running down his spine when he thinks of something happening to one of Ermir's familiars. From this moment forward, I am revoking the Lady of Winterfell's authority to rule, Ned declared, stunning the soldiers and knights who stood witness. However, it was Catelyn who appeared most taken aback. Henceforth, the lady of the house shall solely hold authority over the servants, and no soldier or knight shall be under her direct command. Should she issue an order, it must be confirmed with either Esser Roderick or myself. Failure to adhere to this directive will result in severe consequences. Catelyn left the scene without uttering a word, her visage contorted with anger. After Ermir had been carefully carried to his room for some much-needed rest, the rest of Winterfell's inhabitants resumed their daily routines. Lord Stark, however, made his way into their private chamber. Catelyn was engrossed in her needlework, her fingers moving deftly through the fabric. The room itself maintained its customary neatness, every object in its proper place. Yet, despite the sunlight streaming in, the atmosphere within felt as if shrouded in darkness. Catelyn continued her task without even glancing in her husband's direction. Lord Stark settled into a chair with a heavy sigh, his weariness evident in the lines on his face. With the sigh, exhaustion seemed to wash over him like a relentless tide. You don't even comprehend the nature of your transgressions, do you? He began, his voice heavy with a mixture of frustration and disappointment. All you perceive is that you're enduring an injustice. Lady Stark's words dripped with venom as she lashed out, her anger and frustration spilling forth. At least you know what you did. How dare you humiliate me in front of all those people? For what? For a beast or a low-born? In the Riverlands, we wouldn't even sit at the same table as those kinds of people. Ned sighed heavily, the weight of their disagreement pressing upon him. Cat, I love you, he began, his voice tinged with a mixture of sadness and exasperation, but this has to stop. You are not in the Riverlands anymore. You've been here for more than a decade, and you still haven't fully embraced the culture of the North. But this is partly my fault. I should never have built that sept for you or brought those septas in. Septons. I should have guided you differently, taught you better. He paused, looking into her eyes with a sincerity that had always defined their relationship. A year ago, the man you refer to as a low-born managed to outperform the Lady of Winterfell in front of all those people. It made you feel like an outsider, an invader in your own home. And yet, you still haven't learned your lesson. You allowed him to do that. Why? Because of your unwavering devotion to the damned Seven. Catelyn was so deeply offended by Ned's last comment that she fell to her knees and began to pray fervently. Never insult the gods, she implored, her voice trembling with a mixture of devotion and indignation. Ned, however, remained resolute. Your gods have no power here. When will you grasp that? He retorted, his frustration evident in his tone. The creature you sought to kill, just to spite Ermir, do you even comprehend its power? That beast can take on 100 fully armed knights, and emerge victorious. His anger flared, and he slammed his fist onto the table, causing everything atop it to crash to the ground. The wine pitcher shattered into countless pieces, the sudden outburst making Caitlin flinch involuntarily. You have no idea how close you came to death, Ned continued, his voice stern. And how can you remain so blind to the danger? Even now, you might not be safe. I don't know if I can protect you from his wrath. Confusion washed over Caitlin as she tried to make sense of his words. What are you talking about? She asked, her voice quivering. Why are you so guarded against that low-born? What does it matter if he's skilled with a sword or possesses some wildling magic? Ned was flabbergasted. He was getting annoyed by how ignorant his wife sounded. Wildling magic, you say? Lord Stark wrestled with the truth he couldn't reveal, constrained by the oath he had sworn. He knew he couldn't disclose Ermir's true identity, and the extent of his power, so he resorted to weaving a web of deceit to convince his wife that Ermir was not someone to be trifled with. I am referring to the Druid, he declared with a convincing tone, his eyes locking onto hers. Druid Emrys defied the king when he attempted to execute that creature. He doesn't even fear the king himself. Can you imagine what he might do if provoked? And what you've heard about his abilities is merely a fraction of the truth. How could you remain so uninformed about the events transpiring throughout Westeros? Even children in distant Essos are acquainted with the tales of Druid Emrys and his formidable powers. Caitlin couldn't deny that she had actively discouraged anyone from discussing Ermir or anything related to the old gods. She felt Ned's firm grip on her hand as he implored her to cease her unwarranted feud. Please, Cat, put an end to this senseless conflict. Why do you even care so much about him? He beseeched her. Her eyes blazed with anger as she retorted, a low-born. How dare he overshadow my son? How dare he outshine our future lord? Everywhere I turn, people sing his praises. Even our own son looks up to him as if he's some sort of hero. Ned's voice rose passionately. He is a hero, he proclaimed, his words carrying the weight of his unwavering belief in Ermir. This exasperation weighed heavily upon Ned as he let out a deep, weary sigh and tried to let go some of it, but it was not working. His voice carried a mixture of frustration and disappointment as he continued to address his wife. Jealousy has blinded your eyes and deafened your ears, he lamented. Do you even know what he accomplished during this war? He single-handedly defended our western coastline, routing hundreds upon hundreds of Ironborn invaders. Thanks to his heroic actions, we suffered almost no casualties during the siege of Pike. This is the final warning, Cat. I will not tolerate any further hostility from you, and this conversation ends here. With his ultimatum hanging in the air, Ned left no room for further argument or debate. He had drawn a line, one that Caitlin knew she could ill afford to cross. She could see rage starting to flare up inside her husband's eyes. Pav MC. Opening my eyes was a monumental struggle, and when I finally managed it, I was met with a throbbing headache that felt like someone was relentlessly pounding my head with a hammer. To add to my discomfort, the moment I regained consciousness, my familiars swarmed me with questions. Master, stupid Ermir, why did you pass out? You're so weak, you should eat more meat like me. Erebus chided as he dropped a lifeless rabbit in front of me. Master, Arsho and Big Bro Barris were so worried. Father, are you alright? Said Poe. Amu emerged from my shirt, licked my cheek, and nuzzled his head against me. Master, we were worried. Amid their barrage of concern, I struggled to piece together what had happened. The reality of the situation hit me like a ton of bricks. I quickly glanced at my ankle, where the bluish handprint still marred my skin, and I realized I had lost a significant portion of my mana attempting to fend off that Night King's icy grip. The Night King was real, and he commanded an army of the undead, fundamentally altering all my plans for the future. As I managed to regain some composure, I pondered the most pressing question: why hadn't he attacked yet? If everything I had witnessed was genuine, he had an army of around 80,000, if not more wights at his disposal. Yet, he had not begun his march southward. My thoughts turned to the wall, a colossal structure that stretched 200 meters, 700 feet, into the sky. Such a formidable wall wouldn't be built to defend against mere humans. It dawned on me that this might be the very reason it was constructed. Perhaps the Night King couldn't cross it. My immediate concern shifted to how I could keep tabs on them. My journey to the land of always winter had been astral, and I recalled the mesmerizing light that had beckoned me. Though that intrigued me, it wasn't my current priority. What mattered most was figuring out how to travel that far north. I needed an animal that could thrive in such a harsh environment. While Sith was an option, I required her presence here, and I desired a creature with better scouting capabilities. Then, like a beacon in my thoughts, I remembered the snow owls. They were ideally suited to the frigid climate of the far north. I needed to tame one. However, as I pondered these matters, I suddenly sensed exhaustion emanating from Sith. Following this distressing feeling, I found her licking small wounds all over her body. It wasn't anything serious, but I could feel her discomfort. "Sith, are you okay?" I inquired, concerned. "Master, I am okay, but it hurts a bit," she replied. Turning to Poe, who was perched in front of my window, I asked her for an explanation of what had transpired. As she recounted the events that unfolded after my sudden loss of consciousness, a surge of anger coursed through me. "I am going to make that bitch pay." Heading towards the courtyard where Sith resided, I was greeted with a sight that left me torn between anger and amusement. Sith appeared, somewhat battered from her recent encounter, but the comical part was the presence of Rickon and Bran, who fearlessly clambered onto her head and back. She shook them off, nipped at the nape of their shirts, and playfully tossed them to the ground, all while the boys giggled with delight before promptly resuming their climbing expedition. Bran was 10 name days old, while Rickon was only 5 name days old. They must have managed to elude their nannies, and people were likely searching frantically for them. It was quite fascinating to witness. Sith, who typically wouldn't allow anyone to approach her, let alone ride her, was now tolerating the boys as they climbed all over her. "Master, could you please remove these human-looking dire wolf cubs? They are becoming rather bothersome. They are so peculiar, and I'm quite perplexed. They have the scent of dire wolves but the appearance of humans, and their mana scent is akin to Rob's. I can't fathom what type of creatures these cubs are. The only resemblance to humans is their appearance, and it's truly befuddling. They are not dire wolves," I clarified. "They smell like them because they constantly sleep with their wolves." Sith continued, "Then they are human children." I confirmed, "Yes, but they don't feel like humans, they feel like animals. Yes, they tend to act like one." A weary smile appeared on my face. I addressed the boys. "Rickon, Bran, get off her. You're starting to annoy her." Curious about their nannies, I inquired, "You two little wolves, where are your nannies?" Bran responded with a smug grin, "We ran away from them while they were taking us to Maester Luwin for a lesson." Ah, at that moment, I heard a shrill scream and swiftly turned to locate the source of the voice. Chapter 167. 291 AC. POV MC. The piercing screams emanated from one of the servant women. She had been a witness to Rickon's daring venture, sticking his head inside Sith's massive maw. Overwhelmed by terror, she had begun sprinting away, her frantic cries declaring that the monstrous creature was in the process of devouring Rickon. This was undoubtedly going to be a headache. "Rickon, come here," I called out, my voice carrying a tone of both concern and authority. Rickon, though familiar with the direwolves and the imposing Shadowcat, remained somewhat unaccustomed to other people's presence. The boy exhibited a peculiar fear around people that contradicted his fearlessness when dealing with the formidable creatures. "You shouldn't act like that around wild beasts," I gently admonished him. But Sith doesn't mind it," Rickon responded, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "It's not about whether she minds it or not," I explained patiently. "She allows you too near her because she sees you as pups. Even though your antics might annoy her, she tolerates it. In the wild, you often see pups climbing on top of adult beasts, playing with them. Because she sees you as a pup, she allows you to play with her, but this doesn't mean she is not annoyed. Your direwolves and Sith are different. If you ever encounter a wild beast, you should never engage in such behavior." While I imparted this lesson to the youngsters, the servant woman returned with guards and Esser Roderick, their expressions a mixture of confusion and concern. "For the old god's sake, what in the hell is happening here?" Esser Roderick demanded. The woman, still in a state of panic, recounted her version of events, vividly describing how Sith had supposedly been feasting on young Lord Rickon. But I saw it. This beast was devouring young Lord Rickon, she insisted, her fear-stricken eyes fixated on me. In defense of Sith, Rickon stepped forward, unharmed and undeterred by the woman's unfounded accusations. Sith wouldn't even hurt a fly, why would she hurt me? He questioned, his trust in the massive Shadowcat unwavering. Indeed, Sith wouldn't harm a fly, but the grim reality was that she had killed thousands of men and occasionally indulged in feasting upon them. As a leisurely activity, it was evident that this young child was oblivious to the concept of danger and viewed the world through a lens untainted by fear or suspicion. I pondered how Rickon would manage to survive in this unforgiving world. With his current mindset, he wouldn't make it to his 12th name day. If he ventured beyond the castle walls harboring this notion, it was highly likely that a boar or a wolf would make quick work of him. Kneeling beside Rickon, I gently grasped his shoulders. Rickon, she is not a pet, your direwolf is not a pet. They are wild animals. If we corner them, they will lash out. Rickon looked puzzled, and his Shadowcat, Sith, interjected with curiosity. Master, you are really being hurtful, how am I a wild animal? Sith, you know I am not referring directly to you, but, in essence, you are a wild animal. If any of the guards here were to attempt even a fraction of what the boys did, how would you react? Her response was swift and unapologetic. Of course, I would rip their head off. How could those weaklings think of getting on top of me? And you would likely eat them afterward, correct? Her realization came with a hint of embarrassment. Yes. Oh, you mean like that? Oh, yes, I am a wild animal in that sense. Ermir could sense the arrogance and feeling of pridefulness in her voice as she spoke. Dismissive, Sith turned her back to us as if the entire conversation had nothing to do with her, and she simply fell asleep. The commotion had drawn even Lord Stark to the scene, and Sir Roderick explained the situation to him. Infuriated, he directed his anger at Rickon and Bran, having witnessed firsthand the devastation that Sith could unleash. My lord, if it pleases you, I would like to demonstrate to the children that Sith is not a pet, though it may be a bit frightening for them. Lord Stark contemplated this for a moment before giving his consent. It's better for them to be safe than sorry. Show them. Very well, we should head to the barns then. Sith, follow us. I went inside and returned with a sheep. While the children had seen their direwolves eat meat pieces, they had never witnessed an actual hunt. Upon releasing the sheep, it immediately spotted Sith and fled in terror. Kill, I commanded. Sith sprang into action, capturing the sheep in a single swift move. Rickon and Bran watched in horror as the sheep was torn apart while still alive. I had specifically instructed Sith not to target the throat, ensuring that the sheep would scream as it was consumed. Both children averted their faces, unable to bear witness to the gruesome sight. It took Sith less than 2 minutes to devour the entire sheep, leaving behind only wool and blood. I crouched before the now traumatized Rickon and spoke gently. This is the behavior of a wild beast, Rickon. They hunt and feed in this manner. Sith won't harm you due to my orders, and Shaggydog won't harm you because, well, he likes you. However, other beasts won't show the same restraint. Do you understand? Rickon nodded slowly, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear, understanding, and tears. It was customary in these lands to impart important lessons to children, often through experiences that could be traumatic. When we were of similar age, Lord Stark had taken us to witness a beheading, an experience not dissimilar to this one. As a teacher and a modern man, I couldn't help but feel ashamed. There wasn't a safe environment here in the north for children to remain naive for long. After everyone had left, I tended to the bruises and contusions covering Sith's body before heading to Lord Stark's solar. The solar, as usual, was in a state of disarray. By messiness, I didn't mean dirt. The room was immaculately clean. However, it was strewn with documents everywhere. Papers covered nearly every surface except the floor. The midday sun poured in through the window, casting a warm glow over everything. Despite it being summer, a cool breeze still wafted through the room. While Lord Stark wrestled with the documents, my attention was drawn to the tapestry behind him, as it always was. It never failed to captivate me, both in its beauty and its strangeness. The tapestry depicted a dire wolf, much like the one in the Stark crest, but this wolf's fur resembled fish scales. It appeared as though the wolf wore armor made of fish scales. Despite potentially being hundreds of years old, it looked remarkably new and well preserved. Lord Stark lifted his head and remarked, "Now that you are a noble, I believe we should find a crest for your house, don't you agree?" His intentions were quite evident, but I had little patience for such matters at the moment, not after learning about the existence of ice zombies. Right now, I was filled with a mixture of anger and fear, and I had no desire to prolong the conversation. I wanted to address the issue at hand. Immediately, as I thought of what had happened, my rage was rising. "I think we have more pressing matters at hand, and you know it perfectly well, my lord." As I said this, it was like the temperature of the room had fallen to -degrees. "My lord, you know as well as I do that I didn't come here for that," I replied coldly. Lord Stark let out a heavy sigh and said, "She is your lady." "She tried to kill my familiar," I retorted. "But she doesn't know who you are. That's why she did that. It's not her fault," he argued. I responded coldly, "That's not an excuse. She tried to kill my familiar, and she needs to learn a lesson. If I don't do something about it, she'll continue to act this way. You can't hurt her. I will not allow it." Lord Stark declared, "I'm not going to hurt my best friend's mother, even though she fully deserves it. I am going to punish her differently," I stated firmly. "Sith didn't even get hurt," he pointed out. "She's alive not because Lady Stark showed mercy. She is alive because she is Stro." I tried to draw a parallel for him, saying, "What if I were to try and kill Rickon but failed? Would you just forgive me?" "That's not the same, and you know it," he responded. With a raging voice, I said, "No, it is. That's what you don't understand, my lord," I continued. "I've told you before they can talk and think like humans. They're not just stupid animals. To me, they're like my children and my friends. They're my family, and she tried to kill one of them just to anger me, and she succeeded. She made her bed, and now she will lie in it." Lord Stark realized he wouldn't be able to dissuade me, especially now that he knew I wouldn't harm her physically. He gave in, weariness evident in his voice as he asked, "What are you going to do?" "The same thing we did with the boys," I replied with determination. "She's acting like a child, so I'm going to treat her like one. I'm going to give her a terrorizing lesson. She is most likely going to have a profound fear of spiders from now on, and she might have night terrors for a few months." After I told Lord Stark what I intended to do, I entered their room. Lady Stark was engrossed in her needlework and mistook me for Lord Stark. "Are you going to keep that monster inside our walls?" she inquired. "My lady, are you referring to me or Sith?" I replied calmly. She jumped up in a panic and cried out, "How dare you enter this room? Guards, guards," she continued shouting, even though this part of the castle was deserted. Lord Stark had made sure of it to prevent any witnesses or eavesdroppers. "My lady, please cease your shouting and take a seat. We have matters to discuss, and no one will come, no matter how loudly you scream. Let us converse like civilized individuals," I urged. "Civilized people, what could a peasant like you possibly know about civility?" Despite her insults, she finally sat down before me. I said with a cold tone, "I have endured enough of your haughty behavior. We are not in the South. I thought I taught you a lesson last time, but it seems you are a slow learner. In the North, lords do not feel threatened by competent men. In the North, we do not despise our bastard children. In the North, the old gods hold sway, while the seven kneel at our feet." My last remark infuriated her to the point that she splashed the wine she held toward me. "How dare you utter the seven's name with your low-born tongue?" she seethed. "I can utter it as I see fit, for they hold no power, just as the old gods hold no sway below the neck. Just as your southern brethren insult our gods and our people, I can do the same here. Before I became a noble, you might have had the power to end my life. But that power vanished the moment I became the hero of the North. And earned my nobility," I continued. She rose and made an attempt to leave the room. I used a hint of mana to command, "Sit down, woman. Just because I addressed you as my lady, did you mistakenly believe you hold dominion over me? You cannot speak to me in such a manner. I am the Lady of Winterfell, your mistress, and you are bound to serve me." "No, I am not, for I serve a higher authority. The only reason you are still breathing is because you are my best friend's mother, and I care for your other children. I do not wish to see them grieve. I will see you beheaded for this." "Woman, you will see nothing of the sort. Why do you think this part of the castle is devoid of people? Because I have given my word to Lord Stark that I will not kill you, and he has cleared this area. However, this pledge only holds for today. What occurs after today is entirely contingent on your actions. I sighed heavily, weariness clinging to my words as I pressed on. Your perception of your authority seems clouded by a profound delusion. Let me shed some clarity on the matter. You hold no power, that's the stark reality. But allow me to expound upon why this is the case. Your influence derives solely from your husband and your father. When soldiers and lords obey your commands, it's not out of respect for you. In the North, they pay homage to the man whom you spread your legs to. It may sound offensive, but such is the reality of this world. Women are viewed as little more than broodmares, traded to forge political alliances. Your so noble father sold you and your sister so he could become the paramount of the Riverlands. You were the lucky one that got sold to a young and dashing man, but your sister pulled the short stick and got sold to a man older than her own father. Caitlin seethed with anger but remained silent, seemingly paralyzed by the presence of Mana and her own anger. Do I condone this? No, but it is the reality we face. Now, let's discuss your authority and why it holds no sway over me. If a man does not fear your husband and your father, your words are as meaningless as farts. To me, every time you bark orders, there is no difference between you farting or talking. I attempted to convey a semblance of regret and added, please, do not misunderstand, I am not naturally crude or foul-mouthed. I am deliberately using offensive language to underscore the absence of respect or affection I hold for you. Through gritted teeth, she retorted in a shrill voice, you will pay dearly for these insults. This woman still fails to grasp the situation. Must I harm her for her stubbornness to wane? I sighed deeply and uttered, it appears you still do not comprehend. When I said, you continue to live only because I permit it, Amu. Bringing my two palms together, I extended them toward Caitlin. Amu, the white serpent adorned with mesmerizing, luminous green eyes, moved with a graceful, almost ethereal fluidity. Its sinuous form slithered methodically from my sleeve, its scales glistening within otherworldly, icy sheen, and it coiled itself within my cupped hands. The very air around us seemed to grow colder in the presence of the icicle snake, and its eyes held a haunting, almost hypnotic allure, as if they were windows to an otherworldly place. Do you recognize this creature? Upon seeing the snake, her anger began to give way to fear. It's an icicle snake. Correct. What is your knowledge of wargs? It's merely a feeble wildling mummery. Just because you insult something doesn't change its power. I have control over animals. While you are riding your horse, I could drop you off it and trample you, or Amu can bite you in your sleep while you lay in your bed defenselessly. As I spoke, Amu parted its jaws and acted like he was lunging toward Caitlin, who let out a terrified scream. Just because I am not going to kill you today doesn't mean I am not going to do it on the morrow. You tried to kill my bond. To a warg, that's the same as you trying to kill my children. Everyone here knows you have an icicle snake. They will suspect you. Oh, you are right. That is why I would kill you with this. I pulled a small black spider with yellow spots from my jacket. It was a spotted spider, known to be venomous and found from the North all the way to Dornay. I heard the bite is so painful, those who got bitten would beg for death. I began to play with the spider in my left hand, while Amu remained coiled around my right arm. Or should I use the most common snake, a black adder? No, I want your death to be painful, so I will use a yellow spotted spider. As the spider walked across my palm, I said, bite. The spider sank its fangs into my hand, and Caitlin's eyes widened to the point where they almost seemed ready to fall from their sockets. Oh, it really hurts a bit, but don't worry, I have poison immunity. That is one of the blessings bestowed on me by the old gods. An animal or a plant cannot poison me. Now I've decided how I'm going to kill you. All I have to do is wait for your next stupid action. Perhaps it will happen while you're asleep, or maybe it will occur while you're sitting on the balcony. I rose from my crouched position and gently placed the spider onto the window sill. After a few seconds, the spider disappeared from sight. As I was coming back I muttered, Gloam agri, spore field. Colorless spores are released into the air around us. I returned to Caitlin and held her trembling hands. She was still petrified with fear, especially with Amu coiled around my arm. I truly don't want to harm you, but if you conspire against me one more time, things will change. To me, your life means nothing, you are a worthless liability. I am sparing your life for today only, but I promise there will not be a second time. If you act worthy of the Lady of Winterfell, even though I have no respect for you, I will treat you with the semblance of respect. However, you must understand this, deeply, we are not in the South, so cease acting as if we are. Furthermore, I do not work for you or your craven gods. I tightened my grip on her hand just enough to make her wince, and I continued, but I cannot leave you with only a reprimand. Can you see the spotted spiders crawling from my arms to your arms? There are tens of them. As the words left my mouth, the spell I had prepared earlier was triggered, and Lady Stark's face contorted in terror. Her vision was filled with the illusion of countless venomous spiders, their eerie legs skittering all over her body. I squeezed her hands even harder and forced her to focus on me. If you move, they are going to bite you. So, stay completely still. With my command, she froze in place like a statue, her breath held, her eyes darting frantically around as if she could see the spiders everywhere. I leaned in closer and warned her. If you even flinch, they will all bite you. But if you stay perfectly still until Lord Stark returns, they will vanish without a trace. Now, I am going to release your hands. Do not move. Carefully, I let go of her trembling hands and left her standing there in the room, rigid and paralyzed by fear, haunted by the imaginary spiders. That seemed all too real to her. Chapter 169. 291 AC. Pav third person. After Aemir left a terrified Catelyn in her room, he returned to Lord Stark's solar, where the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The room, adorned with northern symbols and ancestral weapons, seemed to close in on them as they confronted the complex situation at hand. It was evident that Ned was deeply troubled, and Aemir could discern his inner turmoil through Lord Stark's eyes. The fire in the hearth crackled, casting flickering shadows across the room, mirroring the uncertainty in Ned's heart. We had a heart-to-heart with Lady Stark, Aemir began, his voice firm, and I believe I made it abundantly clear how much my familiars mean to me. He leaned slightly forward, his piercing gaze locked onto Ned's. I want to be straightforward with you, my lord. She won't get another chance if she makes another attempt on me, no matter how trivial it may seem. Ned sat behind his massive wooden desk, his furrowed brows betraying his inner conflict. He had faced countless challenges in his role as the Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, but this situation was unique and deeply personal. His duty as a husband clashed with his duty as a lord, and he couldn't ignore the growing gap between the two. The room's walls seemed to echo with Aemir's words. It was a challenging predicament, and Ned found himself in uncharted territory. He was the paramount ruler of the North, descended from a line of kings, and yet he found himself making concessions to a man who had become a formidable force, thanks to his magical powers. He wasn't entirely certain if Aemir still considered himself his man. Ned might have displayed bravado when declaring his readiness to fight, but that was before witnessing the full extent of Aemir's power. Aemir was not invincible, but he was nearly impossible to defeat. Even if they could overwhelm him, he could fly away and attack another day. The options available to Ned seemed limited. Aemir, perceptive as ever, could sense Ned's internal struggle. He chose his words carefully, his tone sincere and measured. I may not always accept every order you give, but I want you to understand, as long as I draw breath, the paramount of the North will always bear the name Stark. I'm a man who believes in reciprocation, for better or worse. Good deeds earn my goodwill, and wrongs earn my disdain. While I may harbor no fondness for Catelyn and hold no respect for her, I do respect you. Yes, at times, I find your naivety stemming from your obsession to honor troubling in your role as paramount, but I still hold you in high regard as a man. Aemir's words hung in the air, leaving Ned with a mixture of relief and confusion. Did he just receive an insult or a compliment? The lines were blurred, and Ned struggled to decipher the true intent behind Aemir's words. Aemir, sensing Ned's uncertainty, continued, if my words remain suspect, I am willing to make an unbreakable oath. I have no interest in your family's seat. What I see lies beyond your imagination. Though Ned couldn't fully grasp the depth of Aemir's intentions, he had unwavering trust in the sincerity behind the statement. No need for that, Ned responded, his voice laced with trust. I have faith in your honesty. With that settled, Aemir shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. Now, let's discuss something of greater importance. Ned inquired, such as? Ermir's gaze was resolute as he spoke of his plans. The impending takeover of Moat Cailin, and the establishment of an information network. Within the north, Ned, intrigued, leaned in. You'll have to wait until you're 18 named days old in 2 years for the takeover. Until then, you must earn more renown in the north. Ermir nodded in agreement. That's my intention. Ned, still curious about the proposed information network, asked, but what do you mean by an information network? Haven't you mentioned using your familiars for information? Yes, I can, Ermir replied, but they're insufficient to cover the entire north. Moreover, I foresee a future where we'll need a broader network. Akin to the Master of Whispers. My lord, knowledge equates to power. Though we may appear as one united kingdom, we are not. The other regions can potentially become our adversaries. Ned pondered Ermir's ambitious plan, recognizing its potential but also its challenges. Is this not too ambitious for a recently titled noble? Didn't you decline a 2-rank promotion to avoid drawing the ire of the other lords? Ermir explained, indeed, for a new noble, it would be ambitious. However, I won't be leading this network, and I require it for other purposes as well. Understanding Ermir's perspective, Ned joined him, pouring a cup of wine, and sighed, and Ermir started to explain the complexities and opportunities that lay ahead. Ned furrowed his brows, puzzled by Ermir's cryptic statements. He questioned, you're going to employ your Druid persona? What do you mean by that, and why would you need it for something else? In the north, Ermir began to explain, there could be individuals with latent magical talents, but they might not realize their potential or how to harness it. Ned shook his head, skeptical of Ermir's claim. That's preposterous. If we had people with magical abilities, we would have heard about it by now. Ermir countered, no, you wouldn't have. If they are wargs, their abilities would manifest as exceptional hunting or animal taming skills. You see, Lord Stark, you don't even know what transpires within your own household. Ned's confusion deepened as he asked, what do you mean by that? Ermir leaned in, his gaze unwavering. All of your children are wargs, and you remain unaware of it. Ned's incredulous response was immediate, causing him to spurt the wine he was drinking in shock. Ermir swiftly raised his hand, manipulating the wine in the air and forming a reddish, miniature orb a few inches in size. With practiced control, he released the spell, allowing the wine to descend gently to the ground. Ned could hardly believe what he was hearing. Are you suggesting that our direwolves aren't merely tamed animals? Ermir's response was unequivocal. Indeed. Did you truly think you had domesticated 5 direwolves by raising them as pets? Have you never found it peculiar that these seemingly wild creatures behaved like loyal dogs? Ned was taken aback, recalling moments when Arya and Bran had spoken of dreams involving running through fields as wolves. Arya and Bran did mention such dreams, but I dismissed them as mere fantasies. Ermir clarified, they were not fantasies. While they slept, 2 of your children were likely warging into their respective wolves, sharing a deep connection with them. The day had proven to be a tumultuous one for Lord Stark, courtesy of Ermir. One shocking revelation followed another, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and somewhat dizzy from the sheer volume of information to process. Yet, amid all this, Ermir had yet to reveal the most crucial piece of information, the existence of the Night King. Ermir carefully considered whether it was wise to divulge the knowledge of the Night King to Lord Stark. He harbored a deep suspicion that revealing the existence of this formidable foe would only serve to instill panic, and, in truth, Lord Stark would be helpless against such a malevolent force. Engaging in a battle against a necromancer with an army that they couldn't possibly overpower would be nothing short of suicide. Ermir's calculations and estimates were grim. If his assumptions were correct, the Night King commanded an undead army numbering between 150,000 to 200,000 wights. To stand any chance against such overwhelming odds, they would need an army of at least 600,000 or more to secure victory, or at the very least, maintain a semblance of balance. Even then, the war would remain a grueling and relentless battle. The Night King possessed the ability to continuously resurrect his fallen soldiers, while their side would suffer irreplaceable losses. It was abundantly clear that now was not the time to reveal the grim reality of the Night King and his army of the dead. The consequences of such a revelation could be catastrophic, and they needed a more comprehensive strategy in place before broaching this dire subject with the others. Ermir didn't have enough control over the lords yet. If his hunch was correct, as long as the wall remained standing, the Night King and his formidable army were effectively imprisoned on the other side. However, the real issue lay with the wildlings. As long as the wildlings remained on the far side of the wall, they could potentially be permanently recruited as soldiers for the Night King's army. Ermir needed to devise a plan to bring them to their side. His to-do list was growing by the minute. Building a reliable force and establishing an effective network was paramount. Ermir also recognized the necessity of acquiring blacksmithing skills, enabling him to craft enchanted items. After much persuasion, Tobo Mott had agreed to teach him blacksmithing during their month-long journey to their current location. Reworking Valyrian steel swords was a specialty mastered by the blacksmiths of Qohor, and it was a skill Ermir was eager to acquire. Chapter 170, 291 AC. Pav Third Person. A week had passed since the incident with Lady Stark. Following that day, she had chosen to maintain a considerable distance from Ermir and ceased her persistent mentions of the Seven. Ermir was taking a leisurely stroll towards the Godswood while eating an apple. Then, the voices of Arya and Sansa reached his ears. "That's not fair, I don't like archery. Take up your sword, let's spar." Arya protested vehemently to the one climbing onto the fence. The two sisters continued their archery competition. Arya's frustration with her performance was evident as she missed another target. She let out a frustrated sigh, her bow slipping from her grip and clattering to the ground. Lord Stark had indeed kept his promise to allow them to pursue archery and swordsmanship. Sansa, though she enjoyed the ladylike activities, had taken to archery with enthusiasm. Her shots were precise, and she exhibited patience and grace with every arrow she notched. On the contrary, Arya had found her true calling in swordplay, which allowed her to escape what she referred to as lady lessons. As the two sisters continued their friendly competition, Ermir observed from the sidelines, impressed by their contrasting yet formidable skills. Lord Stark had brought in an SOC swordsman, Syrio Forel, to instruct Arya. The Bravo Sea water dancing style was well suited for those with a smaller stature. Arya had embraced this new form of combat with a fiery determination that was true to her Stark spirit. The water dancer was a middle-aged man with a bald head and a distinctive beak-like nose. While he might not have possessed exceptional strength, his speed was impressive. Ermir engaged in some sparring sessions with the man and initially struggled to keep up with the rapid strikes characteristic of water dancing. However, as time passed, he adapted to the unique style. Syrio Forel, with his attributes of 10 strength and 15 speed, combined with the slender blade, created an illusion of even greater speed. Ermir's attention shifted away from his thoughts as he approached the bickering sisters. Sansa and Arya were engrossed in a spirited debate about the merits of swords versus archery. Arya, advocating for swords, turned to Ermir and asked for his opinion. "Let's ask the Lannisport tourney champion about it. Ermir, which one is superior?" Ermir offered a knowing smile and replied, "None." Arya seemed taken aback by this response, prompting Ermir to elaborate further. "There is no single superior weapon. Each has its unique strengths and weaknesses. Swords are versatile, but when you're 80 meters away from your enemy, what good is a sword?" Sansa, feeling validated, chimed in confidently, "See, I told you." Ermir, however, interjected, "But what use is a bow in a melee fight?" This time, it was Arya's turn to laugh as she admitted, "Of course, it would be useless." "So, what does this show?" Ermir prompted. After a moment of contemplation, Sansa responded, "Every weapon has its advantages and disadvantages." "Exactly," Ermir affirmed. "That's why there's no single, strongest, weapon. I believe in training with various types of weapons. You never know what kind of situation you might find yourself in. Even if you're not a master with a particular weapon, it's essential to know how to handle it." Arya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she bombarded Ermir with a rapid succession of questions. "Don't you just use a sword and a bow? What else do you use? What's your favorite weapon? What weapon are you most proficient at?" Ermir chuckled at Arya's enthusiasm and decided to slow her down by playfully pushing an apple into her mouth. Wow, slow down a bit," he teased. "I can use many weapons. Blunt ones, daggers, spears, and throwing weapons, to name a few. My favorite would be swords, and I think I'm best at using them since it's the weapon I've used the longest." Sansa, ever the picture of politeness, spoke up, attempting to excuse her excitable sister. Excuse my sister, you know she has no self-control. I think Nymeria is a tamer beast than Arya. At the sound of her name, Nymeria, the direwolf, raised her head and glanced over at the group. She and Lady were nestled at the corner of the archery range, both nearly reaching the size of Barris. Finding nothing of particular interest, Nymeria returned to her peaceful nap. Sansa had experienced a remarkable transformation over the past 2 years. Gone was the girl who had once attempted to imitate the airs of a smug southern lady. In her place stood a woman who had learned to embrace her wilder instincts while retaining her innate elegance. Whether she was practicing archery or simply moving about, her every action exuded grace and poise. But perhaps the most notable change of all was her departure from the image of a girl passively waiting for a Prince Charming to sweep her off her feet. Éomer scrutinized their statistics and was taken aback by the revelations. Among the Stark siblings, Sansa had once possessed the lowest mana, but in the span of 2 years, she had made extraordinary progress. Her mana had skyrocketed from a mere 15 to a formidable 81. Surpassing even Arya, the younger sister, who had once held a 5-point mana advantage, now lagged behind Sansa with a mana pool of 72. It became evident that embracing her true self, rather than attempting to conform to something that did not align with her core, had unlocked Sansa's latent potential. Intrigued by these developments, Éomer couldn't help but wonder about the mana levels of the other Stark children. After spending some quality time with the girls, he sought out the rest of the Stark siblings to assess their mana levels. Each of them had experienced a significant increase in mana, likely owing to their close bond with their direwolves. Robb now possessed the lowest mana, with a total of 40. Rickon followed with 45, while Jon had 65, and Bran boasted the highest mana, an impressive 95. Upon discussing this discovery with Lord Stark, they reached a decision. Éomer would embark on training the Stark children in the ways of warging, utilizing his Druid persona to guide them. Éomer's curiosity blossomed into a burning desire to explore the full extent of their abilities. He knew little about warging beyond his animal bonds, but he couldn't help but wonder if the Stark children possessed hidden talents within them. Were they capable of more than just connecting with their dire wolves and animals? Could they potentially wield the mystical powers of Druids, tapping into the profound magic of nature itself? The prospect of guiding these young wargs on their journey of discovery filled Éomer with both excitement and trepidation. The unknown possibilities stretched out before them like an uncharted wilderness waiting to be explored. With Lord Stark's support and trust, Éomer was determined to delve deeper into the mysteries of warging, to uncover the true extent of their abilities, and to see if the Stark children could indeed become the Druids of the North. It was a journey filled with challenges and surprises, but Éomer was ready to embrace it wholeheartedly. Éomer had recently opened a small blacksmith shop for Tobo, much to Mikken's discontent. His newfound interest in blacksmithing stemmed from his desire to learn the craft, especially the art of forging Valyrian steel. However, Tobo insisted on teaching him only after he could produce a top-quality sword by himself, which Éomer estimated would take a few years despite his accelerated learning thanks to his 5x skill. In addition to his blacksmithing pursuits, Éomer had dispatched 2 teams, one led by Keegan and the other by Hardick, on a mission to find individuals with mana. Sith, Barris, Nin, and Keelim accompanied these teams, using their innate ability to detect mana. Éomer had hoped that Poe, with her growing strength in the air element, would also possess this ability, but she had yet to develop it fully. Currently, like his other familiars, Poe could only sense the ambient mana in the environment. Éomer's agenda for the next few years promised to be exceedingly busy. His plans included visiting the wall to inspect the runes and form a bond with a snow owl, all in preparation for monitoring the entire northern region. His ultimate goal was to be vigilant for any movements by the Night King, necessitating quick action on his part. Furthermore, Éomer had a grand vision of creating a Templar order, an unwavering army of zealous believers ready to carry out his commands. However, he understood that achieving this openly would be challenging, as it would likely face opposition from the king and other lords who would be reluctant to permit such an endeavor. Chapter 171. 293 AC. Pa Third Person. It had been 2 years since Éomer had embarked on the task of establishing his clandestine network and secret organization. The endeavor had proven to be challenging initially, but thanks to his Druid persona, he had managed to garner significant support among the small folk. Ermir used his skills, particularly his hebegumen plant growth spell, and various rituals, to heal and bring prosperity to the people. This benevolent approach had effectively swayed the small folk to his side, and their unwavering loyalty had become a crucial shield against the prying eyes of the nobility. His agents had infiltrated most of the towns and villages throughout the north, operating covertly under the guise of religion. Ermir's ability to perform what appeared to be miracles had drawn people to him, and he consistently attributed these wonders to the old gods, strengthening the bond between him and his followers. Though many of these individuals were considered his assets rather than actual members, Ermir maintained strict control over the recruitment process. Only when he deemed them worthy and loyal did he initiate them into his inner circle, revealing his true identity to them. The revelation of a young man possessing such immense power often left them in awe. To both the small folk and some minor nobles, the Druid figure represented the embodiment of the old god's will. This association made it increasingly difficult for the northern lords to locate and dismantle Ermir's network. When Lord Stark eventually became aware of Ermir's activities more than a year ago, he was consumed by anger and confronted the young noble. 1.5 years ago, the moment Ermir entered the room, Ned's voice erupted in a cascade of accusations. "Are you trying to rebel against the lords and the crown?" he thundered. Ermir, perplexed, replied, "No, why do you say that?" Ned's frustration was palpable as he retorted, "You said you would create an information network, but you're building a militant force. They're no different from the faith militants." Ermir, attempting to clarify his intentions, argued, "Of course, there is a difference. They are not working for a corrupt high septon and are not here to suppress others." Ned, his voice heavy with disappointment, continued, "I trusted you when you said you didn't want to rule the North, that you saw beyond me. Did you mean this? Do you intend to create an army? What is your aim with this army? Are you trying to be the king?" Ermir, exasperated by the misunderstanding, asserted, "I am not trying to be the king. We don't have time to quarrel with each other. That army has 3 uses. First, they would create internal security for the North by ending banditry. With this internal security, trade will flourish. Secondly, we can exert influence over the faith of the Seven and prevent them from expanding in the North. The third reason is to have a standing army. In the case of an invasion, they could hold off or slow down the destruction." Ned, wary of the potential consequences, inquired, "Who would lead this force?" "I don't think you will give the reins to someone else. 6 months ago, I said I didn't need an oath from you, but things changed the moment I learned about your army plans. I need one now." Ermir, taking a solemn stance, performed the oath ritual, grasping Ned's hand firmly, and declared, "I did not create this organization to become the paramount of the North or the king of Westeros. If I am lying, let me die right away." Despite his reservations, Ned felt the sincerity in Ermir's oath. He couldn't fully understand Ermir's true motivations, but he sensed that there was more to this religious army than met the eye. As he pondered for a long time, he still couldn't guess Ermir's underlying reason for forming this military force was the looming threat of the Night King. Ermir suggested, "We can resolve this issue by placing the order under your authority. As a knight, I will join this order and serve as its commander." Ned, still concerned about power dynamics, inquired, "But you will be the one ruling it, right?" Ermir assured him, "My lord, as long as your high morals do not cloud your judgment, it will follow your lead. However, this order's primary allegiance will be to the North." Ned, his temper flaring, questioned, "What do you mean by cloud my judgment?" "My lord, how many innocent Northmen died for your honor because you refused to act before telling the king in the rebellion? How many more would have died if I didn't act?" Ermir's voice was firm, his eyes locked on Ned's. "You have an unhealthy obsession with honor, mayhaps it's because you were fostered among hypocrites like the Vale Knights. You cannot prioritize your sense of honor over the needs of the North." A surge of anger coursed through Ned, and he forcefully struck the table, his voice thundering in the room. "You cannot talk to me like this. And why do you call Jon Arryn and the Vale Knights hypocrites?" Ermir's accusations hung in the air, leaving Ned momentarily speechless. Ermir, undeterred, pressed on, "My lord, you know it as well as I do. I haven't uttered a word that isn't true. As for the Vale Knights and Jon Arryn, what did he do after the Mountain raided the capital and killed the Targaryen babes? Did he push for that monster to be punished and advocated for it alongside you, or did he simply let it go, or worse, did he dissuade you to sweep the matter under a rug? And what about the Vale Knights? You must have witnessed how they treat the mountain clans. In the Vale, did they treat them as humans? Ned, grappling with the weight of Ermir's words, found himself unable to offer a retort. Eventually, Ermir's persuasiveness began to chip away at Ned's resistance, leading him to see the potential benefits of the old god's Templar order. John Aaron's initial opposition faded into insignificance as Robert, the reigning king, granted permission for its formation at Ned's request. As a Templar order, they required a sacred place to protect. Thus, for the next 2 years, Ermir diverted his efforts from his plant growth spell to a new endeavor. He set about creating a forest between Manderley and Dustin's lands, adjacent to his own territory just north of Moat Cailin. While not comparable in size to the vast Wolfswood, it spanned an impressive 30 square kilometers. The tallest trees reached heights of 3 to 4 meters, making it a young forest, but a thriving one nonetheless, a testament to the miraculous abilities of Druid Emrys. During this period, a temple dedicated to the old gods was under construction within this newfound forest. Ermir's days were consumed by various tasks, leaving him little time for respite. In this time, he formed a bond with a female snow owl named Scatty, who became his familiar. Scatty, in turn, managed to tame 60 other snow owls, effectively establishing an extensive observation network. Beyond the wall, however, these owls could not venture deep into the lands of Always Winter. Ermir, out of concern for Scatty's safety, strictly forbade her from going too far. Losing her would be unbearable, as she held a special place in his heart. Ermir's network of spotters never encountered White Walkers or Whites, but he was acutely aware of their presence. He meticulously mapped out the territories beyond the wall, reaching all the way to the lands of Always Winter. The largest wildling settlement was the Then clan, distinguished by their relative sophistication among the wildlings. While they paled in comparison to the Northerners, their society featured a system of laws and clear governance. Armed with bronze weaponry, they enjoyed a more favorable climate than most regions beyond the wall, thanks to their location within a basin created by the Frostfang Mountains. The Thens communicated using the Old Tongue, a language of the first men. Ermir found it surprisingly easy to acquire this new language, thanks to his ability to use Authenticate, which streamlined the learning process. This skill allowed him to establish connections between different pieces of information, greatly facilitating the recall of words and phrases. Remarkably, in less than a month, he had grasped the fundamentals of the Old Tongue. As he delved into the intricacies of the language, Ermir's exploration led him to a stunning revelation: the existence of giants. The Thens, being well versed in the Old Tongue, had extensive interactions with these colossal beings, more so than other wildling groups. The giants came in 2 size categories. The smaller ones stood at approximately 3.5 meters, 11 feet tall, while the larger specimens reached an astonishing 5 meters, 16 feet, in height. Cloaked in fur, giants possessed diminutive eyes and relied heavily on their acute sense of smell due to their limited eyesight. They bore a semblance to apes but were far from mere beasts. In fact, they communicated using a dialect of the Old Tongue and were organized into small clans dispersed across the Frostfang Mountains. With Lord Stark's support, approximately 100 nobles joined the ranks of the Templars, forming a new order known as the Paladins of the Old Gods. These nobles were not high-ranking individuals within their respective houses. Instead, they consisted of spare heirs and bastards, individuals often overlooked in the line of succession. Meanwhile, the construction of the temple was nearing completion, and remarkably, Ermir hadn't expended a single copper coin on it. Volunteers and devoted workers handled every aspect of the construction, leaving Ermir to create the stones using his druidic abilities. The lords, eager to earn the favor of the druid, generously provided all other necessary resources. Ermir never solicited donations, yet the temple attracted pilgrims from both noble and common backgrounds. These visitors offered whatever they could, contributing to the temple's growth. However, one critical element was still missing: the weirwood tree with a face. Ermir had attempted to plant one, but it always reverted to a faceless state whenever he attempted to carve a face onto it using his magical talents. He refrained from employing a blade to create an artificial face, as the tree lacked a connection to the intricate root network. Despite his efforts as a level 6 druid, since he leveled up a few months ago, attempts to establish this connection remained fruitless. Even when he tried to replant an existing weirwood tree, the moment he unearthed it, the connection severed, and the tree's face vanished. Over the course of 2 years, Ermir had honed his skills in enchantment while doing research on the bronze armor of Royce and Nightfall. This newfound understanding of enchantments had a significant impact on his leveling progress, and thanks to this, he had reached level 5. While he couldn't produce items of Valyrian steel weapons caliber, he could imbue a single enchantment into a weapon or armor piece, such as enhancing its durability or sharpness. While these enchantments didn't rival the exceptional qualities of Valyrian steel, they endowed the items with superior qualities compared to standard steel weaponry and armor. Chapter 172. 293 AC. POV Third Person. Ermir's information network had begun to prove its effectiveness as it uncovered spies dispatched by other lords. However, rather than immediately exposing these spies, Ermir chose a more strategic approach by feeding them false information, effectively leading them astray. For some time, he had grappled with the challenge of integrating the weirwood tree into the vast root network. To his surprise, the solution was elegantly simple, and he wondered why he hadn't thought of it earlier. Instead of attempting to physically connect the tree to the roots, all he needed to do was light a beacon. To achieve this, Druid journeyed throughout the north, persuading the lords to send individuals they wished to execute to the temple. These executions were carried out in the name of the old gods. Instead of meeting their end on an executioner's blade, he believed they could have passed on through a more meaningful sacrifice, ensuring that their life force was not wasted but channeled for a greater purpose. Ermir's efforts bore fruit as he successfully convinced most of the northern lords to send around 10 murderers each month for the sacrificial rituals. While the numbers could have been higher, some criminals chose the harsh conditions of the wall overfacing the executioner's blade. Ermir conducted a powerful ritual, using the life force of these criminals to feed the sacred weirwood tree. The tree gleamed with an ethereal light like a beacon in complete darkness. As soon as Ermir's weirwood tree ignited like a radiant beacon, its influence rippled through the root network, the mystical ley lines under the north. It extended like a tendril, weaving connections with other weirwood trees across the region. After that, the weirwood tree's roots gradually extended and connected with the intricate root network beneath the earth. With this connection established, Ermir completed the transformation of the weirwood into a holy tree, carving a face into it using his magic. This sacred tree in his temple granted him the ability to observe events within a 10-kilometer radius of any weirwood tree in the north. It was a powerful tool that would aid him in monitoring the region and gathering vital information through his network of spies. When Ermir ascended to the level of a 5th-tier druid, his mastery over weirwood trees deepened, granting him greater control and access to their intricate network. This newfound level of control was accompanied by a plethora of spells and rituals, some of which he crafted himself. Through rigorous experimentation, Ermir had come to appreciate the significance of his training space. It wasn't solely for martial practice, it served as a sanctuary where he could devise and test new spells, pushing the boundaries of his arcane abilities. Throughout his journey, he had subjected himself to countless deaths and agonizing trials, experiencing explosions, burns, and crushing misfortunes. Yet, the invaluable aspect was the freedom from fear that this space provided, enabling him to train without hesitation. In addition to his magical pursuits, Ermir delved into herbalism, conducting extensive experiments with various poisons. His efforts paid off as he progressed from minor poison resistance to complete immunity against both animal venoms and plant toxins. Where once he might have fallen ill from bites or ingestions, he now felt impervious. Furthermore, Ermir honed his control over animal biology, mastering a spell called Di Nyes Guman, animal growth, which stimulated the growth and fertility of animals within a 10-meter radius. Building upon this foundation, he ventured into more extensive rituals, capable of affecting creatures within a staggering 1-kilometer radius. His pursuit of knowledge and power knew no bounds as he continued to evolve as a formidable druid. Ermir's relentless pursuit of knowledge and power led him to delve even deeper into the intricacies of animal biology. With his ability to control growth and fertility, he began experimenting to determine if he could sense sickness within creatures. After a year of dedicated work, he achieved this remarkable feat. By mere touch, he could discern any ailments or irregularities within an animal's body. His insatiable curiosity then turned inward as he conducted numerous experiments on himself within the training space. He doesn't even remember how many times he died or turned into a deformed monstrosity, but thanks to the nature of training space, he returned to normal the second he left the space. Ermir honed his physical attributes and pushed the boundaries of his own capabilities. In one audacious endeavor, he combined all the poisonous substances he had ingested and the venoms present within his body to create a potent venom sac. The process was excruciatingly painful and extended, a testament to his unwavering determination. Manipulating his own body through mana, he induced mutations and transformations, creating this unique venom sac. However, he realized that attempting such procedures on others led to disastrous consequences, causing internal bleeding and death among the unfortunate subjects. To harness the potential of his venom, Ermir developed a spell called Neri's Jalev, also known as Poison Breath. This intricate magic combined the poison stored within him with the element of wind, allowing him to exhale a deadly poison over a 10-meter cone. The venom he produced was incredibly potent and could affect victims through touch or inhalation. As Ermir continued to expand his repertoire of spells, some of his existing ones evolved to a level 5 tier, granting them even greater power and versatility. Spells like Obterov Nies conjure great animals, Modicalcinum, summon medium elemental, and Figomorphous shapeshifting all saw significant enhancements. Conjure great animal, for instance, now had the capacity to summon 3 bears or 6 wolves, while shapeshifting granted the full abilities of the chosen animal, although specialized traits like underwater breathing or things like poison remained elusive. When he turned into a snake, he couldn't create snake venom but could use his own. The enhancement of his summon elemental spell was equally remarkable. Ermir now had the capability to summon elementals ranging from 2 to 3 meters in height. His wildfire spirit had grown to the size of a normal wolf and had acquired new abilities. It could briefly glide through the air and wield 2 spells, Fireball and a weak breath attack similar to Burning Hand in power, a unique feat among elementals. Typically, other medium elementals could only employ a single spell each, with fire elementals using burning hands, earth elementals utilizing earth shards, water elementals producing aqua blasts in the form of pressurized water, wind elementals manipulating gusts of wind, and lightning elementals harnessing powerful lightning bolts. During the same year, Ermir acquired 2 more spells, one designed as a protective buff and the other as a potent healing spell. Mass Stone Skin had the capability to enhance the defense of individuals within a 10-meter radius around him. Meanwhile, Regrowth stood as his most formidable healing spell, with the power to regenerate bones and muscles. Although it couldn't regenerate organs, it could only mend them. Reconstructing a lost limb was a painful and strenuous process, potentially leading to heart attacks or death if the patient lacked the necessary strength. Ermir also extended his experiments to include plants. In his travels, he had come across a plant that bore similarities to a potato, but it was green and poisonous. Using small patches of land within the temple forest, Ermir delved into selective breeding techniques, employing spells to force these plants into mutation. Though most attempts ended in failure, similar to his experiments with animals, Ermir persisted despite his limitations in strength. Potatoes normally required 80 to 120 days to grow, a timeline influenced by factors like soil quality and climate. In the north, this growth period extended to 120 days. However, Ermir, utilizing spells and mana, managed to reduce it to a remarkable 20 to 30 days. Nonetheless, this method proved impractical for widespread agricultural use as it depleted the soil. When employed on a small scale of 5 or 10 square meters for selective breeding purposes, it posed minimal harm, but it wasn't feasible for general cultivation. His efforts focused on cultivating potatoes with a more brownish hue. After 2 years of dedicated work, Ermir successfully developed edible potatoes, albeit with a slightly sour taste. This innovation significantly boosted farmland productivity, allowing for 2 harvests per year without significantly damaging the soil. Ermir expanded this approach to crops such as wheat, barley, and corn, enhancing their cold resistance. He selectively distributed improved seeds and fostered plant growth exclusively in areas inhabited by zealot believers. Ermir aimed to demonstrate that a better life could be achieved by following the old gods. While the Manderleys and other houses were in proximity to those fertile farmlands, they received no special treatment. Ermir observed the small folk and, based on their religious beliefs, selectively enhanced the growth of fields. The lords reaped the benefits in increased yields, but the small folk began to talk. Discontentment against the seven continued to spread as old gods believers reaped 2 to 3 times more yield from their fields, even though their plots were located adjacent to those of the seven worshippers. The contrast became painfully evident during the famine when the Septons insisted on taking a share of the meager harvest that these struggling farmers had managed to produce. This demand proved to be the last straw for many, fueling the growing dissatisfaction among the small folk. Because of all those reasons, many started to renounce the seven and started to worship the old gods. Chapter 173. 291 AC. Pav third person. Around 2 years ago, standing amidst the serene atmosphere of Winterfell's Godswood, Ermir found himself surrounded by the 6 Stark children, Robb, Jon, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and Rickon. Here, in this sacred grove, he intended to share his knowledge and wisdom with them. To be a warg, Ermir began, his gaze shifting tenderly from one young face to another, means forging a profound bond with an animal. Merging your consciousness with theirs. You must learn to listen to their thoughts, feel their instincts, and truly understand their desires. With a gentle and patient demeanor, he demonstrated how to clear one's mind, opening it to the subtle whispers of the wind, the soft rustling of leaves, and the harmonious calls of nature. Each of the Stark children had a unique connection with an animal, and Ermir's role was to guide them in discovering if they could extend this bond to additional creatures beyond their direwolves. 2 years of effort had only yielded success. For Bran, who had formed a connection with a second animal, a raven he affectionately named Winter. Over the course of 2 years, Ermir dedicated countless hours to the Stark children. He maintained a monthly routine of visiting Winterfell for a week, during which he diligently instructed them on the art of shifting their consciousness into the bodies of their bonded animals. As their skills developed, Ermir expanded their horizons beyond the castle walls, venturing into the vast wilderness of the north. Among the Stark children, Sansa found herself less inclined to embrace the outdoor life. Despite the luxurious tent that could rival a house and befitting amenities, she still harbored reservations about sleeping in such conditions. Nonetheless, she followed Ermir's guidance with the grace of a compliant cat, taking a particular liking to archery practices and the thrill of hunting expeditions. Arya, in stark contrast, devoted the majority of her free moments to her sword instructor, her passion for combat evident in her unwavering dedication. Meanwhile, Bran and Rickon found amusement in bothering their Shadowcat companion, Sith, a favored pastime during their adventures. Once in a while, they would annoy her too much, and she would trash them a bit without permanently damaging them, but they wouldn't learn their lesson. They moved through the wilderness alongside their direwolf companions, running with the wolves and navigating the thickets of the forest like elusive shadows. However, Rickon was an exception. The young boy was far from graceful, and his presence was as conspicuous as a mammoth in the woods. The Stark children wholeheartedly embraced their newfound powers, filling their hearts with awe and reverence for the abilities bestowed upon them. They understood that it was their unwavering trust in Ermir that had enabled them to unlock their potential, but it was time for Ermir to take a back step and Druid to take his place. Periodically, Ermir would visit them in his guise as Druid Emrys, attempting to impart knowledge of spells. Yet, despite their best efforts, none of them could successfully cast even the weakest of his spells. Ermir soon realized that wargs lacked mana hearts, a crucial element needed for spellcasting. Their mana flowed through their veins, making them more akin to his familiars than traditional spellcasters. Before teaching them magic, Ermir had to find a way to create mana hearts for his young protégés. Today 293 AC. Just a month prior, Lord Stark had bestowed upon Ermir the title of Lord of Moat Cailin, along with a generous grant of 10,000 gold dragons to aid in the restoration of the castle. This gesture served as a token of gratitude for Ermir's unwavering service to the north. Over the course of 2 years, Ermir had assumed the roles of Templar Order commander and leader of the Paladins. Through these positions, he successfully quelled the menace of banditry that once plagued the land. His accomplishments had not gone unnoticed, and in the eyes of the North, he had not only sharpened his skills as a commander but also risen as a highly respected figure. Now, After the passage of 2 eventful years, Ermir continued to shoulder the responsibility of instructing the Stark children in the intricate art of warging and nurturing their bond with the natural world as the Druid, but their lessons had become less frequent since Ermir discovered he couldn't teach them magic. He was still teaching them in the hopes their magical talent might evolve. A mere month had elapsed since Ermir assumed the mantle of Lord of Moat Cailin, and during that time, he had dedicated every available moment to oversee and orchestrate the extensive restoration efforts required for the castle. The undertaking was akin to a colossal furnace, consuming his financial resources at an alarming rate. Consequently, Ermir found himself yearning for a respite from the ceaseless demands of his new responsibilities. In search of a brief respite, Ermir returned to Winterfell, where he could enjoy some leisurely moments in the company of his dear friends, Jon Snow and Robb Stark. The trio raced through the vast, snow-covered grounds of Winterfell, their joyous laughter reverberating through the serene, wintry wilderness of the north. The crisp, cool wind tousled their hair and reddened their cheeks as they spurred their steeds onward, each vying for victory in their friendly competition. However, Robb, ever the cunning bastard he was, had devised a clever plan to outpace Ermir. He had ordered his loyal direwolf, Grey Wind, to give chase to Ermir's horse, hoping to unsettle the animal and gain an advantage. Despite Robb's tactics, Ermir dominated his horse, and, from that moment on, his horse was unbreakable. He skillfully prevented her from panicking, ultimately maintaining his lead. Still as swift as the wind, Ermir, Robb teased, his voice filled with good-natured banter as they raced side by side. Ermir found solace in riding a horse on occasion, relishing the simple pleasure of feeling the wind on his face. Unlike Sith, who abhorred slowing down and had a penchant for lightning-fast sprints, riding a horse offered a more leisurely pace. When Sith unleashed her incredible speed, it became a perilous endeavor not to employ protective spells. Ermir chuckled, imagining the prospect of eating a June bug to the face. At that speed wouldn't be pretty. Racing alongside his friends, he felt the thrill of the moment envelop him. Jon, always a man of few words, chimed in, his tone reflecting the bond of camaraderie they all shared. "Let's have a bout of sparring," Jon suggested, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Sparring was one of Jon's favorite activities, but he only truly unleashed his skills when he was confident that Lady Stark was not nearby. Otherwise, he often allowed Robb to claim victory, avoiding any unnecessary attention. With the sun gradually dipping towards the horizon, they migrated to the training grounds, preparing for some friendly combat. Ermir, proficient with the sword, showcased his prowess while Jon and Robb attempted to match his every maneuver. Ermir deftly handled both opponents simultaneously, the clashing of their swords sending sparks flying. During the spirited exchange, Ermir couldn't help but notice Jon's remarkable improvement in swordsmanship. Robb displayed competence as well, though he might never attain the reputation of a great swordsman. It was Jon who possessed the potential for such a claim. Multiple times, Ermir tried to recruit Jon, but he refused it politely every time, saying, "I have other dreams." Following a gratifying practice, they opted for a visit to the tavern in Winter Town, craving a well-earned drink. Nostalgia enveloped them as they fondly recalled their childhood adventures and the mischievous escapades they had once embarked upon, laughter punctuating their reminiscences. As the night progressed, Ermir delved into the tale of his ascension to the position of Lord of Moat Cailin and his role as the commander of the Templar Order of the Old Gods. He recounted the numerous trials he had faced, including confronting bandits, warding off wildling raiding parties, and the profound bonds he had cultivated with the people of the North. Sansa Stark graced the archery range of Winterfell, her auburn tresses swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. The descending sun bathed the courtyard in a warm, golden hue. The archery range had long been her sanctuary, a refuge from the burdens of her aristocratic upbringing, offering her a semblance of command over her life. She cherished her ladylike education, but there were moments when she yearned for solitude and self-discovery. Archery provided her with that much-needed release, a realm where she could shed her cares and find solace. As she carefully notched an arrow and drew the string, her concentration wavered, disrupted by a gentle voice from behind. "Your aim is impressive, Sansa, but there's room to refine your form," Ermir complimented, offering constructive criticism about her technique. With a warm smile, he approached her, causing her cheeks to flush, and she lowered her bow. "Thank you, Lord Ermir." Your guidance has truly aided my progress. Sansa, please, don't call me Lord Ermir. I've told you this countless times. But now you're the lord of a castle, it's only proper that I address you as such. Nevertheless, I'll make an effort. She lowered her head, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Ermir gestured toward the target adorned with numerous bullseyes. You possess a natural talent. I have no doubt you'll become an exceptional archer. Sansa's heart skipped a beat at his words, though she quelled her emotions, determined not to jeopardize their friendship. I hope so, she replied softly. As they whiled away the hours at the archery range, Ermir couldn't help but notice a subtle shift in Sansa's demeanor. She appeared more reserved, her eyes holding a mysterious glint he couldn't quite decipher. Yet, to him, she remained the same childhood friend, the young girl he had grown up alongside with Robb. Ermir's gestures were not overtly romantic, but they carried a kindness and care that extended to all his friends, just as it had for Robb and Jon. Sansa held their friendship close to her heart, but an unspoken hope lingered within her, an aspiration that always seemed just out of reach. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, they eventually set aside their bows. Ermir turned to Sansa and said, I had a really good time. Sansa, we should do this again sometime. Her heart fluttered at his words, yet she forced a smile, concealing her deeper feelings. I had a really good time, too. Yes, we should. As they strolled back together towards the Great Keep, Sansa couldn't help but ponder what the future held for both of them. At this moment, she would treasure their friendship and continue to be the support he had always been for her. In the dwindling light, Ermir's gaze softened, and he gently placed his hand on her shoulder. You're always welcome in Moat Cailin, Sansa. Never forget that. Her heart swelled with gratitude, and she nodded. Thank you, Ermir. I'll always remember. Just as they were bidding each other farewell, Ermir sensed someone charging toward him. He had already detected Arya's scent but pretended not to notice her as she lurked in the shadows. Suddenly, she leapt onto his back and shouted, I got you. Sansa's eyes widened in shock, and she admonished her sister, Arya, you little beast, you wildling. Get down from his back this instant. Arya responded by sticking her tongue out at her sister and defiantly stating, no, he lost. Ermir chuckled, trying to defuse the situation. Sansa, it's not a problem, she's still a child. Arya, not one to back down, retorted, I am not a child. Ermir teased her further, asking, then should I call you a lady? Arya jumped down from Ermir's back, her expression turning serious. No, then what are you? Ermir inquired with a playful smile. Sansa chimed in, she is a beast. Arya once again stuck her tongue out at her sister and reiterated her aspirations with determination in her eyes. Arya declared, I'm not a wildling, a beast, or a lady. I'm going to be a warrior of the North, and then I'm going to become the commander of the Templar Order. Ermir laughed at her ambition and remarked, so, you want to take my job from me? Good luck. Arya, though, didn't take his teasing lightly. She clenched her fists, her fiery spirit undeterred. You will see, I will become a greater warrior than you. Chapter 174. 293 AC. Pav third person. The 2 years of Tobo Mott's dedicated service to Ermir had come to an end, but the talented blacksmith had developed a deep appreciation for his enigmatic lord. Under Ermir's guidance, he had found a sense of belonging and purpose that he had never experienced, even during his years in Qohor, where blacksmithing was held in high regard, second only to the worship of the Black Goat. As the day of Tobho's departure from Winterfell drew near, Ermir grappled with the idea of letting go of such an exceptional smith. He decided to pay a visit to Tobho's workshop in Winterfell, eager to see the craftsman at work and perhaps find a way to persuade him to stay. The bond between Lord and blacksmith had grown strong, and Ermir hoped it would be enough to convince Tobo to remain in his service. Tobo, your time with us has been invaluable. The forges have come to life under your skillful hands. I wish for you to come with me and become a part of Moat Cailin, Ermir proposed, his tone carrying a mix of sincerity and earnestness. Tobo was taken aback by the offer, his emotions torn between surprise and gratitude. He had not anticipated such a proposition from his enigmatic lord. My lord, I am honored by your request, Tobo began, his words measured, but my skills are in high demand, and I must consider my other obligations. Ermir smiled warmly, fully aware of the value Tobho's craftsmanship held in the eyes of many, yet determined to make a compelling case. I understand your reservations, Tobo. Allow me to show you something that might convince you. Ermir reached into his backpack and retrieved a set of finely crafted armor and an exquisite sword. With a gesture, he presented them to Tobo. Inspect them, he urged, his eyes reflecting the trust he had in the blacksmith's judgment. Initially, Tobo scrutinized the pieces Ermir had presented, searching for what might set them apart. At first glance, they were undoubtedly beautifully crafted. The armor exhibited the perfect balance of thickness and weight, and the sword was a testament to the art of folded steel. However, Tobo's experienced eye soon caught on to something extraordinary. As he examined the blade's edge, an uncanny sharpness became apparent. With a simple pass over his arm, it effortlessly sheared through his arm hairs, leaving his skin unscathed. You must have realized they are not regular sword and armor, Ermir remarked, his tone carrying the weight of hidden potential. They may not quite reach the level of Valyrian steel, but they are unquestionably more formidable than your average weaponry. Intrigued, Tobo picked up one of the steel swords and held it aloft, feeling the balance and power it held. May I? He inquired, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. Ermir nodded with a knowing smile. Go ahead. Tobo struck his steel sword against Ermir's weapon. The impact left a chip on the edge of Tobo's sword, but Ermir's blade remained flawless, and after several more hits, the steel sword broke. Intrigued, Ermir drew Red Rain, his enchanted sword, and encouraged Tobo to strike again. This time, as the blow landed, Tobo's keen eyes detected a minuscule fold on the enchanted sword's edge. It wasn't on par with Valyrian steel, but the sword had neither chipped nor dulled, it had merely folded a little. Awestruck by this remarkable craftsmanship, Tobo couldn't contain his amazement. How did you make those? You were just an amateur just 2 years ago, and I was the one who taught you. Ermir considered Tobo's question and then replied, I can show you, but you must first take an oath to serve me and keep my secrets. Will you? After moments of fascination, Tobo's eyes glinted with excitement. I accept. Following Tobo's oath ritual, Ermir openly shared the intricacies of magical blacksmithing with him. However, Tobo couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment when he realized that despite his newfound knowledge, he lacked the inherent magic required to forge such exceptional items. Sensing Tobo's disappointment, Ermir offered him reassurance. I need your talented hands, Ermir began, we will forge things together. I will teach you how to carve intricate runes. I don't have the time to forge hundreds of weapons on my own. You will craft and inscribe them, and then I will imbue them with magic through a ritual. In time, I believe we could not only recreate but possibly surpass Valyrian weapons. Tobo's eyes lit up with a mixture of fascination and curiosity. The opportunity to create weapons that could rival Valyrian steel had always been his dream. Tobo's eyes gleamed with anticipation and excitement as he responded, You have shown me that I have much more to learn here. I will travel to Moat Cailin on the morrow and create a grand forge. Ermir nodded approvingly, appreciating Tobo's enthusiasm. All right then, Master Smith of Moat Cailin. Here are 100 gold dragons. Create the best forge you can imagine. As the Lord of Moat Cailin, Ermir dedicated himself to the daunting task of restoring the once crumbling fortress to its former glory. However, this monumental endeavor came with its fair share of challenges, and as Ermir poured his resources into the reconstruction, he found his funds slowly dwindling. With the knowledge and insights he had gained from the modern world, Ermir recognized the immense potential for reforms that could greatly benefit his people. Embracing the responsibilities of his role as a ruler, he began implementing innovative changes across various fields. Recognizing the paramount importance of agricultural sustainability, Ermir embarked on a mission to revolutionize farming practices throughout Moat Cailin and its surrounding territories. Drawing upon his knowledge of the modern world, he introduced innovative agricultural techniques aimed at boosting productivity and securing a stable food supply for his people. Ermir's first initiative involved implementing a crop rotation system that strategically alternated the types of crops planted in specific fields each season. This method allowed the soil to naturally replenish its nutrients, mitigating the risk of soil depletion and crop failure. Ermir was diligent in encouraging local farmers to embrace this practice, emphasizing its long-term benefits for both the land and their livelihoods. His prior experiments with various crop seeds gave him a rich repository of plant varieties to introduce into the region's agricultural landscape. To showcase the efficacy of crop rotation, Ermir established demonstration farms within Moatkalen's domain. He extended invitations to farmers from various villages, encouraging them to witness the remarkable outcomes and acquire first-hand knowledge of these innovative techniques. As they observed the substantial increase in crop yields and the evident health of the soil, the visiting farmers eagerly embraced this newfound approach to farming. Furthermore, Ermir organized workshops to educate local farmers on the art of composting and the advantages of utilizing manure. He also addressed potential pest-related concerns, collaborating closely with herbal medicine workshops to develop plant-based repellents and natural pesticides. These collaborative efforts aim to foster a sustainable and eco-friendly agricultural environment within the region. With the successful implementation of these innovative agricultural practices, the yields of crops experienced a remarkable increase. This surplus of produce enabled Ermir to create substantial grain reserves, thereby ensuring food security in the face of potential scarcities or severe winter conditions. The newfound sense of safety and abundance instilled a profound sense of contentment and security among the people of Moatkalen, solidifying their trust and appreciation for Ermir's leadership. The surplus of food not only ensured the self-sufficiency of Moatkalen but also paved the way for advantageous trade agreements with neighboring regions. These economic ties helped build positive relationships and reinforced alliances, further securing Moatkalen's position within the north. However, for trade with more distant locations, the use of ships became essential. This, in turn, required dealing with House Manderley and offering them a portion of the profits. To proactively address this challenge, Ermir's next ambitious project would involve the establishment of a harbor town. While he recognized the necessity of such a venture, the financial resources for it remained a pressing concern. Ermir's unwavering commitment to implementing modern agricultural techniques had a profound and positive impact on the region. These sustainable farming practices not only guaranteed the welfare of his people but also stood as a beacon for neighboring regions to follow. His legacy as a visionary leader in the north continued to solidify, knowing that his reforms would yield enduring benefits for generations yet to come. Chapter 175, 293 AC. Pav third person. With a profound appreciation for the significance of public health, Ermir made it a top priority to implement public sanitation systems throughout Moatkalen and the neighboring villages. He understood that by improving hygiene, the spread of diseases could be significantly reduced, leading to an overall enhancement in the well-being of his people. Ermir convened his council of advisors and hired skilled engineers to develop a comprehensive sanitation plan. This initiative involved the construction of sewage channels and waste disposal facilities, ensuring that both the castle and the settlements had their waste redirected away from inhabited areas and bodies of water. The human and animal waste was carefully rerouted to a designated area, where it could be effectively treated and repurposed as fertilizer for the region's agricultural needs. Ermir continued to be directly involved in the construction, employing his earth magic to strengthen the foundations of the sewage system and expedite the excavation process. As the project advanced, the people of Moatkalen grew even more appreciative of their lord's hands-on approach and unwavering commitment to their well-being. Unaware of the magical influence behind the intricate network of tunnels and waterways, they marveled at the astonishing speed with which the work progressed. To them, it was a testament to their lord's dedication and leadership. Ermir's dedication to promoting cleanliness among his people didn't stop with his public gatherings. He took a hands-on approach to demonstrate the importance of personal hygiene and cleanliness. Within the castle's walls, Ermir ensured that every chamber and common area was kept immaculate. His servants and staff followed his example diligently, making cleanliness a top priority. As residents of Moatkalen witnessed their lord's unwavering commitment to cleanliness, they felt inspired to do the same. The transformation wasn't limited to the castle alone. Ermir's message resonated throughout the surrounding villages, where residents began adopting cleaner practices in their homes and communities. The once polluted streets started to look tidier, and people took greater care of their personal hygiene. There were no more animal innards and shit at the side of roads. Ermir's leadership extended beyond cleanliness. Drawing upon his expertise as a herbalist, he established herbal medicine workshops within Moatkalen. Experienced healers from neighboring settlements were invited to these workshops, creating a hub for the exchange of medicinal knowledge and discoveries. The workshops became hubs for healing and wisdom, fostering a sense of fellowship among healers from Different regions. As the people of Moat Kalen continued to embrace these changes, their health improved, and the threat of diseases decreased significantly. Ermir's holistic approach to public health and hygiene had a profound impact on the well-being of his people, solidifying his position as a caring and forward-thinking leader. Ermir's commitment to enhancing the realm of healing went even further. He was particularly intrigued by the prospect of merging traditional, herbal remedies with magical healing techniques. With this vision in mind, he personally oversaw a select group of talented and smart healers. After taking them under oath, he provided them with specialized training and guidance. With the leadership of Ermir, these healers delved deep into the art of combining herbal medicine with magic, experimenting with innovative treatment methods. Their efforts yielded remarkable results in the case of better herbal medicines but very little in the case of magical medicines. Under Ermir's direct control, these healers became pioneers in their field, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in the realm of medicine. Their diagnostic and treatment skills improved significantly, and they developed a deep understanding of medicine, and they started teaching other healers. The people of Moat Kalen and the surrounding regions benefited greatly from these advancements in healing. They had access to a more comprehensive and effective healthcare system, one that integrated the best of both natural and a little bit of magic. Only successful magical medicine was basically a potent poison. It was a purification potion that killed any living cell it came in contact with, but before consumption. They needed to wait for at least 3 days for the potions to become safe to consume. So, this was only useful for big cisterns. 5 months ago, in the Grand Hall of Moat Kalen, Ermir occupied the seat at the head of a massive, intricately carved wooden table. He was encircled by his council of trusted advisors, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of candlelight. The flickering flames danced on the stone walls, casting wavering shadows. The topic of discussion centered around Ermir's ambitious vision, the establishment of 3 schools within his domain. These institutions aimed not only to foster knowledge but also to instill unwavering loyalty among the people who attend them. Among those seated around the table were individuals who had once hailed from Winterfell and various other regions. They were nobles who had found themselves without a clear path in their own houses, spares, distant cousins, and even a few bastards seeking purpose and opportunity. Ermir recognized the potential in these individuals and had offered them a chance to serve a cause greater than themselves. One figure stood out among his advisors, a bright mind and the steward of Moat Kalen, Ardos Snow. Born a bastard of House Hornwood, Ardos had risen to prominence with his intelligence and dedication. His keen insight and strategic thinking made him an invaluable asset to Ermir's council. Ardos, with a demeanor of confidence, addressed his lord. "My lord, the construction of the schools is progressing splendidly. The noble school is shaping up to be a truly impressive institution, well equipped to educate the sons and daughters of our noble houses." Ermir's countenance brightened with satisfaction. "Excellent. It is of utmost importance that we prepare the next generation of nobles to be not only educated but also deeply committed to the values and beliefs of the old gods." Eddard Snow, the other member of Ermir's council and a fellow bastard, spoke up regarding the school for the small folk. Eddard hailed from more humble origins than Ardos. He had grown up without knowledge of his father, a mysterious figure from House Bolton who had abandoned Eddard's mother during her pregnancy. The absence of financial support from his father had led to his mother's untimely death due to a preventable illness. This unfortunate history had left Eddard with a deep-seated resentment toward House Bolton. With a hint of bitterness in his voice, Eddard inquired, "And what of the school for the small folk, my lord?" His gaze was unwavering, his experiences shaping his perspective and determination to make a difference for those like him. Ermir leaned forward, his voice carrying a sense of earnest determination as he responded, "Their education is indeed of importance. Equipping them with basic reading, writing, and mathematics skills will empower them to make a better life for themselves and their families. However, we must also be cautious about the knowledge we impart to them." Ermir was acutely aware of the delicate balance between education and the risk of sparking revolutionary ideas among the common folk. He believed that controlling the flow of knowledge was essential to maintaining order and control. He wasn't here to bring democracy, he didn't care about it. Jory Flint, one of Ermir's trusted military advisors, raised a pertinent question, his brow furrowing in curiosity. "My lord, I must inquire about the curriculum for both the civil and military service school." And how do you intend to select candidates for the military school? Ermir's response was measured and direct. Only those who have undergone the oath ritual, pledging their loyalty to me and the old gods, will be eligible for admission. We must prioritize quality over quantity in this endeavor, ensuring that our chosen candidates share our commitment to the ideals and principles we hold dear. I cannot have sedition in my ranks. What subjects will be taught in this school, my lord? Torrin Reed, seated at the council table, leaned forward with genuine curiosity in his eyes. His question cut through the air, directed at Ermir. He had made a deliberate and principled choice to reject any maester from the citadel who might serve as a potential spy. Torrin had once walked the path of a maester but was ultimately expelled from the citadel due to his refusal to conform to their doctrines and religious beliefs. His unyielding nature had led to his disgrace, yet Ermir saw the value in Torrin's knowledge as a proficient healer and scholar, making him an invaluable addition to his council. Torrin's time at the citadel had been brief, marked by his determination to retain his independence of thought and action. He had managed to forge only a few chains before his actions led to his disgrace and expulsion from the institution. The citadel, however, continued to apply pressure on Ned and other northern lords, hoping to force Ermir's hand in accepting a maester according to their terms. Ermir had worked so hard to find a disgraced maester without psychopathic tendencies that had raised concerns. He was resolute in his stance. If they wished for him to have a maester, they would have to acquiesce to his terms and reinstate Torrin, the man he had chosen to trust with the council's knowledge and welfare. Ermir leaned forward, turning his piercing eyes onto Torrin and said, "It will focus on producing skilled officers and administrators to serve the realm and myself," he explained. "They will receive training in leadership, strategy, and diplomacy. In addition to their duties, they will also be well versed in reading, writing, and basic math to be effective in their roles. Of course, they will have fierce martial training as well." Ardos, his features illuminated by the torchlight, asked the practical question that weighed on everyone's minds. "My lord," he inquired, "what about the educational materials for these schools?" Ermir's gaze shifted to meet Ardos's, his expression unwavering. "The reading materials," he began, "will primarily consist of indoctrination and propaganda, praising the values of loyalty, courage, and devotion to me and the old gods. The young generations must grow up admiring their lord and their faith." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt about what he wanted. He then turned his attention to Torrin Reed. "For that task, I leave it to you and Torrin to take care of. When I have time, I will assist as well." In unison, both Ardos and Torrin responded with unwavering loyalty, their voices echoing through the grand hall, "Yes, my lord." Amidst the ongoing discussions, the grand hall of Moat Cailin seemed to come alive with the flickering torchlight. Shadows danced along the ancient wooden beams overhead, casting an aura of gravitas over the assembled advisors. Ermir's vision for the future of his domain was gradually taking shape, his unwavering commitment to knowledge, loyalty, and the preservation of the old gods' beliefs at the forefront of their deliberations. The construction of these schools symbolized Ermir's unwavering dedication to knowledge, loyalty, and the preservation of the ancient beliefs held dear by the old gods. With meticulous planning and careful guidance, he aimed to mold the impressionable minds and hearts of the realm's youth. In doing so, he envisioned a future for Moat Cailin that would not only be prosperous but also deeply rooted in devotion and steadfastness. These institutions, under his watchful eye, were to become the crucibles in which the values he treasured would be forged. As the foundations of the schools took shape, so did the foundations of a brighter, more faithful future for Moat Cailin. Chapter 176. 293 AC. Pav Third Person. Ermir had grand plans to extend the reach of the commoner school, and this expansion would take the form of a guild system. Within the school's halls, young talents would be identified among the children, their innate skills uncovered. Once their abilities were recognized, these young talents would then be directed towards the appropriate guild for apprenticeship. These guilds spanned a wide range of trades and crafts, from blacksmiths and tailors to tanners, carpenters, bricklayers, builders, fishermen, and many other areas of expertise. The goal was to nurture and develop these talents, providing them with structured apprenticeships and opportunities for growth. For those who exhibited exceptional skills, an even more prestigious path awaited them. The gates of the military academy stood open, offering them a chance to receive advanced training and education. Ermir's vision was not only to create a well-rounded educational system but also to provide diverse career prospects for the youth of Moat Cailin, ensuring their future success and contributing to the prosperity of the realm. Ermir, with an eye toward creating a more efficient command system, introduced the decimal system to his army. His forces now consisted of 3,500 soldiers, with 1,500 of them belonging to the temple. However, it was essential to note that half of these temple members, along with 100 knights, were now firmly under Ermir's command, having performed the oath ritual. The core of the temple needed to be strictly under his control. He didn't want there to be infighting. The Moat Cailin army had been meticulously structured, comprising 50 knights, 400 archers, 300 horsemen, and 1,250 infantry. Ermir only accepted knights to his army and recruits into his military school only after they had signed the oath. This stringent requirement ensured that military secrets remained well guarded, making any potential leaks significantly more challenging. Recognizing the unique skills possessed by his comrades, Ermir embarked on the task of training Keegan in the arts of scouting, infiltration, espionage, and assassination. Over time, Keegan became Ermir's shadow, leading the Raven Guard, an intelligence network dedicated to vigilantly monitoring potential threats. Meanwhile, Harlock continued his rigorous training as a vanguard. In this role, he assumed command of the Templar forces and offered valuable assistance to Ermir in overseeing matters related to the Templars. Together, they forged a formidable alliance in defense of Moat Cailin. 2 months ago, Ermir embarked on an ambitious training endeavor, relocating more than half of his army to the rugged terrain of the Flint Mountains. This region boasted a diverse landscape, featuring imposing mountains, vast plains, and a dense forest that covered an expanse rivaling the famed Wolfswood. However, most of this territory fell under the domain of House Flint, with only the northern fringes of the forest residing within Ermir's jurisdiction. To proceed with his plans, he sought permission from the Flints, respecting their territorial rights. With his soldiers assembled on a makeshift training ground at the forest's edge, Ermir commenced a masterclass in the art of tactical formations. He meticulously organized his troops into distinct units and vividly illustrated the strategic advantages that each formation offered, demonstrating how they could effectively counter a range of enemy tactics. After ample time spent acquainting themselves with these formations, Ermir decided it was time to put theory into practice with a mock battle. One sunny afternoon, Ermir took the helm, leading his soldiers through a grueling combat drill. As they enacted various formations, the troops gained first-hand experience in the formidable power of a well-coordinated shield wall. However, it was a testament to Esser Harlock's exceptional prowess that he single-handedly dismantled this impregnable defense. Recognizing their dedication and competence, Ermir rewarded his loyal squires, Harlock and Keegan, by bestowing upon them the esteemed title of knights, alongside the proud surname of Greenwood. As the sight of Esser Harlock's awe-inspiring might unfolded on the training grounds, a young soldier named Eric couldn't help but be profoundly inspired. Eric had initially begun his journey as a student in the commoner school, but his exceptional talent with a sword and his sharp intellect had not gone unnoticed. Recognizing his potential, he had been promoted to the prestigious military school, where he honed his skills under the guidance of experienced warriors. Eric's eyes gleamed with unwavering admiration as he gathered the courage to approach the renowned knight. The aura of respect and reverence that surrounded Esser Harlock was palpable, and it was this very presence that drew Eric closer, eager to seek wisdom from a living legend among the commoner students. Esser Harlock, could I ask you something? Eric inquired. Ask away, Esser Harlock replied, his gruff voice carrying the weight of experience. Esser, is it true that Druid Emrys blessed you with the blood of giants in recognition of your service to the north? A momentary hush fell over the surroundings. Eric's question delved into a highly sought-after rumor. The curiosity and rumors that had swirled around Esser Harlock were too compelling for Eric to resist. Harlock, a colossal figure standing at an imposing 2.3 meters, 7.6 feet, cast a shadow reminiscent of the legendary mountain. To those who beheld him, it seemed as if he were part giant himself, a living testament to the awe-inspiring power of nature. When Eric dared to inquire about the origins of Esser Harlock's immense stature, the young soldier's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He secretly hoped for a shortcut to such incredible strength. However, Harlock's response left the boy somewhat disheartened. In response, Esser Harlock let out a hearty, rumbling laugh that seemed to echo through the training grounds. "Where in the 7 kingdoms did you hear such outlandish tales?" he exclaimed, his amusement evident. "Everyone in Moat Cailin says so. Since you are so big and no one can stop you. I may be a big man, lad, but that's nothing more than fanciful chatter. I've been blessed with nothing but hard work and dedication, just like any soldier worth his salt. Don't put too much stock in those tall tales. It is true that I was bestowed with a blessed body at birth, thanks to the graciousness of the old gods. That is the only blessing I have received." The disappointment was evident in Eric's expression, his yearning for a quick path to power laid bare. But Harlock, with his deep well of experience and wisdom, had a lesson to impart. "Boy, there is no shortcut to power. If you want to become a real warrior of Lord Drazel and defend the honor of the old gods, you should train until your hands bleed. Hard work never begets regret." Harlock's words seemed to ignite a new fire within Eric. Determination etched across his face. He understood that there were no shortcuts on the path to becoming a formidable warrior. Throughout the day, Ermir orchestrated a series of mock battles, appointing different knights as commanders for each scenario. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he gathered his soldiers and knights to share valuable insights. Ermir was in front of a board, and he had a limestone in his hand. He was drawing formations and talking about them. "Each formation has strengths and weaknesses, and we adapt based on the enemy's approach. The key is to remain flexible and respond quickly to changing circumstances. For example, the shield wall formation's weakness is cavalry or natural disasters, much like Esser Harlock here." Laughter rippled through the ranks, and Ermir seized the moment to emphasize his point. "Or phalanx formations, they have little to no protection on their sides and rear. There is no such thing as a perfect tactic. A commander needs to use the appropriate tactic in the appropriate places. Knights and soldiers of the old gods. How do we know what is the appropriate tactic?" The soldiers and knights erupted in a resounding chorus of unity. Training in different situations and being fluid, Ermir acknowledged their response with a sense of pride and purpose. "Well done, soldiers." "Yes, sir," came the spirited reply, a testament to the dedication and discipline that prevailed among Ermir's forces. A few days later, Ermir assembled his 2 ranger companies, placing them under the capable commands of Esser Fletcher and Esser Angai. These seasoned troops were well versed in the arts of guerrilla warfare, tracking, scouting, and sabotage. Each ranger company boasted a specialized platoon solely dedicated to the intricate crafts of tracking and scouting or sabotage. Upon the completion of their training regimen, Ermir selected a mere 100 of them, cherry-picking 2 elite platoons, 1 from each company, to accompany him on an expedition. Their mission: a hunt. With Ermir at the helm and his archers in tow, they delved into the dense woods. However, this outing was more than just a leisurely hunt. It was an opportunity for rigorous training and sharpening their skills. Their target was a magnificent stag, its regal form standing proudly in the distance, an enticing challenge. Perched upon a hilltop, they remained 200 meters away from their quarry, ready to put their prowess to the test. "Keep in mind, precision and control are paramount in marksmanship," Ermir instructed his archers, his voice carrying a tone of authority. "We don't shoot recklessly but with purpose. You are not mere archers, you are the ranger company. Shooting over 20 meters is forbidden. The first platoon should encircle and kill it. A true ranger must be able to approach their target silently and slit their throats without them even realizing they are dead. Am I understood?" In response, every member of the platoon silently brought their fists to their hearts, saluting Ermir. "Very well," Ermir continued. "If you spook it, it will be the second platoon's chance." Ermir devised these handicapped scenarios to hone their stalking and coordination skills. The platoon moved with painstaking slowness, attempting to encircle the magnificent stag. However, before they could complete the maneuver, a critical error was made by one of the rangers. In a moment of carelessness, he exposed his position when they were still 40 meters away from the beast. The stag, alerted by the ranger's mistake, darted away, vanishing into the woods. This outcome marked the beginning of a particularly challenging month of training for the soldiers. After the first platoon's failure, Ermir imposed an hour-long waiting period before they could attempt to track the elusive creature once more, intensifying the challenge they faced. This way, Stag would have a head start, and the time spent waiting was not for resting but for target practice. With his spells and familiars, he already knew where the stag was, but he refrained from providing any help. The second platoon eventually found the stag but failed to hunt the beast. If they had hunted in teams of 2 to 5 people, they might have succeeded within 20 meters, but approaching a skittish animal with a group of 50 was no easy task. Ermir couldn't help but recall the grueling army exercise drills he endured during his time in the military, and it sent shivers down his spine. He remembered how every drill seemed intentionally designed to end in failure, providing the higher-ups with a reason to punish the soldiers. Now, Ermir found himself following a similar approach in training his own soldiers. Ermir, his imposing presence amplified by the lion's roar, roared in frustration, "You will pay for this failure with your sweat and blood." Imbuing an arrow with wind elements, Ermir let it loose. The arrow traveled roughly 120 meters and pierced the stag through its eyes, entering through one eye and exiting through the other. The creature died almost instantly. A sense of awe and admiration swept over the faces of the soldiers as they witnessed Ermir's astonishing display of marksmanship. In unison, they all shouted, "Yes, sir." Chapter 177. 293 AC. POV third person. The men were utterly exhausted after enduring several weeks of intensive army drills. These drills had focused on building their stamina, fostering teamwork, and teaching them to think effectively under relentless pressure. Recognizing the need to balance discipline with rewards, Ermir decided to treat them to a well-deserved feast. After 2 days of revelry and recuperation, the training resumed, gradually intensifying as they continued to hone their skills. The night unfolded with crystal clarity, bathed in the silvery radiance of the moon that cast an ethereal glow upon the military camp and the surrounding forest. Ermir's soldiers, draped in the solemn ambiance of the night, readied themselves for the impending mock battle. Tension hung thick in the air, for both teams understood the high stakes of this encounter. The losing side would be condemned to undertake twice the usual amount of grueling army drills. On one side, Spymaster Keegan assumed the mantle of leadership, commanding the infiltrators who were tasked with the mission. On the opposing front, Esser Harlock stood as the commander of the defending team, flanked by his loyal soldiers. However, the brightness of the moon presented an obstacle. Keegan and his infiltrators needed a moonless night, a shroud of darkness, to conceal their movements. Gathering his soldiers around him, Keegan delivered a hushed but resolute briefing. His voice carried the weight of their mission and the importance of stealth. "Remember, our objective is to strike swiftly and silently. Our mission: eliminate the enemy commander, dismantle their siege engines, and cripple their supplies. Surprise is our greatest advantage, but we have only one opportunity. Timing is everything." Under the moon's watchful gaze, the infiltrators dissolved into the tapestry of the night, their movements a testament to the stealth they had cultivated through rigorous training. Each step was a ballet of control and subtlety, and their communication was hand signals and knowing nods, ensuring their every action remained veiled in complete silence. As days turned into weeks, the infiltrators became the shadowy specters of the night, gathering invaluable intelligence on the enemy's routines, vulnerabilities, and watchful patterns. Among the information they gleaned, a critical weakness emerged, an Achilles heel that would lead them past the enemy's formidable defenses. They had 3 weeks to infiltrate, or Harlock's team would win. The time was running out, and all they needed was a moonless night. On this night, they planned to assault. The Raven Guard moved with the precision of a well-oiled machine. At the helm was Keegan, their mastery of the terrain and impeccable navigation skill serving as their guide through the thick foliage without making any sound. Through the labyrinthine paths and inky darkness, they advanced toward their objectives. The surrounding of the camp was filled with wooden walls and torches. Keegan divided his team into 3 distinct groups, each entrusted with a specific mission critical to the success of their covert operation. One faction embarked on a mission to dismantle the siege engines, while another ventured forth to disrupt the enemy's supply lines. Keegan's own group was on a singular mission: to eliminate Harlock. In perfect synchrony, the infiltrators launched their assault, their every movement meticulously orchestrated for maximum impact. Yet, as they converged on their designated point of attack, they found no vulnerability awaiting them. Harlock stood there, a formidable presence, fully encased in armor and wielding a wooden padded mace. Ermir had been wise in his decision, for an ordinary wooden weapon in Harlock's hands could have resulted in accidental fatalities. In essence, Harlock wielded a pugil stick, ready to defend his post. While the covert missions to disable the siege engines and sabotage the enemy's supplies went off without a hitch, the infiltrators met fierce resistance. Within the confines of the tent, a ferocious struggle unfolded as Keegan and his team confronted the formidable iron Goliath that was Harlock. Keegan unleashed every ounce of his skill and determination, yet despite their best efforts, they struggled to subdue the indomitable Harlock. As the intense fight continued, Ermir's voice boomed with anger and disappointment as he addressed his soldiers. Stop. This was a great disappointment. Keegan, you managed to infiltrate and destroy 2 of the objectives, but the third one was there for you to give up. You had to give up on one of the objectives to win this, but in your arrogance, you let all your men die. Do we not need those men at another time? Do I train them so they can be disposed of after one battle? You forgot your responsibility to your men. If you choose to attack 2 targets, at least 70% of your men could get out. Keegan hung his head in shame, burdened by the weight of his failure. He had not only failed his lord but had also failed his comrades, who had paid the price for his mistakes. Ermir then turned his attention to Harlock, his voice still carrying a note of frustration. Harlock, you run a tight camp, but what was that weak point? You would have won if you had stood in your tent with at least 10 men. You are not a frontline soldier anymore. You can't just go by yourself to battle. The words hung heavily in the air, emphasizing the gravity of the mistakes made during the training exercise. In the heart of the north, where the temple of the old gods stood tall amidst the lush forest, Ermir was determined to safeguard this sacred place from any who might seek to exploit its power. Leveraging his arcane knowledge and druidic heritage, he devised intricate fog rituals that would enshroud the forest in both mystery and danger, all while transforming the area surrounding the temple into a mystical and vibrant sanctuary. On a night when the full moon bathed the land in its silvery glow, Ermir embarked on the first of these fog rituals. His voice, rich with ancient incantations, cut through the tranquil night air. As the words left his lips, a mystical mist began to rise from the forest floor, its tendrils dancing and twirling around the slender trunks of young trees. The once familiar forest, under the influence of Ermir's potent magic, was now veiled in an ethereal and enigmatic aura. This transformation served as a potent deterrent to any outsider who might entertain the thought of intruding upon the sacred grounds of the temple. Following the initial ritual, Ermir replicated the fog ceremony 3 more times, each aligned with a cardinal direction. Once the mystical rites were complete, he carefully buried the focal points of these rituals deep within the forest's earthy embrace. Visitors to the temple, now limited to approaching via stone-paved roads, faced an intriguing enchantment should they stray from the designated paths. The arcane power inherent in the mist would weave its influence, leading to hallucinations and a profound sense of disorientation, ultimately compelling trespassers to retreat from the forest's depths. However, once pilgrims successfully navigated the eerie and shadowy atmosphere of the Veil of Mist, they would emerge into a realm that was nothing short of ethereal and vibrant, a land seemingly touched by the divine. It was an interpretation embraced by many, who saw it as a clear testament to the old gods' vigilant protection and benevolent favor over the temple. As Moat Cailin gradually rekindled its vitality under Ermir's pioneering methods, the region blossomed with newfound prosperity, and its inhabitants celebrated the upswing in their fortunes. Nevertheless, maintaining such advancement demanded additional financial resources. Driven by this need, Ermir delved into his recollections from his past life, scouring for simple invention ideas that could offer the much-craved financial support. Back in high school, he had often dismissed the knowledge gained from home economics and crafts classes as trivial and irrelevant. However, now, these once disregarded lessons seemed incredibly valuable. Although he couldn't recall the intricacies of soap making, the information seamlessly returned to his mind when he employed the authenticate spell. He remembered every step and everything needed to make every kind of soap. Creating basic soap turned out to be a straightforward process. Ermir mixed together natural oils and fats with lye, a substance derived from ash. The resulting soap not only elevated the hygiene standards for the people of Moat Cailin but also evolved into a prized trade commodity. Recognizing the potential of this newfound industry, Ermir constructed a dedicated workshop for soap production and enlisted the services of 20 individuals who pledged their loyalty. The workshop received constant protection from the castle's guards, and its inner sanctum was strictly off limits to anyone else. News of the high-quality soap quickly spread, attracting eager merchants from neighboring lands who sought to acquire this precious product. Their demand further swelled the castle's coffers. Chapter 178, 293 AC. Pav third person. Ermir had uncovered another source of income in the form of two valuable mines, one rich in copper and the other in iron. As he continued to advance in his elemental talents, his abilities grew stronger. With the knowledge of how to summon medium elementals, he had discovered a unique way to sense the elements buried deep beneath the Earth's surface. By summoning an Earth elemental, he could extend his senses to a distance of 100 meters underground. Utilizing this newfound skill, he diligently searched his lands, eventually locating the copper and iron mines hidden beneath the soil. Recognizing that selling the raw materials would yield only a modest profit, Ermir opted for a different approach. He decided to establish an expansive forging district around his castle, complete with an array of blacksmiths and skilled metalworkers. Among these craftsmen, those who would be working on weapons and armor, he made sure to ensure their loyalty by having them swear oaths of allegiance. However, he soon came to a realization. The weight on Ermir's mana heart became palpable, and it was the result of the numerous oaths he had entered into. He had linked himself with approximately 1,000 individuals through these oaths, encompassing servants in the castle, officers in his army, and the craftsmen he had hired for his expanding enterprises. It was a realization that hit him with a sense of constraint. His capacity for forming new oaths was far from limitless, and he could make at most 200 more. With this revelation, Ermir resolved to exercise restraint when it came to binding others with oaths, reserving the practice only for situations of true necessity. Meanwhile, he continued to utilize the copper found in his own territory, primarily for the creation of irrigation pipes as he lacked access to PVC alternatives. His latest ambitious undertaking involved the establishment of 2 agricultural villages, a project he dubbed the permaculture pond irrigation systems. Harnessing the synergy of his druidic abilities and his knowledge of sustainable farming techniques, Ermir established a sophisticated system that harmonized with the natural landscape and harnessed the flow of water. This ingenious setup not only provided fertile ground for agriculture but also offered the additional benefits of fish and duck farming, a rich array of produce from a single farm. However, this innovative system was not without its challenges. During the harsh winter months, most of the ponds would freeze over completely, jeopardizing the plant life and aquatic creatures within. To mitigate this threat, Ermir took it upon himself to educate his people on the art of food preservation. Reflecting on his knowledge from Earth, where his father had learned the production of charcoal for both personal use and sale, he recognized the economic wisdom of minimizing expenditures on the farm. Ermir used this knowledge learned from his father and established a designated charcoal production area adjacent to Flint Forest. To safeguard this valuable resource, he enclosed it with sturdy wooden walls and placed 20 skilled workers under his oath to oversee the operation and put around 50 soldiers from Moat Kalen's guards for security. The intricate process of charcoal production involved a meticulous arrangement of wood pieces within a mound, standing at an impressive height of approximately 3 to 4 meters. Careful consideration was given to maintain adequate spacing between the wood pieces, allowing the crucial passage of air. A layer of straw was thoughtfully incorporated to facilitate ignition. Once this mound was meticulously assembled, it was concealed beneath a cover of soil. A small opening was then created at the base of the mound, and a controlled ignition was initiated. As the flames steadily rose, a tiny hole at the top was opened, allowing the fire to blaze until it reached its pinnacle. At this pivotal juncture, the opening was sealed, creating a low oxygen environment. By repeating this method 2 or 3 times and ensuring the seal remained intact, the valuable commodity of charcoal was successfully derived. This sustainable practice not only lessened the castle's dependence on finite resources but also positioned itself as a sought-after export, drawing merchants from far-flung lands. However, the primary focus remained on amassing sufficient supplies to endure the harsh demands of the looming winters to come. The dimly lit chamber within the heart of Castle Rock provided an austere backdrop for the gathering. Tywin Lannister, regally adorned in his attire, occupied the commanding presence at a substantial oak table. Around him congregated his most trusted confidants, spies, advisors, and his brother Tyget. An air of vexation hung heavily, mirroring the frustration borne by the scarcity of information regarding the enigmatic Druid. With a simmering anger, the old lion of House Lannister roared his discontent while slamming his hand to the table. More than 2 years have elapsed since the Greyjoy Rebellion, and still, our knowledge of this Druid remains woefully inadequate. His dominion and sway appear to deepen with each passing day, yet we find ourselves shrouded in ignorance concerning his true identity and intentions. The spymaster of Lannisters, somber and attentive, replied, "My lord, we have deployed our most skilled spies to infiltrate the north. However, their reports attest to the Druid's elusive nature and formidable protection. It is as though he possesses eyes and ears that span every corner of the realm. We can infiltrate every other house, but there are 3 places we can't infiltrate: the Temple, Moat Cailin, and Manor of Moondrift." Port. One of Tywin's advisors contributed to the discussion. "Indeed, my lord. He has meticulously woven a shroud of secrecy around himself, and those who have dared to unravel this shroud have either failed or vanished." Tywin's jaw tightened, reflecting the weight of his contemplation. He recognized that the Druid represented a potential threat to his dominion and aspirations. Underestimating this enigmatic figure was a luxury he could ill afford. "We must ascertain a means of establishing a connection with him," Tywin asserted, his tone firm and resolute. "The Temple of the Old Gods, established by the Starks, may hold the key. If he has taken refuge within its confines, we must dispatch an envoy possessing charm and tact to earn his trust." The advisor voiced his concerns with a trembling undertone. "My lord, wouldn't Lord Garyon fit the description perfectly? He is renowned for his gift of forging amicable relationships." Upon Tywin's order, Garyon was summoned to the chamber, his demeanor marked by an aura of self-assuredness and inquisitiveness. With an ever-present smile, Garyon inquired, "You called for me, brother?" Tywin, with a measured gravity, responded, "Indeed, Garyon. There is a matter of the utmost importance that demands your diplomatic finesse. We have been striving to gather intelligence about the elusive Druid residing in the north. While we are aware of the construction of a temple, the extent of our knowledge is limited to his infrequent visits to the said temple." With an attentive expression, Garyon inquired, "And what precisely do you wish for me to do, brother?" Tywin met Garyon's gaze squarely and responded with clear instructions, "Do what you excel at, Garyon, make friends with him. I want you to embark on a journey to the north, visit the temple, establish a diplomatic connection with this Druid, earn his trust, and endeavor to unveil his true intentions. Your talent for building relationships is unparalleled, Garyon. I have complete confidence in your ability to handle this delicate task." Garyon hesitated momentarily, recalling his aspirations, and then reluctantly broached the subject. "But, brother, you pledged that I could proceed with my expedition." Tywin's voice bore the weight of authority as he reiterated his stance. "This mission takes precedence, Garyon." "Must I reiterate myself?" The look in Tywin's cold and calculated eyes caused Garyon to flinch for a second. Acknowledging his momentary lapse in addressing his elder brother, Garyon lowered his head and replied, "No, brother. I shall undertake it." Tywin leaned forward, his tone softening slightly. "If you accomplish this mission to my satisfaction, Garyon, I shall grant you a request within my power, and I will allocate additional resources and personnel to support your expedition." Upon hearing this, Garyon's grin stretched from ear to ear. "I will do my utmost, brother. I've always been captivated by the new mysteries of the North. This mission promises to be quite fascinating." Tywin leaned forward, his eyes locked on Garyon. "While you're engaged in this task, establish connections with Aemir Drazel as well." Tyget sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "The upstart." Tywin's anger flared, and he slammed his fist on the table, fixing his brother with an intense glare. "Brother, only a fool underestimates his adversaries. The man you dismiss as an upstart became the North's hero, transforming what was once a forsaken wasteland into a thriving region. Moreover, he quelled banditry throughout the North and commanded an army of 3,000 men. He achieved all of this before his 20th name day." Tyget persisted in his argument. "Brother, you cannot be serious. We have the means to muster between 40 to 60,000 men. What threat do his 3,000 pose in comparison? He is not on our level." Some of the advisors thought this was a moment for buttering up to the greatness of House Lannister, and they agreed with Tigret's opinion with flowery words. A fleeting, contemptuous smile crossed Tywin's face, catching Tyget's keen attention. Tywin was taken aback by his brother's lack of vision and the incompetence of his advisors. The strained relationship between the two stemmed from Tyget always feeling overshadowed by his brother's accomplishments, and that smile only deepened his bitterness. Tywin shook his head in a mixture of contempt and disappointment. Why do incompetence and mediocrity surround me while that mediocre Stark manages to gather all the talented retainers? Can any one of you achieve even half of what Lord Drazel has accomplished in less than 3 years? Can any one of you bring House Lannister even a fraction of the honor he has brought to the North? Am I the sole person capable of recognizing the power and authority that this young lord will wield in the North within the next 2 to 5 years? If you wait until then, extending your hand will be a futile gesture. With simmering anger, the old lion hurled his goblet at his advisors, his roar of frustration reverberating through the chamber. Get out of my sight, you incompetent fools, all of you. Chapter 179. 293 AC. Pav third person. In the wake of the Greyjoy rebellion, a mysterious new figure emerged from the north, a druid named Emrys. His reputed extraordinary magical abilities and the growing extent of his influence stirred a whirlwind of rumors that stoked fear and envy among the ruling houses of Westeros. News of the druid's ability to enhance fertility had already reached the ears of the northern lords, filling them with hope for more fertile lands and a brighter future. However, the lords of the Riverlands were far from thrilled, their position as the primary grain suppliers now hanging in the balance. Inside the venerable halls of Riverrun, Lord Hoster Tully, a man both stern and shrewd, called upon his advisors to address this emerging situation. Seated at an ornate, polished table, the lord and his council members plunged into a somber discussion about the druid Emrys and the profound implications of his powers for their realm. Lord Hoster Tully's solar in Riverrun stands as a dignified chamber steeped in authority and tradition. Its centerpiece, a robust mahogany desk, intricately carved with waves and trouts, is surrounded by a scatter of maps and parchments. A large, arched window provides a view of the Tumblestone River, its sunlight gently filtered by silk curtains in hues of blue and silver. Adorning the walls, tapestries unravel the storied history of House Tully. The very essence of the solar mirrors Lord Hoster's sense of duty, intellect, and unwavering devotion to family. The council was in session with Lord Hoster Tully seated at the head of the table, flanked by 2 significant figures. Maester Vyman, a seasoned diplomat in a chain of office, and Esser Edmure Tully, his heir. With a sense of urgency, Lord Hoster spoke first, his voice carrying the weight of responsibility and the concerns that troubled him. This druid Emrys wields a power that could potentially reshape the balance of power throughout the realm. While the North may benefit from his abilities, our position as the primary grain supplier is now under a looming threat. Esser Edmure Tully leaned forward, his brows furrowing in visible concern. With his auburn hair and a robust frame, Edmure emanated a sense of determination and capability. He was dedicated to his people's welfare and the honor of House Tully. While his intentions were noble, Edmure's impulsive nature sometimes led him to decisions with unintended consequences. Father, if the North's lands become more fertile, other regions might seek to ally with Emrys. Our influence over the grain trade could diminish. Esser Edmure Tully's concerns were both valid and immediate. His youthful energy and earnestness often brought fresh perspectives to the council, though it also occasionally led to rash decisions. As Lord Hoster's heir, Edmure had large boots to fill, and he was determined to prove himself worthy of that responsibility. While comfortably seated in his plush armchair, Maester Vyman interjected, his voice calm and measured. It is essential that we ascertain Emrys's intentions. His magic might have far-reaching consequences, both beneficial and detrimental. We must not act in haste. Maester Vyman, a seasoned scholar with deep knowledge of history and diplomacy, had faithfully served as an advisor to Lord Hoster Tully. His aging face bore the wrinkles earned from years of study and counsel, framed by a cascade of white hair. Known for his meticulous records and the well-preserved library within Riverrun's walls, Maester Vyman provided Lord Tully with sage advice, guiding him through the complex political landscape of Westeros. Lord Hoster Tully, silver-haired and with a well-groomed beard, drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the table. His gaze appeared distant as he pondered the intricate situation. An air of authority and experience surrounded him. Hoster was a shrewd and diplomatic lord, well-versed in the realm's complex politics. His primary concern lay in maintaining the prosperity and influence of House Tully, securing the best future for his family. He was an ambitious man, evident in his efforts to arrange advantageous marriages for his children. Hoster Tully understood the importance of alliances and the delicate balance of power in Westeros. We have long been known for our contributions to the realm's sustenance. If Emrys's magic disrupts that balance, it could lead to unrest. The damned phrase would undoubtedly create problems for us. Esser Edmer's eyes gleamed with determination. Father, should we not send a diplomatic envoy to the north? Opening a line of communication might allow us to understand his motives and perhaps forge an alliance that safeguards our interests. Lord Tully seethed with frustration at his advisors, deeming them nothing more than repetitive songbirds. He lamented their lack of genuine insight, their tendency to parrot his own thoughts, mistakenly believing that hearing his own words echoed back at him was what he desired. He questioned the purpose of their discussion when they seemed incapable of offering anything new or truly valuable. However, he recognized that he couldn't afford to make enemies with them, as his hands were already full dealing with the phrase. As the council deliberated, word of their discussion spread throughout the Riverlands. Lords and ladies engaged in their debates, with some cautious of Emrys's powers, while others saw an opportunity for prosperity. In the midst of political maneuvering, House Tully stood at a pivotal juncture. Their decisions had the potential to reshape their relationship with the North and ripple outward, impacting the balance of power and alliances across the Seven Kingdoms. In the heart of Castle Rock, Tywin Lannister sat in his opulent study, the room bathed in the warm, golden light that filtered through thick crimson curtains. His surroundings exuded wealth and power, with the polished wood of the desk gleaming under the glow of candles. Before him lay maps and parchments, but it was the map of Westeros that held his unwavering attention. His fingers, adorned with a golden signet ring, tapped rhythmically on the polished surface. It had been a day since his brother Garyon departed for the north on a mission to befriend the enigmatic Druid Emrys. While Tywin had faith in his brother's diplomatic skills, he understood that a single plan might not suffice in the face of such an unpredictable situation. The complexities of power demanded multifaceted strategies, and Tywin was a master strategist. As he contemplated the situation, his sharp intellect wove a web of political intrigues, each strand a potential weapon against the growing influence of the Druid. In Tywin's world, one plan was never enough. He needed to be prepared for every conceivable outcome, regardless of the odds. One avenue he explored was the power of information. Knowledge, in his eyes, was a weapon that could cut deeper than any sword. In response, he summoned his network of spies, those shadowy figures who operated in the darkest corners of the realm. He issued them a command, his voice dripping with authority, to gather every morsel of information about the Druid Emrys, details about where he originated. First, his magical abilities, and his connections. The quest for the Druid's true identity had proved futile, but the pursuit of knowledge was relentless. Even a sliver of information could tip the scales between victory and defeat. It didn't matter how many spies he lost, he could always buy new ones. Tywin knew that understanding one's adversary was the crucial first step to countering them effectively. Tywin shifted his focus to the realm of alliances. Throughout his life, he had demonstrated a mastery of forging strategic partnerships to bolster House Lannister's standing. With a precise hand, he dispatched ravens bearing messages to influential houses, their contents subtly alluding to the potential threat posed by the enigmatic Druid. The information he disseminated was designed to implant seeds of doubt and fear within the hearts of his rivals, rendering them more amenable to the idea of uniting against a common adversary. Comprehending the inextricable link between power and wealth, Tywin acknowledged that he could not permit the Druid's influence to disrupt the economic stability of the realm. Thus, he issued orders to his agents, tasking them with a thorough investigation into the Druid's role in the North's burgeoning prosperity. Their mission was to uncover any potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited to disrupt the flow of crucial resources. Recognizing an opportunity to wield the faith of the people as a weapon against the Druid's surging popularity, Tywin contemplated initiating a covert campaign to inflame religious fervor. This campaign would aim to cast shadows of doubt upon the Druid's intentions and harness the power of faith to erode his influence. To set this plan into motion, he called upon his loyal brother, Kevin, entrusting him with the clandestine mission of meeting the High Septon in the heart of King's Landing. As Tywin's elaborate plans continued to take shape, his eyes exhibited a calculating resolve that bordered on obsession. He stood on the precipice of realizing his lifelong ambition, the establishment of the Lannister dynasty as the unchallenged authority in Westeros. Armed with a strategic combination of political maneuvering, the manipulation of information, the cultivation of strategic alliances, and the exploitation of religious sentiments, Tywin was unwavering in his commitment to ensure that the Druids' burgeoning influence would never pose a threat to his family's dominion over the realm. The labyrinthine depths of the old lion's mind churned with intricate schemes and tactics, each meticulously crafted to further cement his position and safeguard the legacy of House Lannister. The quest for the Iron Throne was a merciless contest, and Tywin Lannister was not only ready to participate but to do so with a brilliance that matched his reputation. In the tranquil realm of the Vale, where unwavering devotion to the Seven had held sway for generations, a disquieting undercurrent began to take hold. The tales of the mysterious figure known as Druid Emrys had swept across the land with an intensity akin to a raging wildfire, leaving the fervent knights of the Vale profoundly disconcerted by his mere existence. Amidst the resplendent grandeur of the Eyrie, the ancient stronghold of House Arryn perched on its lofty spires, Lord Yohn Royce, acting on behalf of Lord Jon Arryn, convened a gathering of the most esteemed advisors of the Arryn house. While Lady Lisa Tully was in attendance as the Lady of the Eyrie, her attention was divided as she cradled and breastfed her 12-day-old child, Robert. The chamber was bathed in a gentle cascade of sunlight, filtering through the expansive, arched windows that offered panoramic views of the verdant valleys below. A colossal hearth, nestled against one wall, radiated a welcoming warmth that provided solace during the chillier days. At the heart of the room, a commanding oaken table served as the emblem of authority, a hallowed space where the lords of the Vale assembled for solemn discussions and deliberations. The atmosphere in the chamber resonated with a quiet, understated power, mirroring the enduring legacy that House Arryn had forged within the realm. The lords of the Vale had come together to address the unsettling news that had rippled through their lands. Among those assembled, Sir Hugh Prior, the Lord of the Pebble, stood out as a fervent devotee of the Seven and a steadfast advocate for the Knights of the Vale. His voice trembled with palpable indignation as he proclaimed, "The emergence of this Druid, Emrys, is nothing short of an affront to the Seven. Our faith has been our guiding light for generations, and now this silver-tongued man preaches of the old gods, sowing discord among the devout believers of the North." Lord Yohn Royce, a seasoned warrior bearing the weight of experience in his stern countenance, cast a discerning gaze upon the faces gathered around the venerable table. "We must exercise caution, for the Druid's influence appears to be on the rise. We need to weigh the potential repercussions for our realm. Sir Hugh, your unwavering efforts to spread our faith have not gone unnoticed. It might be prudent for you to attempt a dialogue with this Druid Emrys, seeking common ground and understanding if possible." Sir Hugh Prior nodded, the resolve in his eyes reflecting his readiness to confront the enigmatic Druid. The mere thought of the North never failed to remind Lord Royce of the humiliation he had endured at the hands of the newly ennobled Aemir Drazel. The loss of one of his family's cherished heirlooms was a wound that still festered, even if he possessed other bronze armors. The memory of that smug face fueled a deep-seated anger that lay dormant within him, surfacing with every contemplation of the North. Sir Hugh's countenance contorted with disbelief as he retorted, "Reason with a heretic who defies the Seven. My lord, forgive me, but this is an abomination. We must put an end to his teachings before they corrupt our lands." Lord Yohn Royce, while harboring reservations about the idea, knew that he wasn't the ultimate authority in the Vale. Their true lord, Jon Arryn, was known for his aversion to conflict and his preference for diplomatic resolutions. The ongoing discussion continued to fuel the tension that swirled within the chambers of the Eyrie. A tapestry graced the walls, depicting the serene visages of the Seven, their divine grace captured in intricately woven threads. However, within those hallowed chambers, the battle between faith and power raged on, casting shadows over the otherwise tranquil depiction of the tapestry. Meanwhile, amidst the heart of the Vale's intrigue, Druid Emrys conducted his gatherings in the midst of the ancient groves that punctuated the northern landscape. His attire consisted of robes crafted from natural fibers, adorned with moss and leaves, an embodiment of nature itself. In the presence of this enigmatic figure, those who gathered felt both reverence and a burning curiosity. One individual who found himself drawn to these sermons was Robin Flint, the heir of House Flint of Widow's Watch. Several generations ago, House Flint had been swayed by the conversion initiated by House Manderley through the ages. On a day like any other, beneath the sprawling canopy of an ancient weirwood tree, Druid Emrys stood before his congregation, his voice resonating through the grove. Brothers and sisters, we are bound by the spirits of this land, the very essence of nature itself. The old gods have watched over us since time immemorial, and it is our duty to honor their wisdom. Unbeknownst to Emrys, his words had not gone unnoticed. A spy, dispatched by the Knights of the Vale, had infiltrated the gathering. Ermir's power and intelligence network were formidable, yet they were not all-encompassing. He couldn't surveil every house in the Vale, nor could he know the identities of every spy and knight at their disposal. In the shadows, Esser Harlan hissed to his fellow knight, Esser Martin, as they observed. He spews lies, attempting to tear down the faith that has sustained us. Chapter 180, 293 AC. Pav third person. Amidst the ancient grove, the accusations of devilry and blasphemy hurled forth from the lips of Esser Harlan and Esser Martin, their visages contorted in anger, and their voices resonating with righteous indignation. The grove itself appeared to quiver under the weight of their fury, the very air electrified with tension. In the midst of this tempest, Emrys, the enigmatic druid, remained undisturbed, a symbol of tranquility amidst the storm. His response was marked by a sense of poise, his voice carrying not only wisdom but also a touch of sorrow. Emrys began, his words flowing like a soothing breeze through the grove. Noble knights, I bear no ill will, and my intentions are pure. The path I walk is guided by reverence for the ancient powers that course through our world. The old gods, guardians of nature's harmony, offer us wisdom and guidance beyond the veil of the mundane. What do your gods offer other than asking for coins? The confrontation escalated, tempers flaring like wildfire. Esser Harlan's countenance contorted into a mask of scorn. Preposterous. You speak of pagan superstitions and claim them to be above the grace of the seven. Such beliefs have no place here. Emrys's gaze remained unyielding, his eyes shining with a profound understanding that seemed to transcend the boundaries of reality itself. Nay, noble Esser, my aim is not to diminish your faith but to shed light on the threads that weave through our world. I only intend to bring light to these dark parts of the world. Ermir thought this was perfect, regretting that he hadn't thought of it himself. He continued to provoke the knights with every word he spoke, though he refrained from directly insulting the seven. Instead, he prodded at their nerves. HMPH. Even the thought of these so-called gods existing in the same lands as the true faith is nothing short of an insult. You are not welcome in the lands of the seven. As the debate raged on, the grove seemed to hold its breath. Then, in response to the growing tension, the atmosphere shifted. A thick, ethereal mist enveloped the assembly, the air heavy with magic as the forces of nature converged around them. Emrys, his voice taking on a timbre that resonated with something otherworldly, raised his hands to the heavens. Oh, ancient spirits, who have witnessed the eons unfold, I beseech you to reveal your presence and might. The grove trembled, its leaves rustling in unseen breezes, and a sense of the sublime filled the air. The fog deepened. Then, with a voice akin to thunder and whispering echoes, Emrys offered a plea, one that reverberated through the hearts of all who stood witness. Let these doubting souls see the truth of your power, the essence of your ancient wisdom. Part the veil, and grant them a glimpse of the divine energies that course through our world. A hush fell over the grove, and then it happened. The earth beneath Esser Harlan and Esser Martin quaked, with roots rising from the very ground to encircle them. Panic flitted through their eyes, and shouts rang out as the crowd gasped at the scene unfolding before them. Emrys's voice, now a channel for the ethereal forces he invoked, resonated like the heartbeat of the world itself. Look upon this display, not as a challenge, but as an invitation to embrace the unity of all forces, to understand that faith is not solely the domain of one, but a tapestry woven from myriad threads. I invite you all to mix your thread with mine. But the knights resisted, their hearts hardened, and they spat venomous words. Esser Martin roared, his voice a dagger aimed at Emrys's convictions. We shall not bend to your pagan sorcery. Emrys's eyes glinted, the winds around him answering in a mournful howl. And then, with a voice that resonated as if the very earth spoke, Emrys delivered a final plea, his words fervent and sounded divine. Then heed the call of the old gods, the gods of nature, of harmony, and of balance. As you stand upon this hallowed ground, witness the might of the old gods, Feel the weight of their gaze upon your souls, and let the fires of their fury cleanse you of your arrogance. May their wrath sear your hearts, igniting a spark of understanding, a spark that shall guide you towards humility and reverence. Thunder roared, the very earth quivered, and the crowd flinched with held breaths. In the name of the old gods, I beseech their judgment upon thee. May this wrathful plea be a beacon of insight, a reminder that within the realm of faith, arrogance breeds discord, and humility begets harmony. May you stand humbled in the face of their divine fury, and may your hearts be open to the truth that transcends your own beliefs. Bolts of lightning illuminated the sky. Thunder boomed as if the very heavens resounded with Emrys's plea, and then, with a divine resonance, the lightning converged upon the knights. The crowd gasped in awe as the two once mighty warriors were consumed by celestial wrath, their forms seared by the power that Emrys had invoked. A profound silence descended, broken only by the murmurs of those present, whispers of astonishment mingled with reverence. Kneeling before the Druid, the witnesses seemed to have glimpsed a truth that transcended the mortal realm, a truth that spoke of unity amidst diversity, of harmony amidst discord. Conversations sparked among the assembly, discussions that pondered the profound implications of what had transpired. In the midst of it all, Robin Flint's eyes, once tinged with skepticism, now shone with fervor. The events of that moment had left an indelible mark on him, inspiring a newfound reverence and zeal for the old gods. The Druid's plea had not just unveiled the forces of the natural world, it had unraveled doubt, igniting flames of newfound faith in the hearts of those present. The conversations that followed were filled with a mix of awe, fear, and a deep-seated respect for the Druid Emrys and the ancient powers he invoked. Ermir turned into an eagle and flew away. He was giddy with the epic performance he gave, and he thought to himself, and Oscar goes to Ermir Drazel's most epic performance as the Druid Emrys, fervent follower of the old gods. Curiously, Poe asked, "Father, what is Oscar?" It would take too long to explain, just look into my memories. He hadn't initially intended to create such a spectacle. His aim was to convey to the people of the North that they couldn't have fertile soil as long as they followed the old gods. However, those knights had provided a golden opportunity. From time to time, he believed he should expose himself to zealous believers of the seven and execute divine punishments in the name of the old gods. Nothing drew people to a religion more effectively than tales of divine wrath and punishment. While individuals might profess their love for benevolent gods, they often fixated on stories of divine retribution. His plan was working, and he was gradually tightening the noose around the Manderleys and other seven worshippers in the north. Chapter 181. 293 AC. Pav third person. Amidst the sprawling intrigue that had ensnared the realm of Westeros, King Robert Baratheon once again found solace in the arms of his vices. The crown that should have weighed heavily upon his brow was tossed aside in favor of goblets of wine in the company of women. The throne room echoed with the false peals of women's laughter. As the Druid Emrys's name spread through the lands like wildfire, the court was divided, mirroring the very cracks that ran through the seven kingdoms themselves. Whispers and hushed conversations echoed through the corridors of the Red Keep as advisors urgently murmured in the ears of their liege. Some urged the king to take a stance against this enigmatic figure, while others saw the opportunity to exploit his inattention for their own designs. In the dimly lit chambers of the Red Keep, Lord Yon Royce stood before King Robert, his stern visage bearing a weight of concern. After learning of the events in the north, he had sailed to King's Landing, ensuring that he could report these developments to his lord, Jon Arryn. After hearing of the concerning events, Jon Arryn arranged an audience with the king. "My king, the situation with this Druid Emrys grows more complex by the day. The Vale is ablaze with talk of his powers and his influence over the north. We cannot afford to ignore this matter any longer. His actions know no bounds. He compels the innocent people of the north to forcibly convert to the old gods, resorting to violence if they resist. Just a month ago, he executed 2 knights of the Vale in front of a crowd." King Robert reclined on his throne, his gaze distant as he swirled his wine goblet absent-mindedly. He turned to Varys and asked, "Is this true? In the north, my little birds don't sing as much as they used to, but it is not entirely false." Robert's attention began to shift from the women to Varys as he listened intently. Varys hesitated, knowing how unbelievable this part of the information might sound. His little birds insisted it was all true, and he painfully knew magic was real. Robert impatiently said, "Are you suddenly short of words? What happened?" Esser Harlan and Esser Martin, 2 Knights of the Vale, dared to confront Emrys regarding his beliefs. They accused him of blasphemy and mocked the old gods, seeking to provoke him. But in a moment that stunned all witnesses, the Druid invoked the power of the old gods. The king's brow furrowed, and his interest deepened. Emrys beseeched the old gods to show their power, and as if in response, the ground shook, and thick roots emerged, ensnaring the 2 knights. The Druid offered them a chance to repent, but they defied him, insulting the old gods once more. It was then that lightning bolts from the heavens struck them down, leaving behind naught but charred remains. King Robert reclined on his throne, his gaze distant as he swirled his wine goblet absent-mindedly. "Bah, what is so surprising? We already know he can call upon lightning. Let them have their Druid and their old gods, I have enough on my plate." Without chasing after shadows in the north, Lord Royce insisted, his gaze unwavering. "My king, we cannot underestimate the impact this Druid is having on the realm. He is starting to sway the devout believers of the north and is growing in influence with each passing day. If left unchecked, his presence could destabilize the delicate balance of power we have fought so hard to maintain." The king's expression darkened as he set his goblet aside. The torches in the chamber cast flickering shadows that danced upon the intricately designed walls, adorned with the mighty stag of House Baratheon. The air hung heavy with the scent of wine and the tension of the moment. "And what do you propose we do, Lord Royce? Send our armies north to confront a man who speaks to trees and claims to wield the power of gods? No, I won't waste our resources on such folly. What will we do to a man that can turn into a bird and fly away?" Lord Royce tried to stand tall and resolute, but the gravity of the situation seemed to press upon him as he met the king's gaze. "Be but your grace, we must not allow this Druid to disrupt the faith that has guided our people for generations. We must address this issue diplomatically before it escalates further." As the small council meeting continued, the members grappled with the uncertainty that the emergence of Druid Emrys had brought upon the realm. Each voice carried the weight of their allegiance, their ambitions, and their fears, woven together in a great web of conflict and interests. The tension in the room was palpable, like the charged air before a storm. The intricacies of Westerosi politics were on full display as each council member brought their own motivations and agendas to the table. Lord John Arryn, the hand of the king, maintained a demeanor that mixed authority and weariness. His piercing gaze swept over the gathered members, each representing a different facet of the realm's governance. The torches flickered, casting shifting shadows on the ancient walls, and the council chamber became a stage for the delicate dance of power and diplomacy. The fate of the realm hung in the balance, its future uncertain in the face of a Druid who wielded powers both mysterious and formidable. O Lord John Arryn's right sat Grand Maester Pycelle, a wizened figure whose true motives remained shrouded in the haze of age. He offered his counsel with a veneer of wisdom that often masked a self-serving nature. His voice trembled as he delivered his opinions, often couched in the form of historical precedents and ancient wisdom, though his true intent remained known only to him. Pycelle's counsel was like a fog that obscured his intentions, leaving those in the room to question his true loyalties. Yet, his knowledge of the realm's history and the intricacies of power made him a valuable, albeit enigmatic, member of the council. The members exchanged knowing glances, aware that Pycelle's counsel could be a double-edged sword to their agendas. Grand Maester Pycelle, his voice bearing the weight of age, added with a hint of concern, "We must tread carefully in these uncertain times. The emergence of this Druid, Emrys, has the potential to upset the delicate balance we have striven to maintain." Beside him, Lord Petyr Baelish, the Master of Coin, sat with a calculated smile. Petyr Baelish's recent appointment as the Master of Coin carried a weight of significance in the small council. His reputation for managing the House Arryn's economy effectively had brought him to this esteemed position, especially at a time when the realm faced the uncertainty of Druid Emrys's growing influence. It was a testament to Lord John Arryn's trust in his abilities to handle the economic challenges and keep King Robert's financial excesses in check. This appointment had positioned Petyr Baelish as a key player in the council's discussions. Petyr Baelish, with his disheveled auburn hair, sharp green eyes, and a well-groomed beard, possesses an unassuming appearance that belies his manipulative nature. His unpretentious charm and soft-spoken demeanor mask a keen intellect, while his cunning personality is characterized by an unwavering desire for power and influence. Petter's calculating and pragmatic approach to politics, combined with a penchant for intricate scheming, make him a master of subterfuge in the cutthroat world of Westeros, where he thrives on ambiguity and hidden agendas. He interjected with a calculated smile. Indeed, Grand Maester, the influence of this druid threatens to disrupt the power dynamics that bind our kingdoms together. A wise ruler would seek to either align with or neutralize such a force. Across the table, Lord Renly Baratheon, the master of laws, leaned toward his brother, the king, and said, "It's true. We've heard whispers of Druid Emrys's ability to sway the hearts and minds of the people. If he can truly enhance fertility and prosperity in the north, it could shift allegiances and loyalties in unpredictable ways." Lord Stannis Baratheon, the master of ships, spoke with his characteristic directness. "Our primary concern should be the stability of the realm. If this druid's actions threaten that stability, we cannot afford to let him go unchecked." In the midst of this discussion, King Robert Baratheon himself sat slouched on the throne, a flagon of wine in hand. He glanced up with a distracted expression, his thoughts seemingly far from the council proceedings. "Met him during the Greyjoy rebellion. He showed me a thing or two about those old gods he preaches about. Some of you were there with me, and you have witnessed how he made quick work of Esser Mandon Moore." With a flick of his hand, the man turned into a charred corpse. The council members exchanged glances, a mix of surprise and concern on their faces. Pycelle cleared his throat. "Your Grace, the old gods and their magic are unfamiliar to us. We must consider the implications of this druid's influence on the people's faith. Faith or no faith, if he can turn the tide of battle with his tricks, I'm not one to complain. As long as he stays in the north, he is no concern to me," Robert quipped, taking a long swig from his flagon. As the discussions continued, it was evident that the council was divided, each member wrestling with their own convictions and political ambitions. The fate of Westeros hung in the balance as the small council navigated the treacherous waters of power, faith, and the enigmatic figure of Druid Emrys. Some of them wanted to ally with him, and others wanted nothing more than to destroy him. Chapter 182. 293 AC. Pav Third Person. The great sept of Baelor loomed with awe-inspiring grandeur, boasting 7 towering marble spires that seemed to reach for the very heavens. Each dedicated to one of the 7 gods. Its exterior was adorned with intricate, meticulously crafted carvings, and its colossal doors were a masterpiece of artistic craftsmanship. Stepping inside, one entered a vast, luminous space where towering stained glass windows painted a kaleidoscope of colors across the polished marble floors. Within this sanctified space, an atmosphere of profound reverence and solemnity prevailed, the air filled with the soft, murmured prayers of septas and septons seeking solace and guidance from their gods. And it was within the hallowed halls of the great sept of Baelor that the high septon of the 7 now stood before a congregation of fervent worshippers. His voice thundered with righteous indignation as he denounced the Druid Emrys as a harbinger of darkness, a servant of the devil intent on corrupting the souls of the faithful. His words found echo in the passionate eyes of the septas and septons present, each filled with zealous conviction. "The 7, our true and benevolent deities, watch over us with unwavering love and protection," the high septon proclaimed, his fervent voice resonating through the sacred hall. "But beware, for there are those who would lead us astray, who would have us bow to false gods and unholy powers." As the climax of his sermon neared, the high septon raised his hands high, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Let the light of the 7 guide us, and let us stand strong against the darkness that seeks to engulf us." The fervent congregation erupted into passionate prayers and cries of agreement, their faith steeled by the high septon's impassioned words. After the sermon, a group of septons and septas gathered in a dimly lit chamber, their expressions grim and resolute. "The Druid Emrys's influence is spreading like wildfire," declared one septon, his voice tinged with anger. "We cannot allow his heretical teachings to take root among our people in the north." "Indeed," added a septa, her gaze unwavering, "his claims of powers and miracles are nothing but tricks of the devil. We must expose him for the charlatan he is." A younger septon, his eyes burning with fervor, boldly stepped forward. "Our faithful must be protected from his seductive lies. We should organize patrols, devout men to ensure that his influence does not spread, and the purity of the faith remains intact." An older septon, his voice etched with concern, voiced his thoughts, invoking the specter of history. Are you suggesting we take up arms and rekindle the faith militants? Have you forgotten the horrors of Maegar's reign? While King Robert may lack dragons, his explosive temper rivals that of Maegar. As if summoned by the weight of the discussion, the High Septon himself entered the chamber, his presence a force that silenced the room. Every person in attendance rose from their seats, offering deep bows of respect and reverence, until he signaled for them to sit. My brothers and sisters, the time has come for us to make a resolute stand against this looming threat. The faith of the seven stands as an unshakable pillar, and we shall not waver in the face of these dark forces that seek to cast their shadow upon our lands. The High Septon's condemnation of the Druid Emrys had already been resoundingly delivered in his sermon. Ravens, bearing his instructions, had been dispatched to every other sept in Westeros, especially in the north, the Vale, and Riverlands, with orders for the Septons to follow suit. In denouncing this perceived heresy and rallying their faithful, the High Septon continued with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating through the chamber. We must seize the advantage of our long-standing connections with noble houses who remain steadfast in their devotion to the Seven, he declared, the weight of his authority punctuating his words. House Manderley, House Locke, and House Ramsgate in the north have deep-rooted ties with the faith. We shall call upon their unshakable loyalty to denounce the Druid and rally their bannermen against his heresy. A Septon, renowned for his political astuteness in the capital, stepped forward, determination gleaming in his eyes. These houses not only possess significant coastal and political influence within the north but also extend their sway far beyond their own lands. If we can persuade them to join our cause, they can become formidable instruments in the endeavor to isolate and curb the Druids' pernicious influence. Another Septon, well versed in the intricate relationships between northern houses, offered his insight. Convincing House Manderley to fully embrace the faith may indeed be a challenging endeavor. While they may be devout believers, the influence of Wyman Manderley and his loyalty to Ned Stark cannot be underestimated. He may denounce the Druid initially, but if pressed by Ned to retract his words, he is likely to comply. We might find more favorable reception from Houses Locke, Ramsgate, or Woolfield from Sheepshead Hills. Following his words, a resolute Septa voiced her determination. We shall dispatch our most skilled envoys to these houses, bearing the High Septon's message and the unwavering faith of the Seven. With fervor, we shall plead with them to stand alongside us, to confront the encroaching darkness that seeks to corrupt our people. The High Septon nodded in agreement. Our envoys will impress upon them the urgency of this matter, emphasizing the grave threat Druid Emrys poses to both our faith and the kingdom. We shall invoke their sense of duty and honor to defend the realm from the pernicious influence of these false gods. A month later, in the quiet chambers of White Harbor, Wyman Manderley sat in contemplation, his fingers drumming thoughtfully on his wide belly. His solar inn, White Harbor, was a harmonious blend of maritime history and practicality. With a large window overlooking the sea, it boasted blue curtains adorned with wave and ship designs. The room featured sturdy furniture, including a substantial wooden desk laden with scrolls and maps, a bookshelf filled with naval literature, and a comfortable armchair positioned by a seashell-adorned fireplace. A table set with refreshments reflected the Manderleys' communal values, while subtle merman motifs paid homage to their sigil. The solar exuded a sense of authority, warmth, and a deep connection to the sea. Wyman had received the faith's plea for support, their words dripping with urgency and fervor. Yet, Wyman's response was measured and deliberate, reflecting his astute understanding of the precarious situation. His advisor began cautiously. The faith seeks our aid, for they perceive the Druid as a threat to their power and influence. They wish to rally houses to their cause and have requested us to denounce the Druid as an agent of demons. Wyman leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant as he contemplated the delicate balance of alliances and loyalties. His room seemed to echo with the whispers of the sea beyond the window. After a thoughtful pause, he finally spoke, his voice steady. The faith is not my concern, he declared with a measured tone. My allegiance has always been to House Stark and the traditions we hold dear. While his family had always been followers of the Seven, his belief had been more rooted in tradition than true devotion. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to his son, Wendell Manderley, who had witnessed the Druid's power firsthand during the Greyjoy Rebellion. It was Wendell's accounts that had left a lingering impression on Wyman's mind, and it was his advice that had significantly influenced Wyman's approach. The room seemed to grow still as his advisor hesitated, uncertain of Wyman's intentions. My lord, shall we not openly refuse the faith, then? Clearly stating our allegiance. The advisor asked, seeking clarity. Wyman's gaze turned resolute as he leaned forward, his ample figure imposing. No, we shall not, he stated firmly. We will heed the advice of Lord Stark. The Druid's influence is spreading, and the old god's followers grow in number. We would do well to remain neutral in this matter. His advisor nodded in agreement, recognizing the sagacity of House Manderley's stance. Wyman's wisdom and foresight were evident as he chose not to openly antagonize the Druid, understanding the delicate nature of the situation and the rising influence of the old god's followers. While he might be the follower of the Seven, he would always heed the warnings of Lord Stark. While House Manderley maintained its neutral position, the Faith's hopes for their support gradually waned. The intricate web of political intrigue in Westeros continued to unfold, with alliances shifting and motivations often concealed beneath the surface. Chapter 183. 293 AC. Pav third person. The temple's training grounds were a beehive of activity, bustling with the small folk and noble attendees who had gathered for their daily training session. The air was thick with anticipation, and beneath it all, there flowed an undercurrent of tension, marking the stark differences between these two social strata. Among the assembled trainees stood Jorah Glover, the nephew of Lord Glover, his expression marred by disdain as he surveyed the small folk beside him. I refuse to be grouped with these peasants, Jorah declared, his voice heavy with arrogance. I have no intention of lowering myself to their level. The small folk exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes betraying a mixture of resentment and fear. They were acutely aware of their place within the hierarchical system, and challenging a noble's words was a risky endeavor, one that could result in dire consequences. However, as Jorah's disparaging words lingered in the air, a new presence emerged, one that seemed to rise from the very ground itself. Druid Emrys, who was now known as Aermir among his followers, manifested with an air of authority that commanded immediate attention. Upon their entry into the temple, he orchestrated an oath ritual, binding those present to his service. When they learned that the Sword of Winter and the Druid were one and the same, shock rippled through the crowd. They had always envisioned the Druid as an elderly figure, yet here stood an 18-year-old man with piercing silver eyes. His gaze fell upon Jorah, revealing a mixture of disappointment and anger. Do you truly consider yourself superior to your fellow temple occupants? The moment you took your oaths, you became servants of the old gods and my people, he inquired, his voice carrying an immeasurable weight. Jorah's chin lifted defiantly, although a flicker of uncertainty danced in his eyes. My lord, I bear noble blood, chosen by the old gods themselves. How can I be equated to them? Aermir's gaze remained unwavering as he drew closer to Jorah, his very presence exuding an aura of power and authority. In the eyes of the old gods, all who possess magic are considered chosen. Your noble lineage does not grant you the privilege of demeaning those in my service, he declared. The tension in the air grew thicker as both small folk and noble attendees observed the exchange. Aermir's words resounded through the temple grounds, transcending mere titles and social standings, delivering a rebuke that touched upon the essence of their beliefs. I am here to impart the wisdom of nature, Aermir continued, his voice now laced with an undeniable determination. The power residing within each of you is not confined by birthright or social rank. It is a gift from the old gods, and it unites you all. Jorah's face reddened, a turbulent blend of anger and embarrassment, his fists tightly clenched by his sides as he retorted. My lord, please, they should have their own lessons. Aermir's eyes blazed with an otherworldly intensity, and he called upon the very energy of the earth. Vines erupted from the ground, swiftly, ensnaring Jorah's feet and wrists, rendering him powerless. The nobleman's struggles proved futile, his defiance against the Druid's might reduced to nothing. You shall be taught humility, Aermir proclaimed, his voice carrying an unassailable authority. Aermir declared, his voice ringing with unwavering determination. Outside of this temple, you may hold noble status, and they would be bound to obey you. However, the moment they were chosen to become priests and priestesses, everything changed. In the eyes of the old gods, you are all equal, blessed with the gifts of wargs and skin changers. The small folk watched in a mix of amazement and anxiety as Aermir released Jorah from his entwining restraints. Aermir's attention then shifted to the assembled group. All of you possess the spark of magic, a connection to the essence of nature. You are the chosen ones, the very foundation of this temple. With Ermir's inspiring words, the lingering tension in the air began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of unity and newfound pride. Of course, the nobles' opinion didn't change right away, but they realized the futility of rebelling. The training sessions continued, guided by Ermir's patient and profound teachings. In the ensuing months, marked progress was achieved, and a profound camaraderie blossomed, transcending the rigid boundaries of social status. The journey wasn't without its challenges, but as they began to perceive one another as kindred wielders of magic, a powerful bond grew among them. Amid their rigorous training and shared experiences, both small folk and nobles alike came to realize the strength inherent in their shared abilities. The barriers that had once separated them fell away, replaced by a deep-seated sense of unity and comradeship, indelibly linking them to the teachings and vision of Druid Emrys. The wargs began to perceive the presence of their animal counterparts, their spirits entwining in a graceful dance of shared consciousness. However, their connection to these bonded creatures was fleeting, lasting only a short while. Arthos Talhart, for instance, uncovered a profound connection with a wolf, while Isilla, a small folk hailing from Clan Wool, found herself bound to a raven, her senses extending beyond her own body to encompass the raven's world of flight and freedom. Concurrently, the skin changers diligently refined their ability to merge with the spirits of the creatures they aspired to embody. Although they could not fully transform, their hands could take on the characteristics of claws, each one unique based on the animal they connected with. This distinction might be due to their inherent limitation of transforming into only one specific animal. As expected, the she-bear of House Mormont possessed bear-like claws, and among the skin changers, Daisy exhibited the most exceptional talent, mastering her abilities to a remarkable degree. The temple was a realm of transformation, not only for the individuals who had once viewed themselves through the narrow lenses of social division but also for the very essence of magic that flowed through its hallowed corridors. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, the temple's halls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of change. Smallfolk and nobles, whose lives had once taken divergent paths, now shared a common purpose and destiny. The teachings of Druid Emrys had dissolved the barriers between them, blending their backgrounds into a harmonious tapestry of unity. With each passing day, their understanding of the intricate tapestry of destiny woven by the old gods deepened, and with it, their zealous connection to Ermir rose, too. Within the moments of tranquil reflection and dedicated practice, they not only honed their unique abilities but also connected with the ancient magic that had existed long before their time. As wargs and skin changers, they had unlocked the gates to a deeper connection with the natural world, but they also bore the mantle of protectors. Their duty extended beyond mastering their powers. It was a commitment to safeguard the sacred domain of the old gods, to ensure that the bond between the realm of humanity and the realm of spirits remained unbroken, echoing a legacy that had thrived for countless generations. Under the ever-watchful guidance of Ermir, the wargs and skin changers became a potent force that embodied the untamed spirit of the North itself. Their collective bond grew with each dawn and dusk, transforming them into a unified and harmonious pack. Each member of this extraordinary assembly possessed a unique connection to nature and a fierce loyalty to their leader, ready to defend the old god's sacred realm. As the wargs and skin changers honed their abilities, Harlock took it upon himself to prepare the Templar and Paladin forces for the challenging times ahead. His unwavering commitment to Ermir's teachings and the military strategies passed down from the Druid ensured that the soldiers under his command received rigorous and thorough training. They honed their combat skills, delved into the nuances of strategy, and mastered the intricate tactics that would be essential in the battles to come. The renown of the Templar and Paladin forces, along with their dedication to the old gods, began to ripple across the north. News of their existence reached the ears of those eager to join a cause that resonated with their deep-seated beliefs. As recruits from various corners of the realm made the pilgrimage to the temple, they brought with them not only their unwavering faith but also a shared sense of purpose, uniting under the banner of the old gods. Together, they prepared to stand as the vanguard against the impending darkness. Under the skilled guidance of Harlock, the once disparate group of recruits underwent a profound transformation. Their ranks, composed of both Templars and Paladins, evolved into a disciplined and cohesive fighting force. With each dawn, they became increasingly formidable, their hearts and minds aligned with an unwavering commitment to defend the faith and the lands of the North from any threat. In the realm of shadows and secrets, Keegan's role as Ermir's spymaster proved to be an invaluable asset. Possessing a discerning eye for detail and a vast network of informants, he orchestrated a ceaseless flow of intelligence. Reports and information poured in from every corner of the north, extending into neighboring territories like the Riverlands and the Vale. This constant influx of knowledge granted Ermir a distinct advantage, allowing him to anticipate and outmaneuver his adversaries with a strategic edge that was second to none. Ermir's own formidable abilities granted him a significant advantage in terms of spying and reconnaissance. He possessed the means to observe the actions and intentions of others, yet he recognized that his time was too valuable to be spent solely in passive observation. Thus, Keegan and his Raven Guard were entrusted with this crucial task, ensuring that Ermir's potent capabilities were used to their fullest extent. Keegan's proficiency, however, extended far beyond the realm of espionage. He undertook the arduous responsibility of training the members of the Raven Guard in the shadowy art of assassination. This was a discipline that demanded the highest levels of precision, secrecy, and ruthlessness, drawing upon the expertise of hired professionals from the distant lands of Essos. Keegan personally oversaw their training, with the ultimate aim of forging the Raven Guard into a formidable force capable of eliminating threats from the shadows. Of course, he could always use an animal to assassinate someone, but it was always better to prepare for all occasions. If all of his enemies died because of animals, people would know it was him or the Druid, so it was better to have alternatives. Nonetheless, the dark path of assassination was fraught with dangers. The very skills that were being cultivated came at a steep price, as the first mission assigned to the freshly trained assassins was to silence their former instructors from Essos. Faced with the potential exposure of their clandestine force, Ermir made a grim and resolute decision, ensuring the silence of those who possessed knowledge about the spy and assassin cadre. This grim act marked the initiation of further training, with the newly appointed assassins taking on the mantle of instructors, perpetuating the cycle of secrecy, skill, and the deadly art of the Raven Guard. Chapter 184. 293 AC. Pav third person. Amidst the lush blossoms of Highgarden's gardens, Olenna Tyrell strolled with an unhurried grace. The soft, velvety petals brushed against her fingertips, releasing fragrant perfumes that hung on her fingertips, a testament to the bounteous beauty of her family's ancestral home. The garden was a sanctuary, a place where the burdens of politics and power could be momentarily set aside. Here, the outside world of courtly machinations and noble rivalries faded into insignificance, allowing Olenna to relish a rare moment of tranquility. The warm embrace of the sun, the gentle rustling of leaves, and the harmonious symphony of birdsong created a sensory serenity that provided solace for her soul. Even though the garden was peaceful and full of soft feelings, Olenna Tyrell remained an indomitable figure. Her years of maneuvering in the intricate court politics of Westeros had honed her intellect and her uncanny ability to see through the veils of deceit. As the matriarch of House Tyrell, she carried not only the weight of her family's legacy but also the power that came with it. Her silver hair, reminiscent of the petals that surrounded her, was a symbol of her wisdom and authority. Her piercing eyes, still as sharp as ever, held the knowledge of decades of secrets and plots. The title of Queen of Thorns was not an empty moniker, it was a reflection of her formidable intellect and her fearlessness in challenging the patriarchy of a world dominated by men. From the shadows, she had orchestrated countless maneuvers, each designed to safeguard the interests of House Tyrell. Her strategic brilliance had cemented her place as a prominent player in the Game of Thrones, a position she held with pride and unapologetic ambition. Despite the passage of years, Olenna Tyrell remained a formidable force, a living testament to the strength and resilience of House Tyrell. In the midst of the vibrant blossoms of Highgarden, she was a living embodiment of the beauty and power that her family represented, an indomitable rose amid the thorns of Westerosi politics. Amidst the fragrant blooms that were the very emblem of House Tyrell, Olenna reclined gracefully on a stone bench, an epitome of the Tyrell essence. The vibrant petals surrounded her, and the velvety touch of the blossoms under her fingers contrasted with the weight of her concerns. Her spies, reports, a constant reminder of the ever-shifting political landscape, had monopolized her attention. In the midst of her contemplation, a voice broke through her thoughts. Olenna turned her gaze to her grandson, Willis Tyrell, who approached with a demeanor that was a testament to his upbringing. He executed a respectful bow, embodying the legacy of House Tyrell with every inch of his presence. His eyes, a reflection of both deference and intelligence, showed that he was a worthy heir to the illustrious house. Olenna graced Willis with a smile that seemed to curve her lips with a blend of warmth and shrewdness. "Willis, my dear boy. Please, take a seat," she invited. With a sense of curiosity, he settled beside her, his inquisitive expression not betraying his gentle nature. Despite the physical disability that had afflicted him, a leg injury that left him struggling to walk properly, he was renowned for his intelligence and compassionate character. In this, he was much like his father, but the similarities ended there. Willis was no gullible fool like his father. His mind was sharp, and he possessed a profound grasp of diplomacy and the intricate dance of politics. His grandmother rathered he didn't have compassion, but she liked his intellect. He had a genuine thirst for knowledge, immersing himself in books and literature. Willis's disability had never impeded his contributions to his family's ambitions, and he frequently played a role in their political affairs. His wisdom and gentle demeanor earned him the respect and admiration of those around him. "You've been deep in thought, grandmother," Willis observed, his brows furrowing slightly in contemplation. Olenna turned her gaze toward Willis, her eyes still fixed on the garden's beauty. "Indeed, I have," she replied. "These reports, they speak of a power that is rising in the north, one that threatens to shift the balance of power. A Druid, they call him." Willis nodded thoughtfully, considering the precarious situation. "It is a precarious situation, to be sure." Olenna continued to muse, her gaze shifting to the roses around her. "Indeed, and it presents both opportunities and challenges. The Stark in Winterfell, he allows this power to flourish, even as it threatens to eclipse his own." Willis met his grandmother's gaze, his understanding dawning. "You believe this Druid to be a potential ally?" A soft chuckle escaped Olenna's lips. "I believe him to be a potential asset, one that we should not ignore." Marjorie Tyrell, a vision of grace and beauty, had joined her grandmother and brother in the garden. Her presence, like a breath of fresh air, brought a stark contrast to the heavy political intrigue that consumed their thoughts. Marjorie possessed an exquisite and delicate beauty, with chestnut curls, captivating green eyes, and finely chiseled features. Her attire, always exquisite, accentuated her noble status, and her captivating presence made her a central figure in any gathering. "Grandmother, I hear you speak of the Druid. What is your plan?" Marjorie inquired, her green eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and intelligence. Olenna's eyes gleamed with a combination of pride and shrewdness as she responded, "My dear, our plan is one of delicacy and subtlety. We shall maintain appearances, of course, for the eyes of the reach are upon us. But behind the scenes, we shall foster a connection with this Druid." Marjorie's brow quirked inquisitively as she sought to understand further. "And what do we gain from this connection?" Olenna leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Information, my sweet. Information is power. We already know his powers are real, and if this Druid indeed possesses the faith of the North in his hands as the reports suggest, we would be wise to have a finger on the pulse of his intentions." While reading some reports, her eyes widened in amazement. "Everyone was sleeping at the helm," she exclaimed. Willis and Marjorie exchanged curious glances, prompting Olenna to clarify. "Everyone was so focused on the Druid that they neglected the newly appointed Lord of Moat Cailin, who has numerous accomplishments. Despite his tender age of 18 name days." Intrigued, Marjorie probed, "What do you mean, grandmother?" "He is the conqueror of Pike Castle, the Sword of Winter, the Sword of Old Gods, and now the commander of the Templar Order. Most importantly, he single-handedly reformed the Northerners' understanding of agriculture, becoming an economic powerhouse in the North. Someone this smart and powerful should never be underestimated even if he is young." Willis Tyrell, always measured and thoughtful, raised an eyebrow. "His feats are certainly impressive, grandmother, and we should not underestimate the support he might be gaining from the people, especially after the conquest of Pike. The common folks have always loved a champion, and I have heard he is the champion of the Druid. If he is serving the Druid, he must be getting help from him, too." Marjorie Tyrell, her gaze contemplative, joined the conversation. "You are right, grandmother. His actions have garnered admiration from the small folk, and his economic reforms are bound to sway more hearts. Such power in the hands of one so young is indeed intriguing." As the conversation unfolded, it was clear that the emergence of the Lord of Moat Cailin had piqued the curiosity of the Tyrell family. While they were accustomed to navigating the complex currents of power, the young lord's meteoric rise was a game-changer in the north that demanded their attention and strategic assessment. The faith of the Seven had always been a powerful institution, but the High Septon's fervent crusade had escalated tensions and drawn the attention of the realm. As reports of his sermons denouncing Druid Emrys reached Highgarden, Olena's lips curled into a wry smile. She knew all too well the art of manipulation, and the faith's involvement was just another thread she could weave into her intricate tapestry of influence. She was certain there was someone pulling the High Septon's strings, for he wouldn't have the guts to denounce someone claiming to be a priest of the old gods on his own. A knock at her chamber door interrupted Olena's thoughts, and she called for the visitor to enter. Her granddaughter Marjorie appeared, her expression a mixture of curiosity and respect for the formidable woman who held her family's fate in her hands. "Grandmother," Marjorie greeted her with a respectful nod. "Ah, my dear," Olena said, patting the seat beside her. "Come, join me, we have much to discuss." Marjorie settled into the chair, her gaze fixed on Olena with anticipation. "What is on your mind, grandmother?" Olena's eyes twinkled with mischief as she leaned in. "The faith, my dear. The High Septon's fervor is certainly making waves, is it not?" Marjorie nodded, a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. "Indeed, his sermons against the Druid have ignited a fire in the hearts of many." Olena's lips quirked into a sly smile. "A fire that we can use to our advantage." Marjorie's brows furrowed in thought. "How so, grandmother?" "Every storm has its own silver lining, my dear," Olena replied. "The faith's involvement in this matter gives us a unique opportunity to align our interests." Marjorie's eyes widened in realization. "You believe we can use the faith to undermine the Druid's influence?" Olena berated her with a frown. "Don't be naive. Of course, we are not going to join them. Marjorie, never forget this. We do not serve the faith serves us. Let the High Septon have his crusade, we will feign support while having our own plans. If they won, we supported them, but if they become liabilities, we need to be able to cut off that branch right away." In the public eye, House Tyrell displayed a facade of support for the faith's crusade. Donations were made to the faith's coffers, and statements of allegiance were carefully worded to project an image of devoutness to righteous cause. All the while, Olena's manipulation continued. Behind the scenes, her cunning hand guiding the ebb and flow of the political tides in the Reach. Chapter 185. 293 AC. Pav Third Person. Ermir's solar in Moat Kalan stands as a serene and nature-inspired chamber that resonates with his deep connection to the old gods and his role as a warg. Large windows grant breathtaking panoramic views, opening to the vast expanse of marshlands in the south and the lush farmlands to the north. The gentle rustling of leaves and the harmonious symphony of birdsong form a soothing backdrop that lends an aura of tranquility to the space. The room is adorned with handcrafted wooden furniture, each piece meticulously carved with intricate symbols and patterns paying homage to the old gods and the natural world. These furnishings, crafted from the trees of the nearby forest, provide an earthly and organic ambiance that complements Ermir's affinity with nature. At the heart of the solar stands the centerpiece, a magnificent statue carved as an ancient weirwood tree. This exceptional piece is a union of white marble and red quartz, positioned just behind Ermir's seat at the center table. The table itself is a masterpiece, constructed from the purest holly tree, its snowy whiteness mirroring the sacred weirwood trees. The weirwood statue, with its painstakingly detailed representation, appears so lifelike that it evokes the very essence of a real weirwood tree. The statue's white bark and crimson leaves symbolize the heart of Ermir's faith and power. Ermir's desk, scattered with a myriad of maps, scrolls, and botanical samples, stands as a testament to his unceasing research and unwavering dedication to his craft. His pursuit of knowledge has led him to remarkable discoveries, such as his successful transformation of potatoes into a cultivatable plant. As he gazed in the direction of the marshlands beyond, a sense of purpose and opportunity filled his mind. The marshlands, for now, lay dormant and seemingly unproductive. However, Ermir held a vision, a plant that could transform these watery expanses into thriving and profitable grounds. The plant in question was paddy, commonly referred to as rice. This plant was widely unknown to the Westerosi and SOC. Despite his extensive efforts using his unique ability, Promohiba, which enabled him to locate plants, he had scoured every inch of the neck and the riverlands in vain. Not a single stalk of rice had appeared. Left with no other recourse but to wait, Ermir took the initiative to spread the word. He informed every merchant he knew about the invaluable plant and urged them to embark on quests to find it. In the meantime, he turned his attention to other potential uses for the wetlands. Determined to make the most of the untapped resources at his disposal. The solar at Moat Kalen was drenched in the soft, golden glow of the setting sun, causing long shadows to stretch across the room. Gathered around the substantial holly tree table were the eminent figures entrusted with shaping the destiny of this ancient fortress: Lord Ermir, the steadfast steward Ardos Snow, Maester Torin Reed, and the trusted advisor Eddard Snow. Maps and intricate sketches sprawled across the table, a tangible representation of the vast, untamed wetlands that held untapped potential. Ermir, leaning forward with unwavering determination, kept his gaze firmly fixed upon these representations as he addressed the assembly. These wetlands, he declared with conviction, are a priceless resource, still eluding our understanding. The time has come for us to metamorphose these seemingly barren expanses into bastions of prosperity. While our search for rice continues, we should channel our efforts into aquaculture and the cultivation of wetland plants. We cannot afford to let this resource go to waste. Ermir's advisors, their brows furrowed with thoughtful consideration, exchanged glances that reflected the novelty of this endeavor. Maester Torin, clad in his meticulously arranged robes, gave a solemn nod. Indeed, my lord, he affirmed. The wetlands hold the potential to provide sustenance with its wildlife, but are there really edible plants in there? If it is true, it can not only sustain us but also enrich us if we approach them with a well-conceived strategy. Ermir's gaze returned to the maps before him, his mind ablaze with innovative concepts for Westeros, but on Earth, those were all common knowledge among farming communities. Our success hinges upon an intimate comprehension of the wetlands' unique ecosystem, he explained. Our efforts should harmonize with the natural rhythm of life here, rather than disrupting it. Ermir had educated them on the significance of an ecosystem, a delicate balance that, when preserved, could yield substantial and sustainable benefits. Aquaculture may very well be the key, he continued, his eyes alight with purpose. We could establish a network of ponds across these lands, nurturing them into thriving fisheries for fish, shrimp, and mollusks. Ardos Snow leaned back in his chair, his bearded chin resting in contemplation. My lord, he said, developing such fisheries would indeed require meticulous planning. We must seek out individuals with expertise in this field, and implement rigorous feed management. We know nothing about how to do those things. But the prospect of securing a sustainable food source through these means is undeniably appealing. Ermir pressed on. As for wetland crops, he continued, his voice a beacon of determination, we can make use of the cattails. While not as prolific as grains and rice, their pollen can be ground into flour. It takes a lot of work, and the amount is limited, but every bit counts in the north. Their shoots and roots are also edible. The room became a crucible of ideas and initiatives, a space where strategies took shape under the influence of the setting sun. Lord Ermir stood at the forefront, a beacon of leadership, guiding his council toward a future where the wetlands would no longer languish as desolate wastelands only used for hunting but flourish as a source of sustenance and prosperity. In the heart of the north, the subtle game of intrigue and manipulation continued to unfold, as Roose Bolton, renowned for his cunning mind, aimed to weave his intricate web of influence around the enigmatic Druid Emrys. He initiated diplomacy through a cadre of carefully chosen emissaries, artfully expressing his admiration for the Druid's power while offering House Bolton's support in exchange for mutual benefits. As these overtures gradually took shape, rumors meandered through the north like shadowy wraiths, carried by the whispering wind. These hushed murmurs hinted at the Druid's favorable disposition toward House Bolton, igniting envy, curiosity, and suspicion among the other northern lords. The underlying message was clear, though barely spoken. House Bolton was positioning itself to become a significant player in the emergent sphere of the Druid's influence. Behind the closed doors and within dimly lit chambers of northern keeps, discussions began to take form. The lords, guided by their ambitions, caution, and skepticism, contemplated the potential rewards of aligning with the Druid against the lurking risks of entrusting their future to a figure cloaked in enigma. Within the walls of his keep, the Great John Umber, renowned for his fiery temper and unwavering loyalty to House Stark, voiced his concerns to his advisors. His thunderous voice resonated through the room, his massive frame casting an imposing presence that filled the chamber. This Druid Emrys, he rumbled, his brow furrowing with deep thought, wields powers that exceed our ken. Shall we merely kneel to his every whim? I once thought him a man of honor, but now he forges alliances with the likes of Boltons. HMPH. With a forceful gesture, the Greechon slammed his goblet onto the table, causing a resounding clang. His advisor, a grizzled veteran of many battles, nodded in agreement. "Aye, my lord," the advisor spoke, his voice steady and weathered. "There's indeed great power in the old gods, but there's peril in bending too readily to any force beyond the banner of the Starks." In a different corner of the north, Jorah Mormont, the youthful yet resolute ruler of Bear Island, gathered with his council. Seated alongside him was his newly wedded Hightower wife, the two presenting a united front as they discussed matters of utmost importance. As the topic of House Bolton's connection to the Druid unfurled, Jorah couldn't help but voice his reservations. The rumors surrounding Bolton's affiliation with the Druid, they cast a veil of uncertainty, he mused, his brow furrowing with deep thought. Could this alliance be Bolton's true testament of devotion to the old gods, or might there be a more sinister motive lurking beneath the surface? It was then that his Aunt Mage Mormont, a seasoned advisor with her own insight, offered her perspective. House Bolton, she declared with a knowing look, has forever harbored ambitions of ascending the ladder of power. Their loyalty to House Stark has long appeared fragile, swaying in the winds of their own ambition. This newfound alliance could be the result of their desire to alter their allegiances. Jorah fell into a contemplative silence, pondering the situation. He had enough on his plate, especially considering Bear Island's challenging financial state. The news of the Bolton-Druid alliance only added more weight to his responsibilities. "Aunt," he finally said, "is it possible to seek insight from Daisy? She has joined the Druid as a priestess in training. The revelation of having a skin-changer among us still astounds me." A proud smirk crossed Maega's face as she nodded. "I shall dispatch a raven to her immediately." Within the walls of Winterfell, the familial bonds of House Stark were strained as Lady Catelyn voiced her concerns to her husband, Lord Eddard Stark. "Ned," she said with a hint of frustration, "I've heard these unsettling rumors about Bolton's dealings with the Druid Emrys. I've always had my doubts about this mystic. I knew he couldn't be trusted, up to no good, I tell you." Ned Stark, his demeanor unyielding, calmly replied, "Catelyn, these are nothing more than rumors. House Bolton has pledged loyalty to us, and their commitment has remained unwavering." Catelyn's gaze bore into her husband's, her worry unabated. "Loyalty can be as fickle as the winds of winter, Ned. Betrayals are woven into the history of Westeros, and we can't afford to dismiss these whispers. The stability of the North hangs in the balance." Ned's eyes met hers, resolute in his conviction. "I've known Roose Bolton for years, Cat. He has stood firm in his duties to our house. Our focus should be on uniting the North, rather than entertaining groundless suspicions." Catelyn's frustration mounted, her words taking on a sharper edge. "Unity, is that what you call it, Ned? The whispers grow louder, and the Northern Lords are not blind. Bolton's ambitions are not to be taken lightly, and I fear the ambitions of this Druid even more." Ned's patience remained steadfast, his response measured. "Catelyn, we cannot act based on hearsay. Our alliance with House Bolton is indispensable for the strength of the North. I have full faith that the Druid's actions are always in the best interest of our land. We must tread carefully." Catelyn's agitation simmered at the surface, her voice edged with exasperation. "Tread carefully, that's always your response, Ned. Sometimes we must act decisively to safeguard our family and our people. Just because he acts in the North's interest doesn't guarantee he'll act in the interest of my children and our family." A flicker of frustration passed through Ned's eyes, his features tense. "Our family, our people, those are precisely why we must proceed with caution." Catelyn's voice remained sharp, her determination unwavering. "I won't idly stand by while our family's safety is put at risk due to blind trust, Ned. I've witnessed too much to overlook the signs of potential danger." Ned's gaze solidified, his reply stern. "I will not allow fear and paranoia to dictate our decisions. As far as we know, House Bolton remains loyal, and the Druid has done nothing but aid the North in growing stronger. My decision is final. I will hear no more of it." In this deadlock, the Stark couple found themselves in opposition, their contrasting viewpoints a harbinger of the choices looming on the horizon. The whispers of alliances and machinations continued to entwine themselves into a complex web, and the fate of House Stark in the north teetered on a precipice.